পেজটা বলো।
Very good morning, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. So once again, good morning all and welcome to the 4th International Conference on Recent Trends in Multidisciplinary Research, ICRTMDR 2021, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. This conference will offer researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share your experience and knowledge of technology application. So let me introduce and welcome our organizer for the day, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, which is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations meant for research development and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. Our forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with mission to work as wizards of science for defending the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS-ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organizations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Recently, we have launched our incredible IFERP application and is now available for all the curious scientific researchers. It is presented as a delightful platform for academic and research breakthroughs, which you can get right now from the Google Play Store for all the upcoming conference updates. The central motive of the 4th International Conference on Recent Trends in Multidisciplinary Research, ICRTMDR-2021, is to address challenges associated with the effective dissemination of all the latest knowledge. All the latest knowledge being generated in the fields of engineering and technology, with progressing technology at an accelerated pace. The goal of this conference is to provide a stage for researchers and practitioners from academia and business to deal with the state-of-the-art advancement in their respective fields. The foremost aim of this conference is to combine multidisciplinary research in engineering and technology to produce the best applications. So next, I would like to begin our inaugural ceremony. And firstly, I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries who have joined us today. Firstly, I would like to welcome our special guest, Dr. Abdullah Rashid, Minister of State for Education, Head of National Institute for Education from Maldives. Dr. Akbar Ahmed, Principal Dean, Academic and Research Departments from MI College from Maldives. Mr. Siddharth Kumar Chajar, the Managing Director and Founder of Technorate Groups. Next, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speakers. Professor Wahia Abdul Aziz, Professor of Space Flight Dynamics and Control from National Research of Astronomy and Geophysics from Egypt. Dr. Sigamoni Naikar, Chief Director, Inclusive Education, Western Cape Education Department from South Africa. And I would like to next welcome our session chairs for the day. Dr. Sharad Gangle, the Principal from Bhabha College of Engineering from RKDF University from Bhopal, India. Dr. Agun Cristianto, Industrial Engineer Department, Faculty of Industrial Technology from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan from Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Thank you all for joining us and imparting your expertise with us. And I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the world who has spared their valuable time in enlightening us with your latest research studies. And I would also like to welcome all the attendees in joining us today. Next, I would like to proceed with our official release of our proceeding book of ICRTMDR 2021. On behalf of all the dignitaries and participants, we are happy to release our 4th International Conference on Recent Trends in Multidisciplinary Research Conference proceeding book. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Siddharth Kumar Chajal, the Managing Director and Founder of Technorate Group, to address the gathering. Let me introduce to you our guest. He's an entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist, founder and Managing Director of Technorate Group. He has 8 years of experience in organizing scientific conferences and completed his education from SRM University, Chennai, and done his MBA from St. Peter's University from Chennai. He's interested in doing several socio-academic activities for the welfare of the society. Under his guidance, IFERP became one of the fastest growing organizations in Asia. His organization has received the Best Scientific Conference Production House in the year 2018 from ABP Channel. With success knowing no limit, Mr. Siddharth attributed his fame to teamwork and the entrepreneur spirit, which together have enabled transform to risk to opportunities to handle forever changing environment in education and technologies. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Jajila, for your introduction.
Welcome, sir.
Very good morning to distinguished guests, eminent scholars, delegates, participants, and students. On behalf of IFERP and MI College, it is great pleasure indeed for me to welcome all the delegates, speakers, session chairs, committee members, academicians, young researchers, participants, and students all over the globe from different walk of life who joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience in this impressive 4th International Conference on Recent Trends in Multidisciplinary Research, organized by IFERP in association with MI College, Maldives. Moreover, I honorably welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Abdullah Rashid, Minister of State for Education, Head of National Institute of Education, Maldives, and Dr. Akbar Ahmed, Principal Dean, Academic and Research Department, MI College, Maldives. Next, I would like to welcome our keynote and invited speakers, Professor Yahya Abdul Aziz, Professor of Space Flight Dynamic and Control, National Research of Astronomy and Geophysics, Egypt, and Dr. Sigamanoy Naikar, Chief Director, Inclusive Education, Western Cape Education Department, South Africa. Next, I would like to welcome our session chair, Dr. Sharad Gangal, Principal, Baba College of Engineering, RKDF University, India, and Dr. Agung Cristanto, Industrial Engineering Department, Faculty of Industrial Technology, University Ahmad Dahlan, Indonesia. The objective of this conference is to learn and share knowledge among all and those who have rich experience and expertise in relevant areas of science, engineering, and technology. The theme of this conference revolves around in bringing emerging trend in the field of engineering, science, and technology and management, areas synchronically on all indivisible platform and how to utilize this in COVID-19 pandemic. The impressive 4th International Conference on Recent Trends in Multidisciplinary Research would be able to achieve its objective in providing an effective forum of academician research and participation into advancing knowledge, research, and technology for humanity. I hope you will have the most productive day of interesting and stimulating discussion. I sincerely wish that this conference will be a great success, not only as a chance to share knowledge and experience in emerging trends in science, technology, and management, but also as the beginning of a long and fruitful cooperation and friendship among fellow educators devoted to the most meaningful and worthwhile task of technology, teaching, and training our youth who will be shape of our future. There has always been gap between people, academicians, universities, and research community who can make effective use of technology and those who cannot. IFERP on its way to reduce this gap by organizing international conference and scientific event. IFERP, one of the largest professional association on its way to digitalizing innovation process through our professional networking services and thus providing an integrated virtual scientific community, mutual engagement, exploring potential of researchers, creating a cooperative and collaborative academic environment. Moreover, 68,000 members and 420 universities and institutions are associated with IFERP, utilizing our service in the field of engineering, science, and technology by organizing and providing international conferences, publication assistance, and guest lecturers, faculty exchange program, webinars, and some other activities, etc. IFERP has stepped in and enriched strong network in Asia, Middle East, and in many European countries. While concluding, I would like to welcome to all our conference participants who are waiting to share their knowledge and experience and to explore better ways of education our future leaders. I take this opportunity to welcome each and one of you and express our gratitude in your agreeing to participating in this ICRTMDR 2021. To put a conference of this magnitude together is not a small task to that end. I would like to welcome and express my sincere gratitude to all our coordinators, executive committee members, organizing committee members, technical committee members, national and international advisory committee members. I welcome all once again on behalf of IFERP and the entire MI College Maldives. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this wonderful scientific conference. And thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm welcome address. So next, I would like to welcome our special guest, Dr. Akbar Ahmed, who is the Principal Dean from Academic and Research Department from MI College, Maldives. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Jazila, for giving a welcome note. And Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, organizing committee members, researchers, and participants. Assalamu alaikum all, and a very good morning to all of you. Thank you all for being here today, and I wish you all a very warm welcome. Before I go about the main elements of the conference, I would like to begin with a tiny introduction of MIANS International College, the institution that I represent as a host. So every educational institution has its own story, and ours is not so different, but unique in our own way. MIANS International College, or my college, previously known as ICCD and later as International Institute for Professional Development, IIPD, began its journey on 20th of July 2006. The journey began with 19 students with 2 classrooms and 1 permanent faculty member and around 2 part-time lecturers. With the approval of the few certificate courses by the Maldivian Qualification Authority and with Cambridge International Diploma in Business and English Language courses, ICCD grew, so the campus was moved to a bigger site and named as ICCD, was changed to IIPD. It was no more a career development center and became a professional development institution. IIPD became a franchisee of largest training company in India with the Aptech computer education. With this, the IIPD opened another campus for the IT education in Male. This expansion gave way for the IIPD to get the name of a college today. We see in its place the MIANS International College, or my college. In present day, we have around 16 branches across Maldives. The student enrollment has grown over 1800 with 3 faculties: Faculty of Language, Education and Arts, Faculty of Science, Information Technology, and Faculty of Business Management and Human Resources. Today, an institution that has begun with a handful of students has grown its way to an organization that educates numerous students from different parts of the country. We are educator of our students, therefore we do well to see ways we can update our standards in accordance with the modern world. We incorporate the current guidelines and the updated methods of teaching in our educational system so that the students would be exposed, be awakened, and be interested to play their part. On this note, I would like to emphasize on the responsibility of all the educational organizations. Our part is not only to educate the students theoretically, but also to aid the student to learn and gather knowledge on the areas that the world demand attention regarding the time they live in. I deem that universities, colleges, and any educational institution have a role to play when it comes to anything that will make a huge impact in everyone's life. We are well aware that we live in a world where information is at our fingertips, which brings us to the theme of this conference. Henceforth, I shall be concentrating on the technology, innovation, clean energy, and the sustainable future. It is no riddle that the world has changed to a level we never thought it would, and if we lag behind without changing the world, we will not be able to keep up to and contribute to the future. All we have worked in the past is to bring this future we are now in, and some other exciting things which is yet to come. So when COVID-19 actually hit the world, we have learned something. A lot of people did their research on areas nobody would ever think they would. From my understanding, this pandemic is not the first that has hit the world as an illness that has proven to spread for a long time. There were diseases like plague, Spanish influenza, just like COVID-19. These were the fatal ones. The only difference was these illness existed at the time when was no advancement in the technology available. Can we say that if we had more research works and technology, we would have come up with a cure for these ailments conveniently? By looking at the picture that display in the present day, I doubt that. Currently, with enough technology research work and the lessons from the past, we are still in dire need of the cure of COVID-19. But yes, we have handled this situation in a much better way. And because of the advancement of the technology, and we are able to keep up with this different kind of steps to tackle this situation now. So researchers here need to emphasize more on the areas that are required establishment. And while we are educating our students on information, communication, and technology, to make them comprehend the methods that mandate on such platforms, information, communication, and technology needs to be pragmatically applied in every single field of education. It is a high time that every profession is being created in the universities all around the world, open their minds to grow and do this groundbreaking section of the education if we are able to see suitable and technological innovative future that fits the current world. I'm delighted at the same time and grateful that this pandemic brought a vast change to the world of the education, but sadly, no crisis on earth has brought the world of science to compensate enough to the changes in the world that is enduring due to the global warming. I understand the tremendousness of this area, and I'm not here to compare any one sector to another. However, we have been working on this issue as long as we can remember, but not with an extra energy and effort it begs us to, we should give rapidly. This area that I address prerequisite a boost of compelling is all about working on preventing global warming, producing clean energy for the sustainable future. This is where the importance of the Paris Agreement should come in picture. Honoring this agreement and seeing the execution of it should be our responsibility. We are still bracing ourselves through what we may encounter in the near future while hoping nothing would go wrong. we need to strike a balance between emanating carbon and absorbing carbon from the atmosphere if we intend to attain the carbon neutrality. Substituting fossil fuels with the carbon-free renewable energies, hydropowers, and nuclear power plants, reducing carbon dioxide capture, removal, storage, and utilization, recycling the waste and reducing the waste of the energy, using it sparingly are practices that are dreadfully essential today. The importance of carbon neutrality to reduce the sea level and clean energy are much planning areas to concentrate if we want to see a sustainable future for the upcoming generation. Because eventually the carbon neutrality is what that can slow down the global warming and save us from the crisis that we are facing today. There should be a supporting air quality, ecological recovery, and landscape improvement to bring this revolutionary change. Future is yet to come because future is referred to the time period that is a bit too far. We once thought of things we see today and thought that that is how the future would be like. We are here talking today to enhance the things we once thought might exist in future. And with the advancement of the technology we see today, we are in the future we once thought to see. So let us work together in terms of devoted research and action without taking the technology for granted and make solid efforts to build the sustainable future for all. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm welcome note. So next, I would like to invite our special guest, Dr. Abdullah Rashid. Minister of State for Education, Head of National Institute of Education, NIE from Maldives. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. You want me to start?
Yes, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Organizers, special guests, keynote speakers, participants, everyone, Assalamu alaikum, and very good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, if that suits you. It gives me a great pleasure to participate in this important international conference. From the introduction, we came to know that IFERP is really doing great and connected with public and private universities and also very well-known journals and doing very good work. And organizing this type of conference is very important. We know that we are living in a knowledge economy. Developed countries, they have transformed their economy from production-based economy to knowledge-based economy. In a knowledge-based economy, research and development is very important. Everyone needs something innovative and creative. That's the creativity and innovation which really leads the countries and companies which are doing really great. If we look at the world richest people and largest companies who are making profit, they are using the research and development for providing the goods and services customers needs. In these days, customers' needs and wants are changing in a very fast speed. To identify what customers needs, to identify innovative and creative products and services, research is the most important. Therefore, I take this opportunity to thank IFERP organizing this conference by opening the opportunity for the researchers, scholars, and also in collaboration with my college, Maldives. When I look at the core business or the work of IFRP, I have found out that you are specialized in engineering, science, and technology. These are the terms of 21st century. These terms should be the terms in the research, in school education, even in university education, because the advancement of the technology depends on the level of the concepts we use from engineering, we use from science. In school education or university education, STEAM education or STEM education is very important. That is science, technology, engineering, mathematics. So if the researchers also focus their research in these areas and come and present in a conference, whether virtually or face-to-face, I'm sure that will open the eyes of everyone, that will enrich everyone. So producers or production managers or R&D departments of the companies, whether large or small, everywhere in the world, will benefit from this type of conferences. So I hope this conference will be a very successful conference, and all the participants will enrich the papers presented from other researchers. So once again, I thank IFERP for organizing this conference, and also I thank my college for your partnership with IFERP in this important conference. Thank you, everyone, and I wish all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your welcome note. It's an absolute honor to have you today. Thank you so much for joining. Next, I would like to welcome our session chair, Dr. Sharad Gangle, the principal from Baba College of Engineering, RKDF University from Bhopal, India, to welcome the gathering. Welcome, sir.
Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good, good. How about you?
Perfectly fine, ma'am.
Yes, thank you for joining, sir.
Thank you very much for introducing me, ma'am. And this conference is basically the International Conference of Recent Trends and Multidisciplinary Research. So basically, I think there are so many kinds of provision for multidisciplinary research. In the present scenario, collaborative research, multidisciplinary research, interdisciplinary research, and many kind of research are going on in today's scenario. And we discussed this kind of research for many disciplines, and special reference to the role of statistics in multidisciplinary research. And in my point of view, there are variety kind of research that is related to the statistics. And basically, statistics, the science of decision making in the presence of uncertainty, and the science dealing with the collection, classification, and tabulation of the numerical data for the various activities in human being. So, when we add this thing from in the basic, two kind of terminologies are there. There is the population, the sample. So basically, the statistics is derived descriptive and inferential statistics, and the descriptive statistics are also classified in the two forms, in the term of measure of central tendency, and the second one is measure of variability in terminology. And variety statistical tools are there to find out the result. The first one is that is defined as the descriptive statistics. And the descriptive statistics basically use data to provide a description of the population either through the numerical calculation or the graph or the tabulated form, and it is simply the summarized in the object form, I think. And the measure of tendency, the tendency is also known as the summary of statistics that is used to represent the central point or a particular value of data sets from the sample set. So in terms of statistics, central tendency and the value of population descriptions is there. And it is also defined in the two terminology, in the qualitative form or in quantitative form point of view. And a variety kind of techniques in central tendency is there in term of mean, median, mode, geometric mean, harmonic mean. Then we find to calculate any kind of discipline data, either in the physical science, mathematical science, engineering, medical science. So we use these kind of tool to find out the result. And when we gather the data, you can see the raw data from any kind of daily routine activities, then we follow the concept of series. So variety kind of series are there in statistics, in which one of the individual, discrete, continuous, more than, less than, inclusive, exclusive, open series, closed series. So we arrange the data in such kind of series. And for the data collection point of view, type of data and measurement scale is also an important factor. The type of data and the measurement scale is defined. Basically, there are four kind of category. The first one is nominal scale, the second one is ordinal scale, the third one is interval scale, and the fourth one is ratio scale. Nominal scales is used for labeling the variable without any type of quantitative values. Then the ordinal scale are typically measured of a non-numeric concept, like just like a satisfaction, just like a happiness and discomfort, etc. So ordinal scale provide a good information about the order of the choice. So hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes. Oh, are you there, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Chalo. So the type of data and the scale, nominal, ordinal, interval scale, and ratio scale. There are four kind of categories, and the descriptions value is like this, just like mod, module distribution, and use the continuous and discrete distribution to find out the result. So many statistical tools like median is also defined in many kind of terminology, and this one is to calculate the value and to find out the first part of mean. There are three kind of method: individual, just like an individual series method in the form of discrete, in the form of continuous. Continuous form is also described in the two types. Whenever the series is bounded from in the lower category type of data, or it is bound from the upper kind of type of data. So we use the discrete case in the both forms. And for calculating the mean, there are variety kind of method: direct method, shortcut method, step deviation method, and other kind of method. And in my point of view, basically these statistical tools help to find out the result and to simulate the study. So this is the method for presenting the data, and the classification and tabulation of the data differ. But in the portion of prescriptive and the inferential statistics, there are two major variabilities are there. The accuracy portion is also there to find out the sample part of data. So basically, sample is a part of population. So all the kind of features that is belong in sample is also indicated by the population. Basically, sample is a part of population. So measuring the data, the central tendency concept is also plays an important role for the collaborative research, I think. And multidisciplinary research in basically is investigating or inquiring into a problem for estimating the hypothesis, combination, many academic approaches and field of method. And whenever we start any kind of research, so in the first portion, we describe what do you mean by hypothesis. What do you mean by alternative hypothesis? What do you mean by simple hypothesis? What do you mean by composite hypothesis? So the hypothesis concept is there. So in the inferential statistics, in the hypothetical statistics, both the things are different. And this is the suitable way to find out the result for any kind of activity. So basically the theme of paper, the multidisciplinary means the discipline, if the discipline of research are in the more direction. So variety kind of transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary research are going on in today's scenario. And the most important feature of the multidisciplinary research is that the area of complicated lifestyle is makes the study to quite easy and comfortable. So this study is very helpful to us to find out the result. And we are very thankful to IFERP for welcome me and present here as a part of session chair in the conference. And we are very thankful to entire team of interdisciplinary conference on recent trends in multidisciplinary research and all the faculty members and all the guests. Basically, they are sitting over here in online mode. Very thankful to ma'am to presenting. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharad Gangle. So next, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker for the day. I would like to welcome Professor Yahya Abdul Aziz. Let me introduce him to you. He is the Professor of Space Flight Dynamics and Control at Solar and Space Research Department from NRIAG from Egypt. And he was the Secretary General of the National Egyptian Committee of Space Research for COSPAR since February 2005 up to 2014. And he is the founder of the Spacecraft Charging Laboratory at NRIAG Egypt. He's leading two different teams working in orbital and attitude control and spacecraft charging. He received the BSc degree in Applied Mathematics in 1991 and his master's in attitude dynamics of spacecraft in 1998 from Mansoura University from Egypt. In December 2002, he received his PhD in orbital mechanics from Adam University from Poland. He is also a visitor scholar at Laboratory of Spacecraft Environment Interaction Engineering at Kyushu Institute of Technology at Japan, UNSP Brazil, and CETP, Paris, France. He published more than 33 papers in reputable journals, and his area of interest include attitude dynamics and control of spacecraft, orbital mechanics, formation flying satellite, space debris, and spacecraft charging. He's the PI for 3 projects and member of 4 other projects. We welcome you, sir, Professor Yahya. Good morning, sir. Sir, can you hear us? Professor Yahya, can you hear us? Hello, sir. So can you hear us? requesting the team to kindly connect with the keynote speaker. I guess he's not able to hear us.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Can you hear us now?
Hello?
Hello. Good morning. Professor Yahya, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Can you hear us? Good morning,
You
sir.
hear me now?
Yes, yes.
They
We
removed
can
it.
hear you. Yes. Am I audible to you?
Are you hear me?
Yes, yes. We can hear you, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear now?
और स्पीच होगी कॉन्फ्रेंस आ गई है अभी तो कॉन्फ्रेंस हो गई पता ही नहीं था अभी करा मैं देरी
Sir, can you hear us? So we can hear you clearly. Professor Yahya, can you hear us now?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. You may begin, sir.
Can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me for this talking in this very important conference. The title of my presentation is Charging Strategy and Electrostatic Control of Spacecraft Formation Flying. So, the outline of my presentation, what is the spacecraft charging? Charging mechanism, artificial charging, why we need artificial charging, electromagnetic force, dynamical model of spacecraft formation flying, relative position and velocity error, practical application of electrostatic control, spacecraft charging test at ground laboratory. So usually when we have satellite moving around the Earth in the space plasma, in the magnetic field of the Earth, we have kind of natural phenomena called charging phenomena on the surface of the Earth, of the surface of the satellite. So we have such kind of two different kind of charging, absolute charging when we have all charging from plasma, like absolute charging like electron or ions, or differential charging if you have something like partial charging, like electron and ions at the same times. So we have to take care about the effect of this phenomena on the material itself. In our institute, Egypt, NARIAG, we have already established units called National Space Plasma Interaction Unit. So in this unit, we can generate plasma with the same specific characteristic of space plasma. And inside the holder, we can put some kind of material like alloys or solar cell to check the main effect of space plasma were generated using argon in this vacuum to test the effect of space plasma on this material, and to check how much longer can this material can be valid for lifetime of the satellite. This is shows a ground test laboratory in our institute. Here we have plasma. This is a vacuum, and this is the argon that we can generate plasma. Specification of this units, it is 0.5 times 0.6 meter, and altimeter pressure can to 10 power minus 5 torr. We have a rotary pump, and this is a kind of specification of the units. Test condition, we have some condition for testing this condition for electron and ion temperature and density. We have some data from these units, and you can find where is the threshold cutting on the material due to the effect of material of space plasma. So in that case, we can take in our consideration when we design structure of satellites, which material could be valid and to mitigate the effect of the space plasma. If you see, this is before plasma effect and this after plasma effect, we have different figures to show the effect. This is the material in the left side, the material before the effect of plasma, and right side the material after the effect of plasma. So we can consider the surface degradation due to in the layer surface or the thin film of the material, because we have, it's not exactly thin aluminum material, but it's aluminum, and we have coating material coated with thin film, chemical thin film. So the main effect on the chemical thin film. This is kind of other effect of space plasma on solar cell. So before and after material, after effect of space plasma. So we can see how much big effect of especially nanocrystalline solar cell due to space plasma. So again, when we design and choose several material for structure or solar cell, we have to take care about which material could be valid for lifetime of satellite. This is a SEM film or effect of aluminum, effect of anodizing aluminum sample due to plasma exposure. And here the spatial, in the B, spatial distribution of this material due to the effect of space plasma. After exposure, so we can find also again, so the main effect of plasma could degrade and contamination the material, so could be changed the connector or electrical or physical properties of the material. So we have to take care about the effect of this. This is the main reason that we have this unit in Egypt to check the effect of space plasma or just say or simulate space plasma in the ground test before launching satellite. Usually when we have satellite moving in orbits, so there is two kind of debilance. It means a shell of plasma around. This is the shell of plasma around the satellite. So if you have here, this is the satellite, and this is a green one, the shell of plasma around the satellite. If you our satellite in moving in low Earth orbit, it means that the bilance of order centimeter. But in geostationary orbit, it means around 636,000 kilometers over the Earth. It is order of meter. So the Lorentz force could be high in low Earth orbit, but near zero in geostationary orbit. But in Coulomb force, it's near zero in low Earth orbit, but very high in geostationary orbit. Artificial charging of spacecraft. Why we need artificial charging? As I said before, we have natural phenomena that any satellite moving in the low Earth orbit can charge it due to space plasma. But this kind of space plasma, as the magnitude of order of space plasma could generate Lorentz force, which is order 10⁻⁸ coulomb per kilogram, which is not sufficient for control the orbit or control the attitude orientation of satellite. So the idea, it's coming since 2005. Mason Beek and some other authors started to work on this point to generate more artificial charging. It means we have to put ion collector to increase the charging on satellite. So in that case, we can increase the magnitude of Lorentz force to use for control the orbit or to control the attitude orientation. But the main challenge, so we have to take care about the material itself. Otherwise, you could build your material. So history of the problem, as I told you, there is a very started this point with Beek 2005 and me and some other people 2007 and 2008. We have in 2017 some publication, the effect of Lorentz force on the orbital motion and how much affects the relative low area to mass ratio. After that, in this 2013 and 14 till 16, we have with other colleague, the effect of Lorentz force on the orientation of the satellite. Lorentz force acting on charged satellite means we have, if you have, as I said, we have artificial satellite, artificial charging. It means we can increase the charge to mass ratio. So we have two parts of Lorentz force. This part coming from magnetic field and electric field. Magnetic field, it means we have absolute charging. If we have differential charging, so we have electric field. So we developed this Lorentz forces as a function of orbital element in this form. So in that case, we can use the methodology like Lagrange planetary equation or Hamiltonian Horley method to develop the perturbation due to Lorentz force or the effect of Lorentz force on the orbital motion. So in that case, if orbital motion, it means we have 6 orbital elements. If we change the 6 orbital element due to this kind of perturbation, it means the position and the velocity changing. So we can calculate which power using the Lorentz force could be can be used for controlling satellite due to Lorentz force. So this diagram just to show you how much effect due to different charge to mass ratio. When we have this left side, this red point, it means it's unstable point. Here we calculated the effect of Lorentz force or Lorentz torque on the attitude orientation. We have 2 equilibrium position. One it is red, one is unstable on the left side due to the charged 0.3 column. And the black point, this is it is exactly as we see, it is stable point. When we change it, the value of Lorentz value of or quantity of charging is negative point. So the unstable point change it to stable point, and stable point change it to unstable point. So it means the negative or positive charge can affect the stability of or orientation of the satellite. Here again, the number of equilibrium position, stable or unstable, changed due to the value of our quantity of charging. We have 0.5 charged and negative 0.15 and positive 15. From each diagram, we could conclude that the value of charging can affect the stability of equilibrium position. It means it can affect the orientation of the satellite. Again, here in other direction, as we know that in orbital direction, we have 3 directions. One in the normal on the orbit, second one in radius direction, and third one in tangent one. And this is in the radius direction. We have one equilibrium point. In that case, with this specific case, this equilibrium position changed from stable to unstable. Just we changed the value of charge to mass ratio. So charge to mass ratio play again here. We could conclude that the charge to mass ratio can play the role of orientation of the satellite. Okay, so charge to mass ratio from Lorentz force, we concluded here that charge to mass ratio, if we increase or decrease the charge to mass ratio, so it means we can use Lorentz force for controlling the attitude satellite. Here's other idea to use Lorentz force for acting if we have, for example, if we have 2 satellites launching as formation satellite, here we have follower reference satellite and follower satellite. And if you see this red line, it is the relative position between 2 satellites. When we launched this 2 kind of constellation of satellite, it means we need to keep this red line in over the lifetime of this constellation as a same distance, like 5 kilometers, for example. If we need to control this red line or the relative position between 2 satellites, there is too many different methodology. Like we have to put some thruster on the follower satellite, but here we try to modeling kind of control using charge to mass ratio or Lorentz force to control the follower satellite. So in that case, we need to put ion collector in the follower satellite to increase the quantity of charge to mass ratio. In that case, we can use relative Lorentz force to control the relative position between 2 satellites using Lorentz force. And this kind of control, it is very cheap comparing with the normal kind of control, like, as I said, thruster. Of course, we take into consideration the magnetic field and the model of magnetic field, and exactly model of the magnetic field, which already observed. It's not calculated. Here, we just show the perturbation, as I told you. It's very important to calculate the position and the velocity for satellite. Position and velocity of satellite is a function of the 6th orbital element. One of the most important semi-major axis and eccentricity. Eccentricity could show the shape of the satellite is circular or elliptic orbit. So here, when these figures, we show how much effect the Lorentz force from black curve due to the effect of Lorentz force, the part of magnetic field, and the point dashed curve. This is the effect of Lorentz force due to electric part of the Lorentz force. If we calculate it here in 2 days, we have a perturbation in semi-major axis like 0.8 kilometer. So it is too much. This is due to the charge to mass ratio. When we have charge to mass ratio almost 0.3 or 0.003. So in that case, Lorentz force has significant effect on orbital element. It means can change the position and velocity of the satellite. Before to calculate the formation satellite, as I told you, we have follower satellite and chief satellite. Here we show the effect of orbital element. And here we show exactly, we have 2 satellite, and we have 2 example real satellite. For formation satellite, it means we have chief satellite and follower satellite, and we calculated the effect of Lorentz perturbation on the relative position, as I told you. In this red line, this is the relative position between 2 satellites in 3 directions, in relative tangent direction or normal on the orbit, or in the radius direction. So we calculated, we have, as I see, the effect of Lorentz force in relative position. Here we calculated exactly in relative Lorentz force on the relative position and ground track in 2 examples, as we have examples. Here we have, as we see, kind of perturbation or kind of effect of Lorentz force in the formation satellite. We have 2 satellites, 2 different models, or 2 different examples. It is real data. And we calculated the effect of Lorentz acceleration in plane motion. In plane motion too, because as I told you, this is the red line, it is the relative position between 2 satellites. It is the follower satellite does not exactly follow the satellite, but both of satellites moving around the Earth. But in the orientation of constellation, it means we should keep in our lifetime the relative position between 2 satellites. Here we calculated the relative position or the argument of relative in the different direction, radial direction especially, with different kind of charge to mass ratio, just to show or to show all of the reader or of you how much effect, how much significant when we play with charge to mass ratio. So it means the charge to mass ratio, if we change it from 0.3 to 1.5, to have very significant effect on the radial direction of relative position between 2 satellites. Here is a trajectory of 2 satellites, the trajectory of follower satellite around the chief satellite, and we could show how much effect not only in plane motion but in trajectory in 3 directions. So charge to mass ratio again can keep or can play the key or the role of controlling the relative position between 2 satellites. Again here is with different kind of perturbation. If we have alpha, it's equal 0 to or 11.3 is the degree between for in the magnetic field. So we could say that here small perturbation due to Lorentz force. Here again, different kind. If you have alpha equals 0 or the real value, this is the angle between north and the direction of magnetic field. So we have, if we alpha exactly equal 11, it means we have the real model of magnetic field. Alpha equals 0, it means a calculated model or approximated model. So if we have the real model of magnetic field and the Lorentz force with different kind of charge to mass ratio, so it means we could conclude that Lorentz force can affect the relative position. Comparison between the effect of magnetic field and electric part of Lorentz force. As I told you from the beginning, when we have a charge to mass ratio, we have artificial charging or natural phenomena. So we could have absolute charging or a partial charging. Partial charging, it means we have electric part. So here we calculated the main effect of electric part only or magnetic part from Lorentz force, how much affected on the relative position or the trajectory of the satellites. We need, usually when we have moving of satellite, doesn't matter it is in low Earth orbit or geostationary orbit, it means the oblateness of the Earth can affect much bigger on the relative position or in the position of satellite. Any satellite when launched have initial orbital element, it means have initial velocity and the position, but due to the perturbation, due to the gravitational and non-gravitational forces, so this is we could calculate the error every day. So we need to correct this error, especially as I told you, the relative position between two satellites. So in that case, we need to have to calculate this error. So we have three different kind: perturbation due to the J2 oblateness of the Earth, and effect of magnetic field. So we need to use Lorentz force to calculate, or to correct the error in relative position. J2 perturbation and plus magnetic field. If we have magnetic field only, electromagnetic field only, it means this is the green one. J2 perturbation, it is blue one. Red one, it is after corrected due to Lorentz force. So it means we can use Lorentz force to correct the trajectory between two satellites due to Lorentz force, or to correct the error or draft the error due to perturbation of the Earth's oblateness due to magnetic field. But you usually using controlling or correct the error of in the relative position, we need energy or thruster. So using Lorentz force, we could calculate the energy from integrating acceleration due to Lorentz force power of orbital element. dt here it means orbital period. So how much power needed for charged or uncharged? So uncharged, it is red one. So in that case, charged value in that case, orbital inclination, it is a big value when we have the orbit of satellite close to almost 90 degree. So in that case, we could find the maximum value of controlling energy. This is kind of controlling energy. It is coming from natural phenomena, from Lorentz force. Lorentz force, it means we have charged particles from space plasma and magnetic field of the Earth. Here we're using Lorentz force with this kind of the right-hand side. This is the modeling and the Legendre methods to calculate the models of perturbation control using Lorentz force. And if you see, for example, here this kind of error of relative position, and here it is already controlled. It means we used we used Lorentz force to control the relative position between two satellites using using Lorentz force. So Again, position velocity error using real-time fuel optimal control. So we did optimal control using Lorentz acceleration due to Lorentz force. So the relative position, the error in relative position due to oblateness of the earth already corrected due to Lorentz force. It means Lorentz force have a very big significant if we increase charge to mass ratio. So charge to mass ratio, it is plays a key of controlling relative position between two satellites. This kind of modeling and simulation with the real data, of orbital motion of satellite. Next step, we need to go further to test this, to validate this methodology as experiment. So we did this in vacuum chamber, and was a vacuum chamber for polar orbit. And this is experiment. It was in Kyushu Institute of Technology in Japan. I was working with this group to simulate with different kind of material. Here we can generate plasma using xenon, and we used different material. We put inside 4 different material to check how much longer can charge it keep on the surface of this material, to choose different kind of material. So in that case, charging, we have 4 different material, and we have 4 different condition, and we was looking for which kind of material can keep charging longer. After that, we calculated the voltage versus time in case of with or without plasma. So we can conclude which kind of material can keep longer, and to determine which kind of material can be used for and avoid any problem to use for Lorentz force as perturbation. Conclusion: Lorentz force augmented has efficient effect on orbital motion and deformation flying control. Both magnetic and electric part of Lorentz force can be used depending on the case of charging, absolute or differential charging. Lorentz augmented force can use instead of other fuel to correct and control the relative position due to J2 perturbation. J2, it is the second zonal harmonics due to the Earth's oblateness. The magnitude of the charge to mass ratio is the key layer of the control. Calculating delta V, it is means the power, are very important for next step. Create Lorentz force inside vacuum chamber using magnetic field, coil and dynamic charged particle. Simulated the fuel control strategy using Lorentz force, comparing with the dynamical model of the other minimize the consume of the controlling energy. The stored charged particle can be used for recharging the battery by integrating and electronic circuit capacitors or resistance electronic coils. So we need to add capacitors or ultra capacitors for the system of the spacecraft to use this kind of methodology to keep charging during the day, and we could using this methodology in the eclipse time to control or to correct the orbit of satellite. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Yahya, for your amazing keynote talk. Thank you so much. And next, I would like to welcome our session chair, Dr. Agun Cristanto, to address the gathering. Dr. Agun is the Faculty of Industrial Technology from Industrial Engineering Department from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan from Indonesia. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Jazila. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Can I share screen my presentation?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning in Maldives and good afternoon from Indonesia. The first of all, I would like to thanks for inviting me as the session chair in this conference. In 15 minutes ahead, I would like to talk about my research, one of my research entitled The Effects of Corrective Insole on Leg Muscle Activation and Lower Extremity Alignment for Farmers with Pronated Foot. Okay, this study is related with ergonomic in an agriculture sectors conducted in Thailand in 2019. Okay, the rice farming in Thailand, especially in Khon Kaen province, is still performing in traditional ways, involving extreme activities, in conducting in slippery and viscous muddy working terrain, and also they conduct the rice cultivation in bare feet. Such rice farming condition, I think it's not only in Thailand, but also almost in ASEAN countries, such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, even though in India and Maldives. Such this rice cultivation process might lead to a high prevalence musculoskeletal disorders and malalignment. Based on our previous study, identified that foot pronation and knee valgus as the predominant disorder among the rice farmers in Khon Kaen province, Thailand, with a prevalence of 36.1%. It shows that the need of safe and healthy for rice farmer become an important issue to ensure the availability of the labor. Okay, the next slide is what is foot pronation and knee valgus. Foot pronation and knee valgus are such lower extremity malalignment that may occur in rice farmers due to working condition in the rice paddy field. As we can see in the figure on the live picture, a foot pronation was identified when the rear foot angle greater than 9 degrees, and also the medial longitudinal arch angle less than 134 degrees. Meanwhile, on the right picture, explain about the knee valgus. Knee valgus was identified when the quadriceps or Q angle was greater than 18 degrees, and also the tibiofemoral angle was less than 173 degrees. Okay, the next question is, what is the suitable ergonomic intervention for this problem? According to our preliminary study and in-depth literature study, a simple wedge or insole has been proposed as an alternative treatment device, as shown on the picture, in the lower picture. The wedge can be inserted in footwear where space is restricted, and the suitable manufacturing method for producing the wedge is a rapid prototyping technology. Why we choose this technology? Because the rapid prototyping process has some advantages, includes significantly less manufacturing time, up to 3 times less, and cost up to 2.5 times less when we compare with molded orthotics. Regarding the material for the wedge, or for the insole, we use the PLA or polylactic acid material or PLA material. For the manufacturing process, for each wedge, it approximately 6 hours for complete the insole or the wedge. And in the study, we produce 3 sizes of the wedge, namely 10 inch and then 10.5 inch and 11 inch. On the picture on the right side, I show a brief process of the 3D printing process. There are 3 stages of the 3D printing process. Start with the first process is 3D anatomic acquisition. And then the second step is the 3D CAD modeling of the corrective medial wedge. And the third process or the final process is the 3D printing process of the corrective medial wedge. Okay, this is the process when our team produce the wedge or the insole. So the picture on the left show the first process. The first process is 3D anatomic acquisition. So in this step, we use 3D scanner to collect the data of the foot geometry of the participants. And then in the picture in the middle, it is the second phase or the second step, the 3D modeling of the wedge. On these steps, we use SolidWorks software to make the 3D model of the wedge. And the last step or the last process on the right picture, it is the final wedge or the final insole that we produce using the 3D printing machine. Okay, the objective, this study, the objective of the study is to conduct the preliminary investigation of the effect of the insole corrective wedge on farmer legs, muscle activity, and foot and knee alignments induced by standing on different work terrain surface, including normal, flat, rigid ground, and also a muddy surface. And it was hypothesized that muddy terrain or muddy working surface would induce greater deviation of knee alignment and muscle activity related to foot inversion and eversion. In this study, we take 2 muscles that are very correlated to this posture. They are tibialis anterior muscle or TA, and the second one is peroneus longus muscle or PL. You can see at the right picture the type, the kind of muscle, tibialis anterior and also the peroneus longus muscle. And we also predict that a proposed medial wedge or insole was expected to correct deviation of foot and knee alignment and reduce muscle activity for both terrain condition. On the right picture, show the type of muscle. We choose 2 muscles, peroneus longus and tibialis anterior. And another picture show the 2 type of working environmental. So in the picture in the middle, show when the rice farmer stand on the flat rigid terrain, and the second picture show the farmer when they stand on the muddy environment or muddy terrain. This is the result regarding the participant characteristic, you can see on the left table. On the table on the left, all participants exhibited excessive foot pronation, identified by abnormal rear foot and medial longitudinal arch angle, as well as excessive knee valgus, identified by abnormal Q angle and tibia femoral angle. And the table on the right show the result about the muscle activity. So for both terrain condition, corrective insole or CI, corrective insole induce lower tibialis anterior muscle activity. A decrease in TA or tibialis anterior muscle activity could be attributed to the corrective insole intervention, reducing pronation of the foot or both for both rigid and muddy terrain. Meanwhile, the participant exhibited greater peroneus longus muscle activity when they stood on a corrective insole as compared with the barefoot condition. The increase in mean activity of peroneus longus muscle might reflect scratching due to a lower degree of foot pronation when supported by a medial wedge insole. Another result regarding the angle of the lower extremity, according to the graph, show that when participants were equipped with corrective medial wedge insole or CI condition, all lower extremity alignment show less deviation or average improvement of angle 5.5 until 16.1 degrees and could be identified as normal. The conclusion from this study demonstrates that corrective insoles primarily used to support individuals with physical disability can be extended to help reduce leg malalignment and tibialis anterior muscle activity and scratch shortened peroneus longus muscle of agricultural workers, occupying both rigid and muddy terrain. And the result should be used as the basis for the future study on development of corrective insole for a group of occupational individuals working in a rice paddy with the objective of identifying broadly effective methods for correcting and preventing common rays of lower extremity injury. And this is some relevant publication related to the title today, my talk today. You can find maybe on some journal. Thank you for listening my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Waalaikumsalam.
Assalam. Thank you so much, Dr. Agung. So next we'll be moving on to a short photo session. So I would request everyone to kindly enable your camera so that we can take a picture together. Yes, that'll be really nice if everybody can enable your cameras. There are still some of them yet to enable your camera. Okay, so please smile. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for your lovely smiles and pictures. So next, we'll be going for a short break and then beginning with our technical sessions. So see you all in another 15 minutes. Yes, thank you so much.
So we will start on next 15 minutes, right?
Yes, as per the agenda, at 11 a.m., we'll begin the technical sessions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So if I'm supposed to one second.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is any presentation going on?
No, ma'am, we haven't started yet. We'll announce soon.
So may I know when is next presentation?
Ma'am, we'll begin in another 5 minutes.
Another 5 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a short break. So next we are moving on to the technical sessions. So I would like to invite and welcome to you our session chairs who will be evaluating this session is Dr. Sharad Gangle from Bhabha College of Engineering from India and Dr. Angung Kristanto from Universities Ahmed Dahlan from Indonesia. Welcome both the session chairs. So with your permission, shall we begin, sir? Shall we invite the first presenter?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, sir.
Please.
So our first presenter is Dr. Pantri Heriati, who will be discussing on project-based implementation case of hospitality project at vocational high school. Welcome, Dr. Pantri.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished panelists, Ms. Jazila. I hope everyone is in good condition and also happy. Today, please allow me to present and to share our research on the project-based curriculum implementation. So without further ado, please allow me to share the material.
Yes, please, you may begin.
Thank you. Okay. My name is Pantri Heriati from Bina Nusantara University, Jakarta, Indonesia, and my colleague who also co-author on this research is Lim Bambang Sugianto from Bunda Mulia University, Jakarta, and Suharso Mulyono, the principal of Vocational High School or SMKN for Samarinda, East Kalimantan, Indonesia.
Ms. Pantri, can you put on slide mode and begin?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, I shall begin now. It is a project-based implementation case of hospitality project at Vocational High School in Samarinda. As a background, Vocational High School is one of the forum for developing student skills. And for this project, this is so related to the potential of the area where the school is located. Actually, it is aimed to support the learning and the success of the school vision and mission, as well as the curriculum. And then SMK Negeri 4 Samarinda, Kalimantan is located in the strategic area of downtown Samarinda, the capital city of East Kalimantan, and is one of the state vocational school that has extraordinary number of programs and popular, very popular. This school has 6 major or streaming, and the hospitality department is one of the department that is most in demand by prospective student who wants to continue their education at SMK and for Samarinda. The potential of the area around the school is very conducive in terms of the economic environment, and then it is also located nearby the malls, traditional market, and they are available 4 to 5 stars hotels. This become the advantages for the school. And since now by the Ministry of Education policy that all the vocational high school should implement more to application-based curriculum, so this surrounded area, this potential factors around the school has increased the entrepreneurial mindset. Yeah. Entrepreneurial mindset among the student and also the teacher of the school. This research aimed at studying the implementation of entrepreneurship project of event organizer and school hotel launching through digital marketing as enabler by school student as this at this school. In the literature review, we take concepts on entrepreneurships, productivity, and digital marketing. While for the methodology, the study used a qualitative approach with interview, observation, and documentation studies during the implementation of the project-based curriculum. And we also conduct analysis techniques such as SWOT analysis and Boston Consulting Group matrix analysis, which is a business analysis tool used to assess school. In this case, in considering growth opportunity and reviewing the school product portfolio in order to make further decision whether to invest, develop, or discontinue the product portfolio. And these are the result of the SWOT analysis. It covers the strength, the weakness, opportunity, and threats. And based on the SWOT analysis, we managed to develop the TOW strategy. Strategy XO, strategy WO, strategy ST, and strategy WT. Okay. And for the based on the BCG analysis, we identify that the project, which is the event organizer, lies in the typology quadrant of question mark, where the event organizer, which is developed by this school, has the client that the number are growing, yeah, and the client are coming from 4 to 5 stars hotels, including Aston chain hotel. And the implementation, as we have mentioned that during the implementation, we rely heavily on the digital marketing to as the enabler, yeah, especially that the project is heavily needs support from promotional tools. So in this case, this school during the implementation use quite heavy digital marketing strategy. Okay, and these are the if I may say, the pictures gallery covering the project implementation. The first or initial stage is the project socialization to the team throughout the to all the school's member, including the teachers, students, alumni, and also the staff, so that everyone can participate, so that everyone can understand about the about this important project, and then the project can have everyone's active contribution and participation. So it will certain the successful of the project. And during the implementation, the school also conducted training of event organizer to the student, because the student basically they are the one who run this business. Okay, this picture also saw during the training of event organizer. And then since the project is about hospitality, so school has made or developed MOU with the Hotel Bumi Senior Samarinda, yeah, as their partner hotel. And over here, we are provided with the logbook of how the project achievement process going on. Here we see that these are the program activities, and then the achievement during day by day during the full of 2 months of implementation, and then also the timeline. Okay, we can see that the major program activities consist of 9 activities, and all activities are achieved according to the timeline. And this is the promotional brochure, although this is still very simple, yeah. But at least this one of the promotional for the digital marketing that they have designed and also has published. Okay. And after the 2 full months of implementation, the school has identified the challenge to the project, which is the weakness of the service promoted of the schools were inadequate facilities provided in the hotel school that newly had launched. The hotel facilities still below standard of star hotel in terms of variety and quality. It may include the only limited number of rooms, which is less than 30 rooms, and non-hotel standard of laundry service, non-hotel standard of kitchen, and there is no swimming pool available. As conclusion, we have 4 points of conclusion. However, I think I may only mention one, which is the most important. As the 2 months target implementation has passed, the school has successfully implemented the project-based curriculum development program. There have been challenges and obstacles in the developing and implementation of the project. However, school has provided practical experience, and this live laboratory process has increased the entrepreneurial skill for all the school members, especially students and teachers. And in addition, this project has provided a new source of income for the school. Okay, these are the references that are used in this research. And thank you. That's all from me. I welcome.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Ms. Pantri. So, session chairs, any questions?
Yes, Ms. Pantri.
Yes.
I have one question. regarding the SWOT analysis, you mentioned that you use SWOT analysis for
Yes, sir.
in your research. Can you share? Can you explain maybe in a brief what is the improvement recommendation you get from the SWOT analysis? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Agung. Okay, please allow me to discuss briefly about your question. These are the SWOT analysis that we have, that the school has developed. And actually based on the strength and the opportunity, those two projects, which is the event organizer and hotel lounge, is, I mean, based on the strength and the opportunities, we start we start the idea and the implementation of event organizer, and then and also hotel launching. As the strength, it is located in the business area, and then the school also has a teacher and the hospitality streaming, which is quite popular and well known. And based on the opportunity also, the school has very confident that the project, the business, the new business, which is the event organizer, and then the hotel, the school hotel, can be successful. And related to your question, what is the recommendation is, related to the, I think, mentioned here. Okay, the challenge of the project, the hotel, the event organizer went quite well, Pak Agung. But for the hotel itself, because of the facility is not even meet with the star hotel standard. So during the implementation and after the implementation, the occupation rate is very low. Yeah, it is very low. The occupation rate is it is still used, only for the, like, for example, the teacher who are coming from the guest teacher, something like that. Yeah, it is not yet used by the public. Yeah, because there are many other hotels or homestay, or even homestay, that has more facility than this school hotel. That's might be the major challenge. Yeah. So as the recommendation, like it or not, in a very short time, the school has to equip the hotel with the with a more standardized facilities and equipment, so that it can then feasible to be offered for the public and attracted public. I think that's the explanation.
Okay, thank you, Bu Pantri, for
you.
the explanation. I got the idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation.
Thank you.
So moving on to our next presenter.
Okay. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
And next, I would like to invite Muna Fatima to present the paper on impact of political influence in recruitment and selection practice and evidence from Maldives civil servants. Ms. Fatima?
Yes. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Everyone, am I audible first?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. So let me share my presentation here. A very good morning to everyone and warm greetings to all the participants here.
Ms. Fatima, are you sharing your screen?
Yes, I'm sharing.
Okay.
Can see now? Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. You can put on slide mode and begin, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, it's fine. Thank you so much.
At first, I would like to thank you for the fourth international conference on recent trend in multidisciplinary research for accepting our paper, for the conference editorial board, accepting our paper, and also we are glad to present our paper in this conference. And also, I would like to tell my gratitude to our co-author, Dr. Albert and Dr. Firdaus, for giving me the contributions to make this happen. So, well, this paper is about the impact of political influence in recruitment and selection practice. This is the evidence from Modi's civil servants. So the introduction of this paper is civil service recruitment and selections are important aspects that determine civil service systems and characteristics. Most of the literature shows that most Asian Pacific countries have merit-based systems to select civil service staff. But unfortunately, patronage and nepotism are still major problems, hindering the improvements of the quality of civil service system. And also, most of the researchers have indicated, like Gamage 2014 and Pahos 2019, has indicated that the employees without any essential skills or harsh attitude would not perform effectively. According to ICLIL 2019, different authorities showed that there is a distinct level of political pressure, corruption, and nepotism in recruitment and selection practice in modern civil service sector. So, according to the past research, this paper was done as a pilot study. This is the pilot study research, and the research design was the deductive research approach, empirical study. An adapted structured questionnaire was used to gather the data. Sampling design of this study was stratified random sampling, probability sampling method that was used to basis for the obtaining respondents' needs to ensure the efficiency in gathering data from the populations of interest. And also, population was drawn from the employees, island councils, and in institutional department of civil service sector. The data analysis, to analyze the data statistical package of, for social service SPSS version 23 software was used to test the reliability questionnaire. Since this is the pilot study, we have analyzed the data to test the reliability of the questionnaire. And the sample size of this was, since the assumptions and several procedures used to clean and screen the data, the scale reliability consist validity was measured by using Cronbach alpha value of 0.7. And these are the results that we found from the, we have been related from this study. Practice of the recruitment and selection practice on commons. From this study, 52% of females were responded for this pilot study, and another 48% was male. For this study, 68% of the respondents were married from the civil service sector, and another 32% were single. From this pilot study, we have got the responses from 28% of people who have completed their diploma, and another 44% was completed bachelor degree, and also 10% have completed their master's. As I have mentioned earlier, this study was targeted to the modest civil servants. Most of the respondents rate we had got from the ministries, 64% was the ministries. And these are the results that we have got from this study. Respondents' view of the political influence, recruitment, and selection practice. Based on this study, the results we have found, 28% of the respondents agreed that organizational recruitment and selection practices are influenced by political pressure, while another 18% were disagreed with the statement. And also 28% of the respondents have agreed that recruitment and selection practice, that political pressure is high on managerial posts, while another 10% was disagreed with this statement. And also one more important factor that we have noticed from this study, 36% of the respondents have agreed that organization leaders sometimes use their power to influence, recruit their friends and family, and while another only 8% was disagreed with this statement. And as I mentioned earlier, this is the not conclude with the hypothesis testing, and this is the deductive approach research, recruitment and selection practice has the hypothesis formulated for this study was recruitment and selection practice has significantly positive effects on organizational performance. So therefore, from this study, the finding has revealed that the questionnaire was significantly reliable to conduct on large scales with the Cronbach alpha value 0.78. The descriptive and inferential analysis also has revealed that political influence does impact in recruitment and selection practices. Though the recruitment process is based on merit-based system, the service delivered by civil servants deemed inefficient. These are the recommendations that we have given to this for the study. The civil service organization must ensure that they meet the organizational needs and should be more committed to the performing job analysis. And another recommendation of this study was to recruit potential candidates. Recruit potential candidates, it is highly recommended to conduct written exams, not only senior management, but also in junior level offices. Also, civil service organization must use employee applicant software and advanced technology, which will enable them to select the best suitable candidates. So I think as we have given a limited time to present our presentation, I have used 5 to 10 minutes for my presentation, and this is the recommendation. Thank you for giving me this opportunity and bearing with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Fatma, for your presentation. Yes, session chairs, any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Actually,
yes. If you have any questions, please.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You may proceed with the question.
Okay. So in your previous slide, you discussed the result and discussion portion. Hello.
Yes.
In the result and can you see? Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
The result and discussion portion are there. Yes.
This slide or that slide?
And previous one.
Yeah, in this presentation, there is 2 slides for results and discussion, which will be the respondents' view.
Yes, this one, result and discussion. So in this slide, you discuss the sample procedure, 28 respondent, 28 and variety kind of sampling procedure. So in the sampling, can you elaborate what is the difference between the sampling and non-sampling error? What do you mean by sampling and non-sampling error?
I beg your pardon. I couldn't hear you.
Can you elaborate what you mean by sampling and non-sampling error in your study?
Yeah. No, this is the pilot study which we have
this
done.
is the final study. So actually, I want to know What is the exact meaning of
Not
sampling
pilot
and
study,
non-sampling
pilot
result?
study.
If non-sampling,
This is the pilot
non-response sampling,
study.
hello?
Yes. This is the
Yes.
pilot study. We have got 50 samples, and then for the 50 respondents rates was included to this study.
No, I can understand. Actually, I want to know that whenever you take a sample from the population, so what is the procedure for selection of any kind of sample? And what is the procedure for selection and sampling procedure? What is the basic difference between the sampling and non-sampling?
Okay, according to Secker and Bogan, we have selected 50. Pilot study should be like not minimum, below 30, right? Sample should be about 30 respondents, and it should be 30 to 50. That's the population rate was like 25,000, and we have selected like 50 respondents according to Secker and Bogan 2019.
I want to know what is the exact meaning of standard deviation. Do you know what you mean by standard deviation? If you are calculate the calculation from your derived result, then what is the meaning of standard deviation? Hello.
The result. Just to
Fatma,
Yes, I guess Patma is having a network issue. Her voice is breaking.
Okay.
Maybe Patma, you can put your answer in the chat box.
Okay.
Yes.
Continue.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Continue, ma'am. Continue.
This is the pilot study. We have taken the reliability analysis only.
Okay, thank you so much. So moving on to our next presenter. So our next presenter.
Can I make a point?
Yes, please, sir.
I think we must do justice to that presentation. That's a very good presentation.
Okay.
And it's a very good presentation because it's asking questions about the efficiency of a bureaucracy. In the current economic climate and education climate, and in the current in the contemporary world, we have to ask the question about whether bureaucracies are the mechanisms that can resolve the issues. And what the presenter did was she pointed out some of the challenges that are associated with bureaucracies. And these challenges render them incapable of addressing the challenges of any country. And those characteristics that were pointed out is very similar to many other developing countries across the world, not only developing countries, even the developed countries. And if education thinkers around the world do not stand up and say, listen, we have to change the system. This system does not work for the majority of the people because of this and those reasons that you pointed out. We need to find another mechanism to address the challenges of education in the world. So I just want to say thank you so much. And that's a very, very important presentation because you know, and everybody knows, the international research points that the majority of children in the world do not benefit from the education system. And the problem is that this world has so much of abundance, but only so few people can enjoy it. So I really appreciate that presentation and thank you so much. My presentation that I make later is very similar to this, but it asks questions about social justice and issues about creating equitable education environments.
Thank you so much. And yes, thank you so much to Ms. Fatman for that presentation. So moving on to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Ramesh B. Ranpes, who will be discussing on the paper road traffic noise prediction model, and noise barrier, FHWA. Is Mr. Ramesh available here? Yes. Can you please unmute? Yes. Yes, Mr. Ramesh, are you ready for your presentation? Can you hear us? Mr. Ramesh, can you hear us? Mr. Ramesh, if you're there,
Yes.
kindly begin your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to share my screen. Please
Yes,
tell
please.
me, is it
Okay.
visible or not? Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. You can put on slide mode and begin, please.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible now? And my voice is audible?
Yes, it's visible and you're audible. You may begin.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. And good evening, everyone. Myself, Ramesh Balu Ranpise, and I'm from SVNIT, Surat, India. And my presentation topic name is Development of Noise Prediction Model for a Silent Zone of Surat City using FHWA model. We know the noise levels have seen the increasing day by day, and WHO also says that noise is a very harmful to the human being as well as the environment. And due to these concerns, modeling is a very substantial to determine the impose of a proper mitigation strategies. And in India, as per the Indian standards, Central Pollution Control Board, the noise level must not be exceed the 50 dB during the day hours. That is the 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. in silent zones. As per the CPCB standards, the silent zones silent zone is nothing but the institutional buildings, district courts, school, colleges, and police stations.
Yes, Mr. Ramesh. Is there any problem?
Private mode to our public mode. However, increase in traffic has posed some challenges also, like air pollution and noise pollution. And it has some environmental effect as well as human effect due to the increase in traffic, traffic or noise. In this study, in this present study, a noise prediction model was developed using the FHWA model in various silent zones in Surat city. And for this study, data was collected at the selected silent zones, including traffic volume, traffic speed, noise levels, and geographical condition. And upon analyzing, it was found that the noise levels at all selected sites exceeded the daytime permissible limit, which is given by the CPCB. Before explaining my points, I would explain some basic terms regarding the sound. Sound is nothing but any vibration which requires a medium and it passes through the ears. And there is a class and categories of a sound, that is audible sound, in that 20 to 20,000 hertz, infrasonic, that is below 20 hertz, and ultrasonic above the 20,000 hertz. So for this, from that we can analyze and we can identify the frequency, and we know the which type of noise is coming to us as per the frequency level. For example, below 20 hertz, we can use this type of frequency to identify the monitoring earthquake and volcanoes. Infrasonic noise or voice sound come from elephant, giraffe, whale also. And in ultrasonic above 20,000 hertz, this frequency uses for the making an image person intended to identify the body structure or fatal. Now, propagation of sound. you can see the pictures, how sound propagates. It is transmitted by the pressure variation from its source to the surrounding, and the sound level decreases as it gets the further and further away from its source. So absorption by air is one of the factors attributing the weakening of the sound during the transmission, and distance also. Now here you can see one picture in this frequency of sound, how it works. And low frequency, it means the low pitch. High frequency, that means high pitch. The number of pressures variations per seconds you can see in this image. Also, from the lower frequency of sound, that it gives the basic fundamental frequency for the vibrating object like the tuning forks. Why frequency analysis is important? Because to determine the effect of the placement or removal of the construction, such as a barrier and reflectors on the sound pressure level at an observation point, because it gives the how much insertion loss you got from that, providing that obstruction or providing the protection wall, which is held from the noise. If the level decreases after the alternation, the insertion loss is positive. If the level increases, the insertion loss is negative. Before further study, we made some assumptions in this study, and the assumptions are the noise sources were point sources and not line sources. There were no buildings or any other object at the site, and it could be lead to the added noise attenuation. Road surface was linear. We have considered the two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler specific category for all motorized vehicles, and heavy vehicles include loading truck, tractor, buses. Traffic noise has been observed to be affected by many factors like traffic composition, speed, and where noise is directly proportional to the number of heavy vehicles and speed, the gradient of the road, and vehicle produce more noise on ascending and decreasing the roads as compared to the surface. Okay, and the noise prediction models are required to planning and designing, also in decision making, to predict some future noise, and to understand the past noise level also. Considering the study area, we have selected the Surat city in India. This is the fastest growing city in India, and this city has some arterial roads, major arterial roads, sub-arterial roads, and some small roads as per the level of class 2, class 3. Identification of silent zones, we have roaming around the city, and we find out the location of hospitals, buildings, institute building, and college buildings, which is situated at located at the roadside. And actually it should be in the silent zones. Silent zone is nothing but the any building which comes under this category, and it should be away from the 100 meter at least from the main traffic stream. So we find out that we identified that silent zones and then study further. I have selected the Surat district court for the study. It is located on the Dumas road in Surat, India. For this study, I have used the sound level dB 300 meter, radar gun for speed measurement, meter tape for road width measurement, and handicap for video measure, traffic volume count. Data was collected for 12 hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And for this location, we have calculated the volume count as per the class.
Excuse me, Ramesh.
Yes,
I would
ma'am.
like to notify you, your time limit is over. Kindly conclude in another 2 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
These are the my data. From that data, you can understand how traffic volume count is affected to the noise levels. As per the equivalent noise level for 12 hours, the all noise readings are beyond the limit provided by Central Pollution Control Board India, and it is almost crossing the 70 to 75 decibel. These are the graphs which shows the traffic volume count directly affect the noise levels. Then development of HWA model. For this model, for that we are calculating the reference energy mean emission level for the adjustment incorporated. Then as per the Indian condition, that FHWA model we have referred, and according to Indian condition for the minibus, truck, bus, motorcycle, we have prepared that, developed that equation. These are the adjustment for the LEQ levels. These are the values. and the comparison table between the measured and predicted values for the serial district code. There is no huge difference. Then these are the graphical presentations of values, which is shows the LEQ levels measured and LEQ level predicted. From that FHWA model, we got the strong results, and R square value is 0.880. The strong R square 0.89 value indicates the FHWA model is applicable in the given local condition. It is fit, and using the data collected, mean emission levels were calculated using the equation mentioned above, and corrections were added to the final predicted equivalent noise levels. And this comparative study was done by between the predicted and measured values. So here is the table which gives the LEQ measures, LEQ predicted, and absolute percentage error. Conclusion: in this study, noise monitoring and modeling were done for the silent zone of Surat city because the kind of work of these institutions require the high concentration and focus. Urban noise poses different problems like hampered construction and speech interference, leading to the work quality degradation, responsible for society poor function. As much study has been done for noise assessment and modeling of silent zone in India. Finally, after the comparing the observation noise levels with the CP parameter, it is found that at all location noise levels are exceeding to the permissible limits. The R square value obtained from this Surat district court model, SVV school and Choksi Law College, these are the 0.80, 0.82 and 0.72 respectively. So we can say the percentage difference between the predicted and measured noise level was between 1.6 to 7.15 at Surat district code, that is 0.71 to 6.3 at SVV school. So further we validate the results, and we found that the FHWA model is fit in this condition. Thank you. These are the references. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Ramesh, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions for Ramesh?
Yes, I have one question.
Yes, please, sir.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. It's a nice presentation. I have one question for this topic. Do you implement your model?
Yes.
Do you implement? Okay. Can you explain in brief how many percent the reduction of noise level when we compare the initial condition with the final condition? Can you explain?
Yes, sir. As per the standard, maximum reduction should be 15 to 20 decibel. But in my case, 5 to 6 decibel reduction in noise level is there. And I'm working on SoundPlan software also to design the noise barrier wall. So I will compare these results also with that protection walls by using that software and FHWA model also, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Ramesh, for your presentations.
Thank you, ma'am.
So moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Ansona C. our boys who will be discussing on education, classroom assessment, teachers, LSEN, qualitative phenomenological research at Tagam City, Davao del Norte from Philippines. Ansona, can you hear us? Yes. Hi, can you please unmute?
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Yes, you're audible now.
First, you mom to present my recorded presentation because I have a poor internet connection brought by present typhoon here in our area, please.
Yeah, sure. No problem. Our team will be sharing the screen for you.
Okay, thank you. And okay.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the organizers, participating researchers, panel of reactors, good morning, everyone. I am Ansona C. R. Boyce, an associate professor of Tagam College from Tagam City, Philippines. As an educator myself, assessing learners with special educational needs can be challenging. Some students, such as those with ADHD and ASD, struggles with testing situations and cannot remain at task long enough to complete such assessments. That's why I come up with a study entitled Assessment Strategies of Teachers for Learners with Special Educational Needs in a Regular Classroom. A study conducted in Lebanon by Ilhagi and Saviliski 2016 revealed that almost half of the teachers expressed having difficulty in assessing students' performance. Furthermore, the study conducted in Ilocos Norte concludes that time for checking attitude and behavior of the students and quality of tests are their common assessment problems. Even here in our city, everyday practice of classroom assessment is beset with problems and shortcomings. So this study aimed to explore and understand the lived experiences of teachers on the assessment strategies for learners with special educational needs in a regular classroom. Specifically, this study sought to answer the following questions. What are the experiences of teachers on the assessment strategies of learners with special educational needs in a regular classroom? How do teachers cope with the challenges in assessment strategies of ELSAN in a regular classroom? What are the insights of teachers on the assessment strategies of ELSAN in a regular classroom? So the concept and idea of the study was gained through learner zone of proximal development. Appropriate assessment is committed to ensure learner success in moving from guided to independent display of knowledge, understanding, and skills, and enable them to transfer this successfully in future situations. On the practical aspects of ZPD, Vygotsky introduced the concept of dynamic assessment, in which an approach to understanding individual differences and their implications for instructions that embeds intervention within the assessment procedure. This study is qualitative in nature. I use phenomenology because the group I chose personally experienced the assessment strategies of learners in a regular classroom. Using snowball sampling, I interviewed 7 general education teachers for IDI and 6 general education teachers for FGD. I had different participants in the FGD and IDI, and the data gathered were triangulated to support the main method of this study. Based on the experiences of the participants, there are 3 main positive experiences and 3 negative experiences. For the positive experiences of the participants includes the use of differentiated instruction, the individualized instruction, and the sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. The negative experiences of the participants include difficulty in handling undesirable behaviors, communication problems, and lack of training and knowledge. So, on the coping mechanisms of the participants, there were 5 main themes emerged, and this includes the collaboration and support, motivation of assessment, the positive attitude and motivation, the acceptance, and the continuous education. Based on the insights of participants, these are the theme include proper training, the background profiling, provide assessment tools and materials, and lessen the number of students. So upon analyzing the experiences of the participants, they emphasized the use of differentiated assessment to properly address the unique needs of the learners. So the use of differentiated assessment is also supported by Steers and Gopal 2010, who stated that the differentiated assessment do not only measure, but also make great contribution to students' learning in a meaningful way, conceptual, and permanent way. So often participants who have worked with Elson successfully feel the satisfaction and fulfillment because as Ball 2014 said, successes in assessing with these learners are measured in inches, not in feet, meaning any achievement of these learners matters. How well students behave affects how much and how well they learn. So the undesirable behavior of the students include disruptive talking, chronic avoidance of work, harassing classmates, rudeness to teachers, detract them in employing assessment inside the classroom. Communication problems also make it difficult for teachers to employ the desired assessment strategies because often LSEN have unaddressed problems in learning and speech difficulties and struggle to communicate in classroom settings. With the implementation of the inclusive education, LSEN spends more time in the general education classroom, meaning the general education teachers are teaching more LSEN, but trainings and programs are doing little to prepare these teachers, especially in assessing learners with hearing impairment. Collaboration and support is one of the coping mechanisms of the participants. The students within the classroom also provide valuable support for teachers in overseeing the classroom. And this does not only lessen the distress by the participants, but also enables them to spend more time working individually with other struggling students. In fact, Zigger 2018 said that SPED teacher works alongside with general education teacher to help meet the needs of the students. Positive attitude and motivation also is one of the coping mechanism of the students which overcome some of the challenges they have encountered and create a more appropriate strategies. In fact, Han 2016 said the challenges experienced can find and create a way to look forward for solutions and growth. And one of the issues facing the schools today is overcrowding. That is why participants believe that with the lesser number of students in the classroom, like 15 to 20 students, will give them more time focusing on the educational needs of the learners. So the results of this study implies that there is really need for multiple ways of measuring their abilities and learning potentials. And of course, the support and collaboration is a must. And before I end this presentation, allow me to leave this statement that we really need to see the ability of our learners, not the disability. That's all, and thank you for listening to my presentation.
Yes, thank you so much, Ansona, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions?
I have a question. I have a comment.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
You see, when you shift from a special education system to a mainstream education system, it involves a paradigm shift in terms of knowledge. So the challenge is to generate common understandings about special education needs and learning dysfunction in the system. So so you have to change the philosophy, you have to change the assumptions, and you have to change the models. And one way of intervening is to have a model that provides information to the mainstream. You can do that through teacher training, and that's a long-term process. But one way to quickly change the structure is to have outreach teams. So you have a psychologist, you have a social worker, you have a therapist, and you have teachers who have specialist knowledge, and they can then look at individual learners and provide support to the mainstream. That can alleviate much of the problem. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions, session chairs? Okay, if there are no further questions.
No
yes?
question. No question.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
We can proceed. Yes, we can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Ansona. So moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Syria Punoknium to present the paper on factor analysis of the influence factor to adopt e-voting in Thailand using structural equation model. Ms. Syria?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, today I would like to present you the factor analysis of the influence factor to adopt e-voting in Thailand using the structure equation model. Okay. The objective of this study was to determine the factor that influence changes of ballot paper to e-voting in Thailand general election. The analysis method was applied with the factor analysis EFA, CFA, and SEM. Okay. E-voting is the technology that is appropriate in this situation. The system allows the voter to vote without going to the polling station. However, individual country has a diverse requirement, which why each e-voting solution is different from each country. My previous research showed in this picture, there is 4 factors, which is stakeholder, include the election actor who are the voter in the election process and election authority. The environment includes transportation infrastructure, public trust in the government, fixed broadband and internet user, good transportation in terms of moving hardware and the people, which can be one of the main points toward making this factor effective. The technology related to e-voting system requirement, information and communication technology, ICT readiness are the pillars support the e-voting requirement. Poor ICT can present a significant challenge to e-voting adoption. The preparation of ICT includes development until launch to ensure the system works accurately without harming the election process. The last one is communication and collaboration. The strong communication should describe the process, the project timeline, and the people in charge of each process. Nowadays, using social media is one of the way to communication, so it's easy to raise the awareness of the new generation of voters concerning the e-voting process and the new system. This research aims to explore and confirm the factor model which involved to implement e-voting in Thailand. The questionnaire was built from the review. However, I had investigated more in each variant and found out that some of them could be able to integrate into the same item in terms of meaning and scope. The final factor model from analyze consists of 12 items. According to this table, the questionnaire was put into an electronic form and circulated to the social media. The sampling of this research was based on the voter age, which starts from 18 years old, any education level, religion, or any occupation. The number total of respondents was 342. 285 is general public respondent and 57 respondent from authority. The EFA result, the KMO value is 0.8, which have value than 0.7 and P equal to 0, significant that the data set was reasonable for factor analysis. The initial eigenvalue, a total of 3 components, has an eigenvalue more than 1. These 3 factor groups explain that the total of 75.86% of the variance. Okay. The Valimax rotation was used and the factor loading are more than 0.4 were kept. In the table, the first factor includes 2 items labeled as human capital. The second factor contained 8 high loading items labeled as infrastructure. And the last one contains 2 items labeled as e-participation. The CFA was used to check the hypothesis. The measurement model was evaluated by convergent validity. It contained factor loading, CR, and AVE. In the results show the loading factor in each label was between 0.5 to 0.9, indicate that the stable of the factor structure. The CR should be more than 0.6. AVE should be over 0.5, which is the minimum acceptable value. All the measurements fulfill the recommended level. Therefore, this model was reasonable. After the result of CFA, the second order CFA was used to perform SCM. SCM was used to measure how good model fit to the data by evaluate consistency. At the same time, it measured the error in variable as well. The initial model showed that the model did not fit well, so modification index was conducted. All criteria show that the model was fit. So this is the final model of e-voting adoption factor in Thailand. The conclusion. The result of EFA showed 3 components of e-voting adoption factors. CFA and SEM confirmed this factor. The 3 components was named human capital, infrastructure, and e-participation, which has significant positive with the e-voting adoption factors. The infrastructure must be the focus factor which the highest load, 0.8. The highest sub-factor in this one is ICT access, include internet user and fixed broadband, will show that the network, both hardware and software, to connect the electronic device and related party. In the election, the network should cover all area and user can access anywhere and any device. The last 2 factors had the same loading, human capital and e-participation, 0.6. The previous Thailand general election from 51 million eligible voters, 38 million cast their vote. The age majority was 36 to 65. It showed that 54% of the 68 million is from the elderly. This was an opportunity to develop a system for ease of use. It's one part of the key points to influence voters to use the new system, especially the elderly eligible voters who had not much in technology knowledge. The engagement and communication are the keys. Mock elections should be done and regularly across the country to gather voter and authority feedback to improve the usability. This would be an opportunity to allow participants to express their opinions about the new system and guide the government to improve the system to meet their need. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Surya, for your presentation. Any questions, session chairs?
Yes, I have one question.
Yes, please, sir.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'm interested in the the eligible voters regarding your participant. Can you explain who is the eligible voters in this study? Is there any requirement regarding the eligible voters? Thank you.
The eligible voter, right?
Yes.
Eligible voter in Thailand is the age start from 18 years old. So I mainly focus like the new generation that they just start. Some of them, they never do their vote before. So I mainly focus in there, and at the same time I focus on the elderly that they don't know about the technology, so we can match it together for the new generation and the old generation. Yes. This is answer your questions.
So you focus on the age of the participants, and also they never vote before.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the explanation.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Syria. So I hope there are no further questions. So moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Nisaruddin, who will be discussing on the fuzzy-based and optimal strategy for industrial appliances with EV charging discharging to integrate RE and grid.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, Mr. Nisar. You may begin.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Nasaruddin. The title of my paper is Fuzzy-based and optimal strategy for industrial appliance with electrical vehicle charging, discharging to integrate renewable energy and grid.
Excuse me, Mr. Nisar, can you put on slide mode?
Sorry?
Can you put it on slide mode? Your presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not yet.
Hello.
Yeah, not yet.
Slide is not visible.
It's not in slide mode. So if you put on slide mode, it will be a little more clearly visible for us.
Actually, I'm not
Can you
understand
try
about
by clicking on slideshow on the top? Okay, please continue. Please continue.
Okay. Okay. Co-author and guidance name Dr. M. Saiful Islam, and I'm present by Nasaruddin. This introduction: renewable energy, environmental and reliable approach in the world as well as in Bangladesh. The use of sunlight on the ground is around 1,25,000 terawatt. That is calculated 6,000 times more than the world energy request. So solar energy is the best option for electricity. About 4 to 6 kilowatt hour of solar radiation per square meter per day in everywhere in Bangladesh and in the world. About 250 to 30 sunny days occur in the year in Bangladesh and some area. So that electrical vehicles are very important in the world now, so that we can protect our environment. Motivation in proper use of renewable energy, the greenhouse effect and environmental pollution. Third, energized vehicle by fossil fuel. So we should
Excuse me, Mr. Nisar, sorry to interrupt, but your slides are not moving.
Sorry, ma'am?
Your slides are not moving, sir.
Moving?
Your slides are not moving.
You may press F5 on your keyboard, sir.
Okay, please continue, sir.
Actually, ma'am, I did not understand your speech. Please, what is the problem?
Your slides are not moving, actually. So now you may continue. Now you have kept the slide of objectives.
Oh.
Okay.
Actually, maybe this is my mistake. So I'm sorry for...
No problem. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Objectives, the proper utilization of renewable energy resource. Second, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and make a suitable environment. This is overall block diagram of my research. This is physical research in Bangladesh of Chittagong, so that we can establish electric vehicle station with KFZ in Chittagong with Cox's Bazar Highway. And this is main fuzzy logic controller is artificial intelligence system, and there are 3 input of this system. One is power deviation. Second is microgrid. Third is electric vehicle. There are 3 input, and this is output of my system. There are 5 condition for one output. There are 5 conditions for one output, and there are 3 input. At first, I'm simply trying to discuss about fuzzy logic controller. Fuzzy system is a system which not only gives answer for true or false. This is partial true or false. Second, fuzzy logic controller works for 4 conditions. First is fuzzification, that means real scale to fuzzy set. Second is knowledge based, that depends on the if-then rules. Third, interface engine depends on human analysis process by making fuzzy interface between inputs and if-then rules. Fourth, defuzzification, transform the crystal value as output from fuzzy set. This is main block. This is a block diagram of fuzzy controller. There are 3 input, and this is output. This output has 5 condition and 3 input: first, second, third. And first, there are 6 membership function. Represent membership function: positive, small, positive, medium, positive, low, negative, small, negative, medium, negative, low. And this is the range for electric vehicle energy, and this is for microgrid. This is the 32 rules which is depend on human thinking knowledge. But I've generated this knowledge, these rules for 5 condition for overall system. And this is fuzzy interface system. Here is power deviation. This power deviation main input is solar energy and load demand. This is the deviation, and solar energy and load. And this is another input, electric vehicles. This is microgrid, and this is fuzzy system. So this fuzzy system work for 5 condition: service to PV to grid, PV plus vehicle to grid, grid and grid to load, and vehicle PV to vehicle to load, etc. And there is 3 input, and every input acts for 9 for all signal, and he is take 1 signal for a time. And there is 5 condition, and this is equation for our algorithm, and this equation has been developed according to this interface system. And this is evaluation strategy of proposed system. At first, this is 3 input and 1 output. Here, a small positive input and vehicle energy available. So I try to PV energy to grid. That means extra energy will be sent to grid because electric vehicle energy is available. After that, energy medium positive and electric vehicle available. So extra energy will be sent to PV and vehicle energy combined sent to the grid. So there is 5 condition for output. Future study can be easily extended by adding more renewable sources, and increase efficiency by extending more fuzzy rules, increase efficiency by considering another membership function, that means triangular membership function, and so on. Conclusion: the proposed fuzzy-based system has some advantages. Past, the proposed system is universal system which can be applicable for any place in where solar energy is available. That means in anywhere. Second, where wind energy are available, that can be added this renewable source for a large farm. Third, its efficiency can be increased by changing fuzzy membership functions and creating more advanced fuzzy rule. It is some advantages, another advantages, which is reduce carbon dioxide emission and energy loss, because it is electric vehicle. So applying this condition, we can decrease harmful gases. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you so much, Nasaruddin, for your presentation. Any questions, session chairs? Okay,
yes,
thank you.
I have one question.
Okay, sir. Yes, please.
I'm interested with the objective of the study. And the second point, you said that the objective is to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. Regarding to this point, can you explain maybe a little bit the result of the study related to the greenhouse gas emission reducing? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Actually,
yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Please continue. Please continue.
Okay, actually, this study, I have designed this study for thinking practical issue in Chittagong KFZ with the higher load of Cox's Bazar. But this is can be applicable for universal system, and design 32 rules, 32 fuzzy rules, depending on my human thinking. I hope this can be extended by adding more fuzzy rules and renewable sources.
Okay, I get your idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Nasaruddin, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
So moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Acharya Tantinanthrum to present the presentation on non-destructive prediction of pineapple fruit firmness using NIR-HSI.
Okay, let me share my video first.
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you see my video, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me thank you for being here today. I am very pleased to do a presentation on non-destructive prediction of pineapple fruit firmness using near-infrared hyperspectral imaging. My name is Acharya Tantinanthrum. I am a master degree in food science, Faculty of Food Industry at King Mongkut Institute of Technology Lat Krabang in Thailand. First, I will present the overview of this research. Pineapples are a major commodity and are marketed in the various forms, including juice, frozen, ready-to-eat, canned, and fresh foods. So, the quality of the pineapple is very important for the both of the fresh market and processing industry. That's it, firmness is a critical attribute when the consumer use for the determining the quality of the fresh fruit and vegetable. Normally, they were determined using the destructive method. However, it has disadvantages checking random, consuming the material, and take a long time. So we want to find the developed technique to inspection of food and vegetable with more accuracy, quickly, and non-destructive technique. It would be more benefit to the vegetable, food, and food industry. This technique is near-infrared hyperspectral imaging, or NIR-HSI. It's a near-infrared radiation of the electromagnetic spectrum in the wavelength 935 to 1720 nanometer. In order to obtain the spectral and spatial information that facilitate the development of the model for the detect several compound, disease, and defect in the agricultural product. NIR-HSI has been successfully used in the many kinds of food and agricultural products, including ham, corn, wheat, apple, orange, cake, egg, plums, and tropical starch. No research has been previously reported on the use NIR-HSI for assessing firmness of pineapple. Therefore, this objective was to study the possibility of NIR-HSI for use in predicting the firmness of the pineapple. Next part, I would like to explain about material and method. First, the pineapple were stored in the air-conditioned room at the 75 degrees about 24 hours. Each sample was placed in a horizontal position and moved on the conveyor belt, though the camera flew at the speed 15 mm per second. Firmness was measured at the position of bottom, middle, and top of the foot, and that scanned by NIR-HSI, and then using texture analyzer with a 2 mm diameter cylinder stainless probe. And next, average firmness was calculated and used for the analysis. A common method for the spectral analysis that is used to create the model is partial least square or PLSR. Spectral pretreatment technique, including Zwicky-Golay smoothing, Zwicky-Golay first derivative, and second derivative differentiation, multiplicative scatter correction or MSC, and standard normal variate transformation or SNV. You can determine it by its coefficient as you see on the slide. Let's turn to the next part. I will describe about the result and discussion. The average absorbance spectra of the each foods for the comparing spectra based on the firmness. Foods were grouped into 5 groups, were different depending on the firmness in the figure. It found that the pineapple that has higher NIR absorbance and has higher firmness too. The peak show at around with the peak of the cellulose at 996 nanometer and 1450 nanometer, associated with the third and second overtone of oxygen with hydrogen. The peak of fiber as lignin at 1170 nanometer was associated with the third overtone of carbon with hydrogen. The pineapples 120 samples were divided into 2 sets with 80 foods used for the calibration set and 40 foods for the precision set. The calibration set had larger number of the pineapple and the length of the firmness was covered by those in the prediction set, so the distribution of the firmness in the both sets was similar. The spectral data in the calibration set were pre-processing using spectral data pretreatment. The method showed that the MSC has highest correlation coefficient cost variation or ICV and lowest root mean square error cost variation or RMSECV of 0.75 and 0.17 kilogram firmness. MSC was used as pre-processing to collect the light scattering problem in NIR. Spectra and were used adjust and the figure was changed. The PLSR model was tested on the sample. In the calibration set, R of 0.81 and RMSE 0.14 kg firmness, and the sample in the prediction are of 0.77 and RMSE 0.515 kg firmness. It showed that was accepted to use for the large scanning. The lines were agglomerated along with the 45-degree line. The result of the PLSR model for firmness obtained are of 0.81 for the calibration and 0.77 for the prediction, which show that the model has a preliminary level of the accuracy. Finally, I will present the conclusion of this research. It was concluded NIR-HSI could be a possible technique for use in the pineapple foods marketing and processing for the predicting firmness non-deceptively. But further research is needed. This is my reference. This is my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Are there any questions?
Yes, thank you so much, Acharya, for your presentations. Yes, session chairs, any questions for Acharya?
Yes, please.
Yes, please, sir.
Can you elaborate the range of correlation?
Again, please, sir.
So can you please repeat the question? You're not audible.
Yes. Before the last slide, she discussed the correlation concept actually.
Okay.
So can you elaborate the range of correlation?
Acharya, is the question clear to you?
What is the range of correlation? If there is a simple kind of correlation, what is the range of correlation? This is just simple question.
Acharya, can you hear us? Is the question clear to you?
Sorry, I cannot hear the question. Please text in the chat box, please.
So can you please put the question in the chat box, if you don't mind? The question is not clear to the presenter.
Okay, actually I want to know the range of correlation that is discussed in the previous slide. What is the range of correlation?
Acharya, he's asking what is the range of the correlation?
Was again, please.
I'll put the question here.
Okay.
Anyway, -1 to +1.
Do you get the question?
Length of the correlation is mean length of 0 to 1. If the model more 0.7 is shown, the model is can use in the industry. Yeah.
Okay. What is the general range of correlation?
Again, please.
What is the general range of correlation? He's asking.
Anyway, -1 to +1. Now carry on.
Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you, Acharya.
Okay, thank you.
So moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Marwan Al-Shayer to present the paper on evaluation of e-learning method as a mean to support autistic children learning in Oman. So on behalf of Marwan, I understand there is his co-author available here.
Yeah, I'm available. Hi, everybody.
Okay. Hi.
My name is Kusai.
Yes, sir. You may begin the presentation.
Yeah, I would like to present the title is about the evaluation of electronic learning method meant to support autism children learning in Oman. The brief about Dr. Marwan has completed his bachelor in computer science in 2005 and his master in the information technology in 2008 and his PhD computer science in 2016 from National University of Malaysia. Dr. Marwan has long and strong teaching experience as he has served in academic since 2005. He taught at both level of undergraduate and postgraduate and co-supervisor for the undergraduate project as well as master and PhD dissertation and the thesis. As a background of this work, the children who have autism record more attention and care from their peers, particularly, I don't know if I have, sorry, of their schooling, there are far few online learning program and material available for schooling children with autism spectrum disorder. However, because the use of technology can aid in the education of autism children, e-learning system are one of the area of inquiry that should be included in the autism children education in Oman, which is as the main objective in this work. This study intended to determine the existing state of educational support for autism children in Oman, as well as provide specific solution to aid in the education of autism children, because quantitative approach are appropriate for this type of research. Questionnaire survey was utilized to gather the necessary data until to specify which the factors that the children autism should to be used. The researcher discovered that empowering in the social content in one of the main challenge faced by autism children in their daily lives, based on information received from the Oman questionnaire and the finding of the literature study. Furthermore, these children has moderate autism. There is shortage of school, center, and employee who are meant to be returned to education autism children as a finding, according to the findings in this paper. The findings of this study suggest that the specific electronic learning system be designed and implemented in Oman to support autistic children, which would give them with rapid support under supervision of the surrounding community, regardless of their background or specific. The parents usually notes strength conduct in their children when they are between the age of the few months and 3 years between of them. They may not understand what this type of the behavior or what is called at this point. An expert consultation could indicate that child has autism disorder, which is described as a group of disorders that disrupt children's communication with others and the exchange of relationship with them. The behavior of each children with autism differs from that of other child, which is because this illnesses, it ultimately boils down to the fact that they are show several indications of autism. The one plus sides, it's despite having autism, the youngster has many remarkable skills that draw attention to him and can be vital component in assisting him to in finding the correct treatment. As the previous word, some of them they mentioned that the use of technology has been shown to indicate can be support the autism children. The technology has begun to play an increasingly important role in education and schools management in recent sites. Technology has provided education with resources and platforms needed to support many curriculums because the use of e-learning, electronic learning system is a great example of how technology may be used effectively. It was referred to assess the effectiveness of using technology with students with special needs, and that's why this is paper focus on the of using technology in the home, in the school, in the society. Parents must determine that their child has autism if they know their child like of interaction and social communication. Parents can use technology such as tablet or help their children break out of isolation they often experience as a result of their inability to effectively engage with those around them. Support applications are accessible on tablets and computers, for as an example, and include tools that child with autism can utilize to improve their social skills and ability, such as the glass or the gloves. Autism affects children's ability to arrange their.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt. You have another 2 minutes to conclude.
All right, I can skip. The main methodology used to based on the questionnaire until to take the feedback from the parents, from the schools, from the environment about their interactive communication of the children autism. The results, the main results that outcomes of the previous analysis aids in identifying the needs, equipment, and methodology required for building electronic learning system for autism children, which is used data collection. It is demonstrated that there is direct significant relationship between use technology in education and motivating autism children to practice more in the learning process. And the findings based on the students and courses test revealed that the independent variable is autism type support and proposed model of electronic learning as the dependent variable, which assists and encourage them to enhance their learning and communication ability with the surrounding community, which is this is the first the main finding. The contribution in this research is from molecular study in electronic learning is extremely variable. The study on the technique approach from perspective of improving environments in education and communication of autism children in the Oman as a specific area. As the conclusion, the autism children should to be have more support and cover all the equipment that should to be support them in the schools, in the home, and in the social to make them more interactive as in the society. And that's all. Any question, please?
Yes, thank you so much. Session chairs, any questions?
Yes,
I have one question.
Yes, please.
So I'd like to know, I think this is a very good presentation and it's very interesting. But with children with autism, the main challenge is of a social nature, social interaction and picking up social cues and so on. So how does the technology address that?
Technology support the autism children by make them to interactive not just only with the people by as a virtual interactive such as an example, because I know some of the previous technology, some of them they use the glass to until the children autism to see and interact with something special for this level of the children because they know what's their mind stage until they can support them to make them more interactive. Another technology use gloves. This is the gloves have vibration, something else until to make them more interactive because in the usual the normal people they don't know how they can contact with the autism children and which level his mind in the autism children, because as mentioned in this presentation, not all the autism children in the same level. Some of them different about the others, which is all of them is autism children. This is my answer.
So if I can make one suggestion, I think your presentation is very good and it can have a lot of implications internationally for people who work with autism. But I think one way of supplementing what you're doing is to create in Oman or in the world this knowledge, but also an awareness about autism to the general population, the general teaching population, and so in that way make education for autistic children create an awareness, a general awareness. I think that will help a lot. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Dr. Angung, you were having a question.
Yes, thank you. I'm interested with this topic. I think there are many types of autism, and then the suitable type of treatment will be depend on the type of the autism. So my question is, why do you choose e-learning method for support the autistic children? Thank you.
Actually, e-learning as an example right now, we because the COVID-19 cover in all the world, and the human need to learning each day. Also, the autism children need the learning, which is right now we are focusing in electronic learning, such as what our conference right now is electronic conference, not actual conference in the Maldives. So that's why this is paper focus on the electronic learning. Actually, this is my question.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Is Dr. Marwan having any question? He has raised his hand.
Hello, everyone. I was just going to contribute to the question being just asked
Yes,
by Dr. Sharad, because we are conducting this study actually mainly to create the necessary awareness, especially in the developing countries such as in Oman. So that was one of the motivation behind the study. I am one of the or the lead author in this study. So we have come to that situation that people they still are not really understanding what's the needs by autistic children. When we do the initial investigation, we found that there is a very limited support for the autistic children within the country. Number of schools are very, very limited. That was one of the major issues actually. And those specialists that can be participating to individual learning process, for most of the families, they were like very expensive to afford. So that's why we decided to carry on with this research and try to utilize the technology to participate in that field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your inputs. So thank you both the authors, and thank you session chair. So moving on to our next presenter. Yes, next I would like to invite Malik Mustafa to present the paper on the impact of machine learning on educational institutions, which is an empirical study. Mr. Malik?
Yeah, I will present also.
Yes.
That's fine. Can you give me a time? Because hi, everybody. The current paper right now is the impact of machine learning on educational institute and empirical study, this is study. Its focus on the institute must be able to predict student performance, classify people according to their ability, and work to enhance that performance in the future assessment. Prior to starting a course, students should be told to concentrate their attention on one specific subject area. An institute may be able to lower its failure rate with the support of research like this, based on their past performance in similar courses. This is research predicts students' success in the given courses, a strategy to finding a hidden pattern in large amount of existing data known as the machine learning is involved until to predict. This is what mentioned. These patterns could be beneficial for research and forecasting purposes in the future. In the realm of education, data mining is collected of data mining applications that are put to use data from students and teachers is analyzed by these applications. The result of the study could be utilized to make classification of forecasting of performance. Researchers are investigating machine learning techniques such as C4.5, classifier naive points, and support vector machine as a classifier. The USI, machine learning student performance, as a data set is used in the experiment, and the accuracy and error rate of algorithm are used in evaluation of the effectiveness of the algorithm. The globalization has effort and a massive platform of education and learning for professors and students alike. increased competition among educational institutes and emergence of for-profit schools have complete public school to re-evaluate their mission and goals, which will will benefit them in the long run. This has resulted in a worthy line of action. The authorities have drafts a plan of action to ensure that children receive a high quality education and that teachers play a significant role to their academic career. There been huge need for functions of teacher and the interaction between teacher and student for as long as anybody can remember. A new type of information system constructed with the aid of soft computing, as known as conditional intelligence system, intelligent machine that can solve the difficult real world problem that can be analyzed analytically. Another objective is use tolerance for approximation, uncertainty, and precision, and practical reality to achieve likenesses to human-like decision making. You have found an intelligent system if you are seeking for anything that resembles nature's wisdom. Awarenesses, adaptability, logic, and ability to handle complex information are examples of those. An overview of soft computing method used in intrusion detection, soft computing approach like fuzzy logic and nature works rather than hard computation method like genetic algorithm are used to identify the react of foreign individuals in the artificial immune system. Interface detection using couple map lattice is still ongoing the project. The method used in this work consists of three classifiers under machine learning algorithm called C4.5, napines, and support vector machine. Using this method, the provide dataset is divided into training and testing, which is supervised learning. In the beginnings, classification model is created to classify the data and to predict from the root node to the leaf nodes is used the top-down approach to classify as in the C4.5. Data is divided into subset based on the entropy measurement and efficient attribute is selected for each subset of the feature attribute with maximum information gain is utilized to make a decision and to compute the error, the efficiency because it's remove unnecessary properties from the branch. It's also good to handle characteristics with numeric value and missing data. However, when dealing with numeric quality, the decision tree gets more difficult. Napines classifier is also a dominant method to predict student performance and so on. As the results, comparing between three classifiers algorithms using the UCSI dataset, the dataset consists of 33 attributes as a features and 649 instances. The results of different classifiers are shown below in the figure, which is the accuracy achieved by support vector machine better than C4.5 and C4.5 better than the napines. Actually, the napines is it's bad accuracy because the instance it's very high, which is if the instance below the napines will be high accuracy. So this is one of the future work until to enhance the napines classifier. As the conclusion, in today's competitive world, an institute must be able to forecast student performance, classify people based on their talent, and seek to improve that performance in the future exam in order to be successful. Prior beginning courses, students should be instructed to focus their attention on one single topic area. With the use of students like this, an institute may be able to reduce its failure rate for the student. This study predicts student success in the specific courses based on their previous achievement in similar courses. Machine learning such as classify an approach for discovering high pattern in massive volume of existing data is involved and used. This pattern may be useful in the future for study and prediction. Machine learning approach such as C4.5 finds and supported from machine as classified algorithm are being investigated by the researcher, which is the support vector machine is the highest accuracy. The experiment makes advantage of UCS dataset performance, student performance. The accuracy of support vector machine is better as what we mentioned before. And that's all. And question, please.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Yes, any questions, session chairs?
No question, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I hope there are no further any other questions. So with this, we come to the end of technical session 1. And now we'll be going on for a lunch break, which will be for 30 minutes. So requesting everyone to kindly go for a break and be back for the next session in 30 minutes. So that will be like 1:30 p.m. of Maldives time.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
We take our lunch in our position, ma'am.
Sorry, sir, I didn't get you.
We take our lunch in our position, ma'am.
So 30 minutes will be the lunch break. After that, we'll continue with the sessions.
We take our lunch in our own place.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
It is break for 13 and 30 minutes, right?
Yes, it's 30 minutes. So
30
everybody
minutes.
can calculate the time as per your country time. The
Okay,
lunch
thank
break
you.
will be 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Lunch.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to ICRTMDR 2021. I hope you all had a great lunch. So next we'll be moving on to a keynote session before the technical sessions. So I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Sigmoy Naikar, who has worked in the educational sector for a long period as a teacher, faculty member at the University of Western Cape, head of learning support. I'm sorry for the disturbance. Yes, I was welcoming and introducing to you our keynote speaker, Dr. Sigmoy Naikar, who has worked in many educational roles as teacher, faculty member at the University of Western Cape, as head of learning support in provincial government, director of inclusive education in national government, and now chief director education planning in the Western Cape Education Department. He has many publications, including most recently a chapter entitled Inclusive Education in South Africa, an emerging pedagogy of possibility. And he was also National Commissioner on the Committee for Educational Support Services, appointed by then President Nelson Mandela to investigate the state of special education during South Africa's transition to a democracy. He is currently Chief Director of Inclusive Education in the Western Cape Education Department. Dr. Sigmoy is greatly respected educationist figure in South Africa and worldwide. Sigmoy is a writer, speaker, and his latest book is titled Inclusive Education in South Africa and the Developing World. The Search for an Inclusive Pedagogy. Dr. Sigmoy worked previously in the National Department of Education in Pretoria, South Africa, as National Director of Inclusive Education. He has assisted in the write-up and release of Education White Paper 6 on Special Needs Education, Building an Inclusive Education System in South Africa. He is an important asset in the worldwide education arena. Dr. S. Naikar believes if we are not good listener, we are total failures in our professional and professional lives. Listening is for happiness, progress, and peace. We welcome you, Dr. Naikar.
Thank you for those introductory words.
Thank you, sir. You're most welcome and absolute honor to have you today.
Thank you so much. So I have listened with interest Ms. Muna's presentation on the civil service. And I think that my presentation on social justice and education can shed some light on the solutions regarding developing countries and possibly assist Ms. Muna's organization in the important work that is being done. Given my work in developing countries, I found that we need to provide operational capability to government policy, since this is a major weakness. Now, what are the characteristics of education in developing countries? Poor literacy and numeracy, poor throughput, poor quality and eye access. And I know in the Maldives, you are having challenges with education, and there have been some World Bank interventions, but you're focusing on quality teaching and learning. But I think that one of the biggest challenges we face, as was pointed out by Ms. Muna, is the management and planning of education. And my contention is that we need a social justice model that we impose on the education system, and then we establish what its operational implications are for the system. So we know that social justice means that each person has an equal right to a fully adequate scheme of equal basic liberties, which is compatible with a similar scheme of liberties for all. Now, social justice means a lot of things for a lot of people. And so what we have to do is we have to remove its conceptual looseness, and look at what the operational implications are for planning. How do you, in every decision you make, you have to ask the question, how do we reduce inequality? So from the top, from the head of education to the people in the various structures, each person has to be socialized into the conceptual and the operational meanings of social justice for the system. So if you look at the SDGs all around the world, the Sustainable Development Goals, it's always being revised in terms of its timelines, and it hasn't been successful because the bureaucracies don't have the operational capability. So we have a fundamental problem in developing countries to create an inclusive education and training system. We need to ensure that the planning takes place in the interest of the majority of children. So you'll find that the education transformation is very complex for bureaucracies. In societies where there are less challenges, bureaucracies seem to be efficient because they focus on procedural correctness. Procedural correctness is secondary in societies that are unequal. The greater the level of inequalities, the more irrelevant and unsuccessful are bureaucracies. So contexts of vulnerability cannot solve problems with state interventions of a bureaucratic nature. Radical change requires radical organizations and personnel. Bureaucratic institutions are designed to ensure procedural correctness despite the outcomes. So what do we need to do? And we have to ask the question, and Ms. Muna made this point in her presentation, that there are challenges within the institutions that run education. And if those challenges persist, it's virtually impossible to focus on the outcomes. So you will find that many of us, many of the developing countries are involved in this performance culture. And there's enormous pressure on the education system, on the part of your minister, on the part of your head of education, to ensure that people do well and succeed in the schooling system because of these international tests like PEARLS and TIMS and so on. But the research has shown us that PEARLS and TIMS are not good for disadvantaged learners. Australian Research 2015. Other research in the world has shown that disadvantaged children do not perform well in maths and science. So this performance culture, what it does eventually is it reproduces a status quo. The rich children do well and the poor children do badly. So we really need to rethink how we intervene in the education system. So people in developing countries need to realize that, or take advice from Joseph Stiglitz, who wrote Making Globalization Work. He advises that developing countries that their future depends on what they do as a country. It's clear that developing countries cannot rely on handouts from the developed world. And in order to flourish in the global economy, every country requires the requisite skills. This is something that policy planners in education need to take seriously when addressing the challenges in the education system. So we had a presentation earlier about special needs. But the problem with special needs is that a large majority of children in the developing world have some sort of special needs. And what the system needs to do is, instead of focusing on the children and the performance culture that's promoted by the World Bank and UNESCO and OECD and all that, they should bring the vulnerable children to the center of education planning. And we need to change the theoretical framework of education planners. We need to change the assumptions of planners. And we need to change the models that planners produce so that it takes on board the vulnerability in the country where most of the children struggle with it in the education system. Now, Maldives is not alone in this problem. This problem exists in India, If you look at the literacy rates in India, this problem exists in Mexico, this problem exists in Morocco. But what we do is we are transplanting models from the first world without understanding the contextual realities and the specificities of what's really happening in developing countries. Every teacher should be a special educator. We should retrain our teachers to understand the relationship between education and poverty. So you have a white paper or you have a policy position and you want to translate that in reality. But those policies are not addressing the real contextual realities. So we need to understand the contextual realities. We need to understand what education planning needs to take, what education planning, what form, what theoretical form, what practical form education planning needs to take in context of vulnerability. And the ideology is important. How you frame the problem is important, so that the education department takes ownership of the problem. And when the ownership of the problem is taken over by the education department, schools will take ownership of the problem. You have to provide that leadership. So what is the problem? The problem is that the bureaucracies are not designed to deal with this level of inequality that we find ourselves in the developing world. Bureaucracies are designed to promote the status quo. So what do we need to do? We need to change the organogram of the education department. Firstly, change the narrative. We have many children struggling in the system. How do we address that challenge? Then you change the organogram to address the challenges, the contextual realities. What kind of decisions do you take concerning human resources? What kind of decisions do you take regarding the budget? What kind of decisions do you take about how you use your personnel in infrastructure? And all the contextual realities. Once you do this, you are able to address the challenges instead of transplanting policy from other contexts that has no relationship with the context in your country. So I understand the problems of bureaucracies across the world. In the United States, where they send people to the moon, they have a school to prison pipeline. In the United Kingdom, they have problems with vulnerability and social isolation of children. So we need to examine our own context. We need to change our theoretical framework. We need to change our assumptions about education, and then we can produce an appropriate model that suits our contextual realities. And I think many countries in the world, government has not conceptualized the problem sufficiently. And we have therefore underestimated its problem and its resolution. So bring all the vulnerable children to the center of education and plan education on that basis. So some background issues about myself. I grew up in a working class community in a township. And I got into government after a while, and I theorized education. And while I worked in government, I theorized why children fail, why children don't succeed, why children have problems. And I realized that ultimately, the ability to succeed in a school is a social justice issue. So just to give you some information about research done in Chile from a Chilean education reformer. He says that if a child doesn't read by the age of 8, that child will drop out of school. That child will become part of the statistics, will fail literacy and numeracy, will fail all the subjects in school, and will leave school. We need to start in the foundation phase, and we need to provide the psychosocial support that learners require to succeed in school. There are very many missing elements that I ignored when children struggle with literacy and numeracy in the foundation phase. And most of it has to do with psychosocial support, because children don't have the cognitive capacity to succeed with education. So in conclusion, what do we need? We need to change the narrative and the operational capability of education departments who are responsible for schools. We need a social justice model that frames the work of education department as it relates to vulnerable children. In many cases, they are the majority of the children. And as I indicated earlier, we need to remove this conceptual looseness of social justice and apply it to budgets. How do you use your budgets? How do you employ people? How do you build your infrastructure? How do you make any decision in education? And every decision in education has to ask the question, am I reducing inequality? And am I embracing the most vulnerable children in the schooling system? So don't get me wrong. There are many people who work in bureaucracies that are good, honest, hardworking people. But I think they lack the intellectual tools to address the specificities of their context. And unless we do that and not subscribe to all these international tests and so on, and address the realities in the local conditions, we're not going to make any progress. So what do we need? We need intellectual leaders who have a sufficient understanding of social justice that plan education, and that will be able to operationalize education based on these principles of equity in the education department, equity in the education decision making, and equity in the schools. I'll stop there. Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naikar, for their amazing keynote presentation. It was very inspiring. And I hope this message reaches to all the education policy makers and the upcoming educationists and academicians, and they can really make a change. So thank you so much, sir, for your valuable talk. Any questions? If anybody has any questions. Okay. So thank you so much, sir, for joining us and being part of this. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yes. So next we would like to move on and continue with the technical sessions. So I would like to invite next one of our presenter, that is Lynn M. Bessa, to discuss on the language and identity in business writing. Is Ms. Lynn available here?
Yeah, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone from the Philippines. Yeah.
Good
Good day,
afternoon,
everyone.
Lynn. Yes. Are you ready for the presentation?
Yes, I'm sharing my screen already. Do you see my slide?
Yes.
Great day to everyone. Let me start by quoting, your beliefs become your thoughts, and your thoughts become your words. Your words become your actions. Your actions become your habits. Your habits become your values, and your values become your destiny. So, language is one of the most important human achievements. Language plays a premium role in communication. It makes or breaks the process and may transmit different messages depending on how it is delivered. While writing is more than a medium of expression, it reveals not only the thoughts and feelings, but even the identity of the writers. Identity, therefore, constructs and is constructed by language. It represents the individual identity as a member of the whole community. In this view, every time second language speakers and writers engage in communication, they are not only exchanging communications with others but they are also constantly organizing and reorganizing a sense of who they are and how they relate to the social world. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present to you the study entitled Language and Identity in Business Writing. In the business world, the primary means of communication is through correspondence. Business letters are conversations between the applicants and target employers. The K-12 graduates are now in the university as freshmen are capable of engaging themselves in the workforce as expected by the Department of Education after their 12 years of basic education. Therefore, this study attempted to identify the features of students' writing in order to uncover their pattern of communication. Thus, this study aimed to determine the language used by the same students in transacting business, specifically in writing application letters, and eventually uncover identity as reflected through their way of communication. Specifically, this study tried to find answers to the questions. Number one, what are the features of the research participants' business correspondence? Second, what is the language used by the research participants in their business communications? And third, what identity is constructed through the research participants' business communication? So this particular study aimed to contribute insights in and among the following. First, of course, to the students who are both writers and applicants. Second, to the teachers of writing. Also, this study aimed to contribute insights to communication curriculum, to postmodern writing, because that's where we are now, which focuses not only on mechanics, grammar, or organization, but on the impact of writing, and of course, to language pedagogy itself. In the conduct of the study, a qualitative approach was used in which discourse analysis was specifically utilized in analyzing the respondents' written correspondence. Findings reveal that the features of correspondence include the basic parts. The 1 to 3 paragraph letters, which contains basic contact and reference informations, are segmented into the salutation, body, complementary close, and of course the signature. It could also be gleaned that the correspondence lack punctuation marks and capitalization. While in terms of language use, data reveal that the participants primarily used English as the main medium of communication in their letters. Their language manifests Philippine English and the observable enclitic po, which is a marker of politeness. Grammar lapses and errors are also evident. Their writings were also observed to sound informal, personal, and direct, leading to a somewhat creative writing materials. Because, of course, when we talk about application letters, we're talking about technical writing, but the kind of papers, the kind of letters they wrote sound like creative writing letters. Out of the language use, the business correspondents were identified to construct an identity of confident, polite, hopeful, patient, open, and willing to learn writers, applicants. On the other hand, their writings was also identified to construct a bold and straightforward identity, which means that their writing is too direct and unconsciously bold, leaving an impolite, demanding, and impertinent impression to the readers. So, what does that mean then? Language expresses more than what is signified by its words. It expresses the way individuals situate themselves in relationship to others, the way they group themselves, the powers they claim for themselves, and the powers they stipulate to others. Findings reveal a dominant 3-paragraph correspondence in which parts such as salutation, body, and complementary clause are illustrated. The body is divided into reference of vacancy, applicant's profile, and contact information. Writing letters requires a good command of language. A good written language uses language clearly and effectively. Hence, data disclose that the applicant's grammatical lapses and loose use of words could lead to misinterpretations. It could be gleaned that while writing of letters evolved drastically, the language of business communication also changed. The respondents exhibited a careless use of words and boldness in expressing intentions, unconsciously lives an arrogant personality to those who do not understand the nature of the Generation Z, because the respondents are those belonging to this generation. On the other hand, the same style of communication depicts an attitude of hopefulness, openness, and willingness to learn, patience, and politeness. Therefore, the study recommends that teachers should pay close attention not only to the mechanics and writing system of the learners, but even to the content and embedded messages of their writing, which might lead to misinterpretations. Hence, rubrics for writing should be revisited, since writing is not only a technical activity, but a social representation. Writers must learn how to be brief expressing thoughts and ideas. And grammar lessons should be incorporated in writing classes so that student writers will not only practice their writing skills, but at the same time refine their grammar. Lastly, writing materials such as notifications, excuse letters, and other writing materials may be used as source of data to fully uncover the thoughts and attitudes of the learners through their writing. And since 21st century is a period of electronic movement, electronic communication should also be emphasized in the writing classes. So that's all for my study. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Len, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions for Len?
Okay, I have one question.
Yes, please, sir.
Okay, I just want to know about the writing technique or writing style with the someone's identity. So my question is how much influence of the writing technique in creating the someone's identity. Do you have any data maybe about this topic?
Sir, you correct me if I understand your question according to how you presented it. So you're asking me as to the style of writing of the students?
Yes, the influence, the influence
where they got
of
this style of writing.
Yes,
as reflected in their papers, or the inspiration for writing.
And the papers.
So that I would be able to answer your question correctly.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Len. Okay, I guess Ms. Len has lost her network.
Oh, okay, I think, yes.
Yes, it's frozen. So moving on to our next presenter. So next we have Marwan Al-Shair and Ali Al-Badi to present the paper on hybrid user evaluation methodology for remote evaluation, which is a case study of educational games for children during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, hello everyone.
Hello.
Just trying, yeah. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, please.
All right. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
I'm here to present a paper entitled Hybrid User Evaluation Methodology for Remote Evaluation. It's a case study on educational games for children during the COVID-19 pandemic. I am here presenting this paper in Solomon, representing my team members, Dr. Al-Badi, Dr. Malik, Mr. Rahman, and Ms. Maria. I am Dr. Marwan Al-Shara, Assistant Professor in Faculty of Computing Sciences in Gulf College in Muscat, Oman. All right. The core concept behind this paper is trying to investigate the educational games as a mean for supporting the student learning process. To understand this in its particulars, so some investigation being conducted to understand if we really here in Oman are implementing this educational games in our education system. And our target was students in their early grades, first, second, and third grade. As a result of that investigation, we could found that the majority of schools here, they are depending highly in such educational games to provide the student with the necessary information and support their learning processes. All right. Further investigation here, trying to understand what kind of exact gaming they are using, what exact games they are using. We have discovered that most of those games are imported from other side of the world. So having in mind that the cultural context and the symbolism, for example, education game has a great potential for catching attention of the user. So here we start to wonder on how useful are those education games for our children here in Oman for the specified target. Now, next we said, like, if I'm trying to measure, understand the usefulness of these tools. So we decided, because we are from the information technology background, to measure the usability evaluation for those methods, trying to understand if they really, if they are really doing what they're supposed to do or not. Here, we start by asking our first research question. How are educational games received by the Omani children? However, once we have started with this project, actually, we have stuck in a situation where COVID-19 hits everywhere, and we start to face the lockdowns for the schools and for most of the industrial sectors. And then we had a difficulty, actually, to reach the schools or the students, the child in this case, and investigate the effect or the usefulness of those tools within them. All right, here where the second research question has appeared. How can we remotely evaluate the usability of educational games? And that was very important for us. Otherwise, we will keep our study on hold. So in this research, in this particular paper here, we try to emphasize more in the research question number 2 as a guide to help us to address research question number 1. So that was our aim here, is to find the appropriate methodology that could help us or guide us through the process of evaluating how the children here in Oman for a particular age range from 6 to 8 years can really receiving the educational game. Are they benefiting from those games or not? So here where the investigation starts to look into the various type of evaluation methodologies, trying to understand each particular one aside, and finally see how helpful that tool could be for us. As a result of that investigation, we found that we have to develop our tool or our framework that will be the main guideline for us as a researcher for that particular project, or maybe later can help other researchers if they are facing similar situation. So based on the previous studies, previous research, and the current available user evaluation methodologies, we have combined 3 phases into, or 3 techniques into one framework for hybrid user evaluation methodology. We divided the work into 3 stages. One core concept here is the accuracy of the data that we can capture by the student themselves. Considering the age of the student and how we might collect the data from them, Plus, we are going to conduct that remotely. So in the first stage, in the first evaluation, we created, or we have divided it into two parts. In the first part, we have to identify who are the people or the users supposed to be participating in this study. And in general, those mostly they will be either the educators of those children's, because these need to be as a facilitator for us during conducting such observation, or they can be the parents, especially after the lockdown. None of the kids or children's were attending in school. So once those been identified, we need to provide a training session guiding them on how they can conduct the observation for the student while they are using or evaluation of the different tools. And by the way, for this training session, later we have found this will be something else need to be studied alone and need to be developed alone. And we have that artifact on the go now. All right. Assuming that this part has completed, we will move to part 2, where we are going to really evaluate, for example, one of the educational games that are used by a certain institution. In this evaluation, we need to look into the effectiveness, efficiency, satisfaction, learnability, and the usability of that tools. So this evaluation can give us kind of a clear view on that educational tools. In the next test, we would look into the usability from the Omani child perspective, because those games need to be reflected on their, or need to be supported by their imaginary situation or their background in using those particular tools. So that's why in this usability, we are trying to focus into the effectiveness of those tools, learnability, memorability, errors, and satisfaction. The outcome of this phase will supposed to help in understanding the cultural behavior after using those games. So by measuring the responses or the understanding for using the game or learning from the game, or ability to recite or rehearse using particular part of the game again and again. And that's where we'll find it was interesting, for example, or not. And finally, the final phase in this framework was to do some observational checklist, trying to understand the behavioral intention to use the game or to use the educational game again by the that particular age group. So in this particular test, we will focus on the GUI usage citation, GUI interaction, GUI communication, understandability, and usage confident. Okay, once we have this artifact completed, next it was the place where we needed to evaluate it and make sure that this tool will be helpful for us on our work. So 3 main criteria has been decided that we need to test: the effectiveness, efficiency, and appeal of this designed framework to make sure that it will do the purpose of its existence. To test this tool, we choose individual expert review evaluation. So we invited a number of experts to participate in this study, and we make it clear for them what we are doing and how they can support us in evaluation of that framework. We carry out this evaluation using a questionnaire and walk through by guiding the experts on how to conduct these tests, and then answering the question in the questionnaire, which will be the main feedback system for us to understand if our system was successful or not. As a result, after this of these sessions actually took place, we have 18 experts who participated and completed the tasks. As I said, we're trying to confirm that the efficiency, effectiveness, and the appeal of the module will be correct and will give us the accurate information. The obtained result after conducting this research, that all of those experts actually, they confirm the usefulness of this framework, and they believe that if we are doing this framework or implementing this framework properly while conducting our study, the result we will obtain by the facilitator or by the observer, it will be relevant, and it will support the hypothesis we are making out of our study. Now, once we have the framework and we have the evaluation completed, and we believe that it was finalized according to some more comments even from the experts. So now we believe this model or this framework can be implemented to test the success or the correctness of any educational game tools. Now, as it is in the beginning, this is a complete research project, and this is only one direction from that project being published by this paper. So the research evaluation here being measured by providing by investigating 3 sections.
Excuse me, Dr. Marwan, sorry
Yes?
to interrupt. You have another 2 minutes to conclude.
Yeah, okay, I will conclude soon. Yeah. Thank you. All right, so the measurement model, the study descriptive analysis, and the study structure models, those being investigated to highlight the successful implementation of the framework or not, and the findings just came to confirm that our framework is really helpful, and the findings can be summarized actually, so that the research finding here add to the literature of intention to use, specifically towards educational games for children during the COVID-19 or such situation. And then the research highlights the necessity consideration in the application of educational games for children during the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, it shed the light through creating or discussing the relationship among the student efficiency, effectiveness, appeal, and intermediate variables, which is intention to use educational games. Next stage, actually, this is the last thing here. Next stage, after we confirm the benefit of the invented model, so develop the training framework, as I said previously. So, and we are currently in the process of writing the final outcomes from that model. And then the last stage in our research will be for future to deploy and evaluate the current use educational games in Oman. So in conclusion, so in this research, we try to propose a methodology that can be used to evaluate the educational game that implemented for certain group of students a certain age within a specific location, but later it might be expanded to be globalized. Based on the evaluation that we have conducted for the model, the expert expressed their beliefs that this model was adequate, and it need to be tested further by deploying that framework and measure later the collected data, and this will be part of our future work. So currently, or finally, here we will put actually this framework into implementation, and soon, inshallah, we will be publishing the results of this research. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marwan, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions for Dr. Marwan?
Yes, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the presentation. It is a nice presentation.
Thank you.
I'm interested on the second stage of your presentation related to the usability measurement. I think you take 5 aspects or factors: effectiveness, learnability, memorability, error, and satisfaction. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, that's right. Okay. Can you share how do you measure that those aspects from effectiveness, learnability, memorability, error, and satisfaction? Do you use any questionnaire maybe or something, another tools?
Yeah, sure. As obvious from the frameworks in the first session, there will be the facilitator who will be in direct touch with the students in the design of this process to evaluate a certain game in accordance to the student understanding. So if I design this later, so I will give a specific game with a questionnaire. This questionnaire will be answered by the facilitator for the age. It will be the parent or the teacher in this case. We will ask we will design some test cases or use cases. So this will be given to the child to use the game to reach or to achieve particular task, and that later that task will be repeated by the same student. So now the facilitator will be taking notes on behalf of the child by observing him and answering number of the question. So the result of those questions will help us to assess the effectiveness, learnability, memorability, errors, and satisfaction of the model.
So you involve the facilitator instead of the children, is it right?
Yeah, because considering the age range, 6 to 8 years, so it's not recommended that to ask like critical questions to the student. And because I cannot be there as observer due to the lockdown or similar situation or distance, so that's why we say is facilitator can be either the teacher or the parent, and this will be supported by training session. And we have volunteers, and we have conducted some work here. We have volunteers who approved and have been trained and so on.
Okay, thank you. It's answer my question because
Thank you very much.
Actually I have one question about the participant, the children 6 to 8, but you already explained that you involve the facilitator.
Yes.
To help the children. Okay, thank you, Dr. Marwan.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Session Chair, and thank you, Dr. Marwan, once again.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you.
So next we are moving on to technical session 2. And our first presenter from technical session 2 is Vayan Dipasari Auzora, who will be discussing on the near-infrared hyperspectral imaging for predicting water activity of hydrated pineapple.
Sorry, my background.
Hi, Vayan.
Hello. Sorry, my background is not detecting, is it?
Maybe you can remove your virtual background and it will be clear.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, it's good now and we can see you clear.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I will share my screen first.
Okay.
Okay. So can I start now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon for all the participants of today's 4th International Conference on Research Trends in Multidisciplinary Research. My name is Wayan Dipasasri Auzora, along with my colleague from King Mongkut's Institute of Technology Latrabang. We would like to present our project about near-infrared hyperspectral imaging for predicting water activity quality of dehydrated pineapple. And this our biography. I'm sorry, I just show only me and my advisor. So me is as the student of King Mongkut Institute of Technology Latrabang, and my advisor, Sonti Softera Chariot, is one of the lecturer in ITL, and his expertise in non-destructive evaluation, in infrared spectroscopy, and agricultural and food engineering. And start with the abstract. So we are concerned about quality of processed products that should be analyzed as fast as possible to create a good product that can share in the market. And then NIRHSI is chosen as reliable of online monitoring for food products. And it's resulted that partial least square regression can be used to create models of water activity of dehydrated pineapple. And it's resulted the correlation coefficient of prediction 0.72 and root mean square error of prediction 0.0054. And start with the introduction. The pineapple is known as a strength second of importance tropical fruit in wood production, but because it's seasonal and tropical fruits, mostly fruit losses mainly occur in harvesting period. So that's why to overcome this problem, pineapple is processed into puree, pulp, can, juice, or dehydrated fruits. For the dehydration process to make the dehydrated products, consists of 3 steps, including pre-drying treatments that are raw product preparation and color preservation. And then the next step is dehydration, which is elimination of water from the product. And then the last one is post-dehydration, including the sweating, screening, inspection, instantization treatment, and packaging. For the quality dehydrated pineapple that analyzed in this project is water activity, and it's really crucial quality that it should be range around 0.6 until 0.65. And for the conventional analysis that mostly used for checking the quality of the dehydrated pineapple are not preferable because it needs a lot of human work or laboratory work, and also needs a lot of chemical, and it also takes time. So that's why non-destructive method is preferable because it can analyze different of food parameters, reduce waste, and permit repeated measurements. On NIRHSI or near infrared hyperspectral imaging is chosen or preferable because it can provide important information that relate to the vibrational behaviors of organic molecules such as CH, OH, and NH that can relate to the component content and quality of products. And the benefits of NIRHSI itself, including high resolution of spectral channel, wide scope application, reflects external and internal quality, and contain both spectral and spatial data. The objectives of this research were to create relation between NIRHSI scanning to qualities of dehydrated pineapple and provide a simple system for dehydrated pineapple quality classification. And these are the materials that used in this project, including dehydrated pineapple, NIRHSI system, and water activity method. And for the next step is sample preparation. So the sample, which is dehydrated pineapple, is scanned through the NIRHSI system, and then directly measured for water activity parameter using water activity method. And this is the schematic representation of NIRHSI system, including camera, spectrograph, lens, illumination lamps, optical fiber, light source, and control panel, and also computer. For the measurement of water activity, so we're gonna need 1 gram of sample and put it in the water activity meter and put it for certain time, and we will get water activity value displayed in the water activity meter. For the data analysis, so this data sample achieved from the NIRHSI scanning was applied by principal component analysis to get the region of interest. And then the sample was divided into prediction and calibration set. And calibration model was created using partial least square regression, and then various kind of spatial pretreatment was applied to the calibration model to get the best model considering the lowest root mean square error of cross-validation and highest value of correlation coefficient of cross-validation. And finally, the acquired model were model that achieved from spectral pretreatment were used for predicting dehydrated pineapple qualities. This is the result from the average spectra of ROA from dehydrated pineapple. From this absorbance, this sample was divided into low and high of value, water activity value of dehydrated pineapple. And then the absorbance was average again. And it shows that the low and high average absorbance are divided like this. So it shows that this line shows the high value of water activity of dehydrated pineapple. Meanwhile, this one is the low value. So it shows that the NIRHSI can distinguish between low and high value of component from the sample. And then the average absorbance was applied by second derivative absorbance to remove the noise and to show the clearly more clear to show clearer peaks. Here there are 4 peaks that are related to the peaks of water at 964, 1154, 1342, and 1460 nanometer. So it shows that it's related to what are we analyze, which is water activity, and this NIRHSI system can detect the water in the sample. And this is the
Excuse me, Wayan. Sorry
yes?
to interrupt. You have another 2 minutes to conclude.
Sure. It's only a little bit. They are this table shows the distribution of a sample in calibration and prediction set. There are total 130 samples, and this is the pretreatments that were used in this project, and it shows that the original spectra was chosen for creating the model because it has the lowest it has the highest correlation coefficient of cross validation and lowest root mean squared error of cross validation. And this is when the sample was plotted in the actual and predicted water activity in the calibration set and prediction set. The R value here shows 0.73 and in the prediction 0.72, which is it show that the model it's good enough for predicting the water activity of dehydrated pineapple, both in the prediction set and calibration set. And the conclusions are the wavelength at this range can be used to create the PLSR model of water activity using its original spectra, and also NIRHSI has potential to be used to predict qualities of dehydrated products non-destructively, and IRHSI system also is rapid and reliable for quality control method. And this is the reference that are used in this presentation. And for us as the authors want to say acknowledgement to KMITL ASEAN Postgraduate Scholarship 2019 and KMITL Research and Innovation Services or CRIS to support this project. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention. I give back the time and place to the moderator, please.
Thank you so much, Wayan, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions, please?
Yes. To Wayan,
Yes.
Dipa Sasri. Okay.
Yes.
One question. Why is it important for us to know the water activity on the pineapple product? Why is it important?
So this is the dehydrated products, which is we dry the products to a certain level. So drying the sample, it has in the codex, or in Indonesia we have BPOM, something like that, that the water activity content of dry product should be 0.6 or 0.765, because if we if we do the drying not in that range, maybe we can maybe the products can occur like spoilage, for example like yeast or what is it, yeast that can spoilage the product, and it can shorten the life shelf life of the product itself. So that's why
it means the parameter of water activity will affect the quality of the pineapple. Is it right?
Yeah, sure. The dehydrated pineapple.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Wayan, once again.
Yes.
So moving on to the next presenter. So next we have Suresh Mani to present the paper on household diversification. a village-based survey in India during the pre-COVID and COVID-19 pandemic era. Welcome, Suresh Mani. Yes. Yes, Dr. Suresh, you can unmute.
Screen is visible?
Yes, sir, screen is visible. You can put on slide mode and begin. Slide mode and begin.
Slide, okay, just.
So your slide has gone now. Can you reshare the screen again?
Share, okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, yes. Now your audio and video is right.
Okay, very good afternoon. So in this, my topic is household diversification. It is a village-based study in a rural part of India, particularly Tamil Nadu. One village survey has been done before the pre-pandemic period and after and also in the post-pandemic period, and wanted to study about how the diversification has happened in the village level, and also how it is going to impact the household standard of living and other things. So it is done by two authors, myself, Dr. Suresh Mani, and my friend is Dr. K. Ramakrishnan. He is also collaborated with my work. So my biography, myself, I have completed my PhD from University of Hyderabad, Bangalore, Hyderabad. And currently I am working in PS University, Bangalore. And also my friend Ramakrishnan, who is a co-author, is working in Vivekanand College, Tiruchengood, Tamil Nadu, and India. Okay. So this is so if you look at the basic abstract of this topic is household diversification. If you look at the household diversification in rural area, in rural economy, if you look at the household diversification is a way for making or living a life. Household diversification is a very norm for any rural economy because they have to diversify themselves so that they can at least they can get some income and they can survive in the economy. So if you look at we have studied a village, particularly in the pre-pandemic period and also in the post-pandemic period. And if you look at majority of the workers were male workers during that in the rural area. And if you look at post-pandemic period, there is a change. In the working pattern also there is a diversification also have been changed, and particularly if you look at now in the post pandemic period, the people are relying on the government support for the livelihood. So that is a basic abstract of the my study. And if you look at introduction, so if you look at household diversification is a way of making is a norm in the rural economy, particularly in India. So very few households generally depend on purely on agriculture. They have to diversify into other activities for the survival purpose. And if you look at present study is based in the rural village from Tamil Nadu. It is a part of Tamil Nadu village in India. And the district is Namakkal district where the village is located. And if you look at the objective of the study is to identify the nature of the diversification of the individual and the household between the pre-survey period, which was done in November and December 2012, and the pandemic period, which is November, December 2012. So we want to see how the diversification happened during this period. And if you look at the location of this is a district which is of India, in particularly Tamil Nadu, this district Namakkal, and this village located in the Tiruchengood district. Tiruchengood, this is an area. So this village is nearby to this place. Okay. So if you look at, I am discussing only few tables of the study. So first, I will be discussing about the diversification in the pre and the pandemic period. So if you look at household can be divided into three types. For my study, I have divided the household into three types. One is cultivators, Generally, they depend on the agriculture, and other is agriculture labor. These are the part of the farm sector. Next is a mixed household. See, mixed households are those households in which one member, at least one member, depend on the other than the agriculture activity. Either he might be working in a company or any manufacturing sector or service sector. Pure non-farm sector household means those who are purely depend on the other than the agriculture activity. These are called as pure non-farm sector. And other household means here those people who depend on the remittances or pensions. Okay. So if you look at between the pre and post pandemic period, the mixed household is a dominant. Okay, if you look at least one person is working in the outside. So 69% or of the households are dependent on the mixed households. And if you look at, there was not much change in the this household pattern also, even in the pre and the post pandemic period. And if you look at next table I will be discussing about is about the labor market and the pandemic crisis. So if you look at in the labor market, we see that this is a pattern which is visible during the pandemic period. So skilled labor, 43 are the skilled labor and 33 are the unskilled labor out of the total 100 population. And if you look at the employment relationship, I have divided into three types. One is casual, permanent, and also activities I have divided into two types. One is manufacturing and services. So if you look at majority of the workers are in the manufacturing sector, and permanent is a job criteria of the situation of the village. Okay. So next thing I will be discussing about what is happening in the post-pandemic period. So in the pre-pandemic and the post-pandemic period. So if you look at in the pandemic period, we can see the village workers, the pandemic has impacted their livelihood. If you look at partially, 35% workers are only dependent on, are getting the partial wages only. And if you look at 19 people are not getting no salary. Only few people have got the full salary in the village. And if you look at next thing is 51 workers or have been temporarily laid off, and 17 workers have been permanently laid off in the from the jobs. And if you look at livelihood also, you can see the majority of the families, they are telling that it has impacted, the COVID pandemic has impacted their income, particularly their income has been impacted. And only few have said that they have, there is no impact on their due to the pandemic. And if you look at next, I will go to the conclusion. These are the few tables which I wanted to share in the conference. Next is, if you look at the majority of the households in the rural area are mixed household, even during the pandemic and the post-pandemic. And one of the very important thing about this study is that we have found that there is an increase in the female workers, particularly that is one of the interesting phenomena. And large portion of the workers either have been temporary or permanently laid off. And if you look at very important conclusion which I can draw from this study is that majority of the farming household, they were depending about the government welfare schemes, while mixed households were depending on their own saving, and the diversified households were depending on their own saving compared to the so agriculture household requires more government support during the this pandemic period compared to the pure agriculture, non-agriculture households or the diversified household. They depend on their own saving for the thing. Okay, so these are the references. Okay. Thank you, all of you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Suresh Mani. Session
Any
chairs, any questions?
No question this time. We can proceed to the presenter.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So moving further to our next presenter, next I invite Achiraya to present the paper on the detection of adulteration in alcoholic beverages by near-infrared hyperspectral imaging.
Okay, let me share my video first.
Okay.
Okay, can you see my video, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me thank you all for being here today. I am very pleased to do a presentation on detection of adulteration of alcoholic beverages using near-infrared hyperspectral imaging. My name is Achiraya Tanti Nantatakul. I am a master degree in food science, Faculty of Food Industry at Kim Mongkut Institute of Technology, Lat Krabang in Thailand. First, I will present the overview of this research. In Thailand, alcoholic beverages have been contaminated with the isopropyl alcohol, which is a commonly used, often combined with the ethanol, as antibacterial agent for the sterilization surface, such as instrument, tool, and human. Mass spectrometry was reported to be a method of detecting container in the whiskey, but is used destructive, expensive, and time-consuming. Therefore, non-destructive, fast, accurate, and reliable technique for the detecting the adulteration in the alcoholic beverage used would be great asset to the industry, as well as ensure safety for the consumer. NIR-HSI is a non-destructive technique combined with the spectroscopy and MET processing. It has been successfully used for detecting the quality of the various foods, including hint, egg, cake, lime, tomato, grape, strawberry, orange, peanut, and cheese. NIR-HSI can also be used to analyze the distribution of the chemical within the sample. Therefore, NIR-HSI was tested for use in the detecting adulteration in the alcoholic beverage in this study. Next part, I would like to explain about material and method. A vodka containing 40% of ethanol that were used as the alcoholic beverage in this study. For the quantitative analysis, isopropyl alcohol was adjusted to the same concentration as the vodka, and the isopropyl alcohol was added to in the vodka in a different concentration from the 0 to 100% volume by volume. If the sample was placed in the gas bottle with a closed with a cap and rubber seal and stored in the air-conditioned room at 25 degrees Celsius about 24 hours, then 3 mm if the sample was poured into the surfactants cup of the measurement by NIR-HSI. For the quantitative analysis, the calibration set was used. Creating the calibration model used a partial least square regression or PLSR. The independent variable were the percentage of the isopropyl alcohol was added to the vodka, and independent variable is the spectra of the sample. Spectral pretreatment and the performance of the calibration model was determined from the correlation coefficient as you see on the slide. The quantitative analysis were have divided into two groups. The first group was the poor 20 sample, and the second group adulterated 120 sample. Independent variable was then either 0 or 1. It's a pure or adulterated. And the statistic is partial least square discriminant analysis, or PLSDA, was carried out into the created classification model. The cutoff value was 0.5. less than 0.5 were classified as the pure and 0.5 more were classified as the adulterated. The accuracy of the classification model was determined by the percentage of the correct prediction in the both group using relevant outcome variation or ROOCV. Next part, I will describe about result and discussion. This is average spectrum of the alcoholic beverage. The peak at around 1454 nanometer has also previously been shown to be associated with the first overtone of the oxygen with the hydrogen staging of the water and ethanol with the peak at around 1685 nanometer, indicating the second overtone of the carbon with the hydrogen staging, and was shown to be associated with the aromatic group. For the quantitative analysis, prediction sets were in the length of the calibration set and the standard deviation of the isopropyl alcohol percentage of the sample in the calibration set and the prediction set were similar. The smoothing presentation gave the best result, creating the calibration model for the predicting isopropyl alcohol percentage. Correlation coefficient of cost variation or RCV 0.85 and root mean square error of cost variation or RMSECV 18.17%. The calibration model for the predicting isopropyl alcohol percentage gave a good correlation with the PLSR model. In the calibration set having RC 0.92 and RMSEC 13.1%, and in the prediction set having RP 0.85 and RMSEP 18.25%. The results show that PLSR model had a good performance and accuracy for the predicting percentage of isopropyl alcohol. Therefore, it's worth using NIR HSI show the potential for to use the detecting percentage of the isopropyl alcohol that has been added to the vodka. The qualitative analysis, the graph showed that the two clusters were completely separated, with the variation for the PC1 and PC2 at the 96% and 4%. The combined method of the spectral treatment, including smoothing with the SNV, gave the best result of 90.71%. The result of PLSDA using classification model has an accuracy of 93.57% and 90.71% by the relevant outcome variation and by calibration. The performance classification model by the calibration was 93.57%
Excuse me,
and
Acharya, you
accuracy
have
prediction
another
was
minutes left.
90.71% by testing with the model using relevant outcome variation. It shows that NIR-HSI has potential for use in the identification of the adulteration in vodka. Finally, I will present the conclusion of the research. Therefore, this is the conclusion NIR-HSI could be used in the detecting ethyl alcohol with the isopropyl alcohol in the adulterated vodka. These are my reference.
Yes, thank you so much, Acharya, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions?
Yes. How many samples do you involve in this study, and how do you choose that sample? Can you share? Can you explain in a brief?
The sample I use 140 sample for the quantitative analysis, and qualitative analysis I was use 120 sample. Yeah.
And how do you choose those samples? Is there any requirement or something?
What do you mean about the question?
How do you choose? How do you select the sample?
The sample I choose the depend on the percent the alcohol.
Oh,
and
depend on.
Yeah, depend the percent of the alcohol and percent of the isopropyl alcohol. Yeah.
So that's why you select only, you choose only one sample of alcoholic beverage.
Oh, the one sample is
I mean the
10.
only one brand.
Oh,
of,
yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
Thank you too.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Acharya, for joining us. So next, I would like to invite our next presenter, that is Afzal Mukhtar, who will be presenting on the mood-based music recommendation for a mall using real-time image.
Good afternoon. This is Afzal. Am I audible?
Yes, you can put on slide mode and begin.
It's on slide mode. Is it visible now?
Yes.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Afzal Mukhtar, the author of this paper. So basically, we'll be talking about mood-based music recommendation for a particular mall because we'll be using the crowd images. So these are the authors and the co-authors. Ritika Rahul Mehta, Abhirami, and Sukirti are my co-authors, and the guide is Kamachi Priya L. So moving on a little about myself, I'm just a student from a fourth year student from Best University who is pursuing a degree in computer science with specialization in data science. I've worked for space settlement design competitions, which was headed by NASA, and I was one of the automations head in that department. I'm mostly passionate about artificial intelligence and how I can make anything be done using only a computer and its intelligence. So moving on, the presentation outline is as follows, with a few introduction, project description, how the system is designed, talking about the different artificial models which I've created, and the results and discussions. So moving on, we have humans. We know humans can easily detect a mood of a person just by looking at them or by talking to them. So if we can get this information learned by a computer system, it's going to be very helpful because it can provide users based on mood. It can provide users various recommendations and things which can actually influence their moods. So in a mall, we are mainly concerned with the mall where and different kinds of music which is played can affect a user and can also help provide customers and also the workers there to have a much better experience. So in this system, what we have used is mainly using a crowd image. We have analyzed the facial emotion and using a convolutional neural network. And we have used two different models for audio and lyrics separately. So for audio, we used an XGBoost algorithm, and for lyrics, we used an ensemble model of XGBoost model, an XGBoost model, and two different deep neural networks. And finally, we just generate a recommendation playlist, which is randomly generated based on the set of modes which we have identified. So in the music system which we have, it will detect the two most common facial modes which is present in the crowd. So in the crowd, there will be a lot of modes, like there will be 5 to 6 different modes, but we'll take the 2 most commonly occurring mode and we'll use that as a basis for providing the music recommendations. And the mood of the song is identified using the information which is provided by Spotify. Spotify has a list of details for an audio, which is provided, like for example, speechiness, the liveness, the valence, all of these information is provided by Spotify. And the lyrics is extracted from Genius Lyrics. Moving on, the lyrics is then converted into various other vectors. After performing pre-processing, we perform the task, we pass this into our deep neural networks and XGBoost models. The audio and lyrical models are classified and then we store them in the database so that it's easier for us to access it later on. So this is how the system flows. First of all, we have made a complete system with which can directly be used at any systems in a mall or by an individual user, but we are mainly focusing on crowd images. So first of all, whoever is providing us the crowd image should actually authenticate, because there can be an issue with security providing crowd images. So they have to authenticate and then they can upload songs. They can add songs from their own to form their own library, or else they can directly just play songs based on recommendation. So whenever we perform those, it gets the song, it first gets the image from the crowd, and the crowd image analyzes the mood and then generates a list of songs which can be played. Or else if we are adding songs, what happens is we gather the lyrics from different websites, from Genius Lyrics, and then we also gather the audio features. Now, when we are gathering lyrics, and there are many songs which are actually not just English, so we are focusing only on English. So if there is a song which is in a different language, like Chinese or Arabic, so we translate this into English using Google Translate, and then we perform the further analysis on these. So now, this is how our face emotion recognition model works. First of all, it extracts the features for each of the face. It extracts the faces, and then it passes it to our FER model. And using the FER model, it detects which emotion that particular single image is. So we form an array of modes, and then we choose the 2 most common modes out of it. And for the song, what we do is we gather the data from the Spotify's API just by taking the input for the song name and the artist name. And after that, we classify the mood based on the audio classifier, that is the XGBoost model, and then it gives out an output for that song. The same thing goes with our lyrics mode. We gather the data from the lyrics, and after performing a few pre-processing, we pass it to a lyrics classifier. The lyrics classifier itself performs all the pre-processing which is necessary before it provides the predictions. So the results and discussions of these, as we can see, is that the VGG16 model, which is a pre-existing model, it provided an accuracy of 71% for the FER 2013 dataset, which is present on Kaggle. We designed our own CNN, which gave us 68. So we thought that why not use a XGBoost algorithm along with the VGG16, and we improved the accuracy by 1. The reason for this improvement is because XGBoost reduces the unnecessary weight retraining, and because of a few parameter tuning, we can improve the performance of any models. Usually we do not reduce the performance when we are using a convolutional XGBoost. It usually improves, or it just stays the same depending upon the parameter choices. So now in audio mode classifier, we can see that an XGBoost algorithm outperforms all of the other algorithms by a good margin. This is because it can easily understand the underlying relationship between different audio features. Like valence can be related to how speechy a song is, or what is the tempo of a music. So all of these relations is easily taken into account by an XGBoost model than the other models. But deep neural network, the dense artificial neural network, is very close in relation to XGBoost. We can see the reason why, because of the F1 scores. Now the lyrics mood classifier, we had a varied result. We had some of them perform better in sad in sad category. Some of them perform better in a neutral category. So all of these were like somewhat biased. So we thought we'll use an ensemble method to combine all of this so that we can get a good classification overall. So we took a few of the deep neural networks and different other models, and we classify and we used majority voting technique. And we found out that an ensemble method, the number 2, which consists of 2 deep neural networks and an XGBoost model, these 3 together outperformed all of the other models. So in conclusion, I would like to just say that there is proof provided by a lot of psychological research that music actually improves a person's mind. It makes them healthier. It improves their cognitive performance, reduces stress, and it also makes people happier when they are working on something. So and most of the expressions which is provided for a mood is through facial emotions. So that's why we went more mainly for the facial emotions. Now we would like to work, since this project mainly was research was focused on the recommendation for a crowd. We would like to work on moving forward with each individual recommendation, providing a better recommendation system rather than random generation based on mood. So these are certain F1 scores for FER and audio mood classifiers, as it can be seen. So we can see that the convolutional XGBoost performs a little better in the angry category and the surprised category, which is usually not a good place for most of the models to perform, because angry and surprised is more or less, it gets really confused, because more or less these two expressions are very close in relation. And F1 scores for an audio classifier, we can see that an XGBoost performs much better than any other model, but a dense artificial neural network performs a little better in happy category than the others, whereas the XGBoost model outperforms them in other cases. So this is the case with lyrics mode classification, and we can see the individual F1 scores for each individual model, and then we created the ensemble F1 scores. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Afzal, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions?
Yes. Have you implemented the result of the study?
Yes, we have implemented this, and we have made it.
Can you share the what is it, the improvement, the mood improvement using the result of the study in the real situation?
In the real situation, we have not implemented completely in the code. We have not implemented for a mall. We have not pitched it there, but we have created the product and it is ready, and it just has to be pitched. So if you would like, I can display that, but it takes a little bit of time.
Yes, I think it is a very interesting topic, and in the future, it would be better if you can implement in the real situation. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Excuse me, sir. We have actually implemented, but we just have to pitch it to the companies, whichever.
Okay.
That's all.
I see. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Afzal. So moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Yosur Gadon to discuss on the top technological trends in fintech and their impact on the financial sector. Dr. Yosur?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I'm trying to get the PowerPoint slides shared with the team. So do you have the share the PowerPoint?
So we can see your screen. Yes. It's visible now.
Very good. Very good. Okay.
Can you please
yes.
put on slide mode, sir?
Sorry?
Can you put on slide mode?
Light mode?
No problem. Please continue.
Okay. You already mentioned the title of the paper. The objective of the paper is actually to see what is the impact of artificial intelligence on the financial sector, and more precisely to explore what are the technical changes in the market and what are the consequences on the financial market and on the behavior of the investor in general. Okay, so the main trends are artificial intelligence, as mentioned earlier, blockchains, fintech, the creation of fintech. Many companies, thousands of companies are created in the market. Google Cloud and its impact on the transactions. Robotic processing, biometric identification, which helps in the banking system, open banking, and I will talk about it later, and personalization or customization. So essentially, the idea is we can talk, I think the group knows very well what is the artificial intelligence and what is the automation. So no need to take time from that. The artificial intelligence and the technological that are drawn from the artificial intelligence are used in machine learning, and there are impacts on the investors. Well, I want to talk about the consequences of all this on the system, because artificial intelligence could be irresponsible, could be unethical, and what are the consequences of that on the banking system? Okay. Needless to say that the artificial intelligence helps to increase the volume of transaction for investments, either in the stock market or in the banking system. Okay, the blockchain helps to also facilitating the payments, especially during the pandemic period, which helped to increase the work through digitalization. There is a big impact on the reputation of the company. There are benefits from artificial intelligence, but later on we will talk about the problem of the inconvenience of the artificial intelligence. So here we have, it helps the brand reputation. It offers more possibilities to the future. It increases and eases the use of the product. Okay, another advantage is faster insights and faster transaction. So in terms of time, the time is shorter to make a transaction, and as a consequence, the transaction volume increases. And it helps also to comply with the regulatory system, because it is included in the algorithm of the transaction. It helps in the mortgage through the robotic process automation by creating automatic report generation, and more quickly the people will get the loans. Customization, indeed, it helped more quickly the detection of any specific needs from the customers, and the banking loan and banking system is more quickly. Okay, no need to talk about definition artificial intelligence and and the machine learning that you know very well, and the presentation before mine was very good at this regard by even including the emotions in the machine. Well, we have here definition of blockchain, etc., that you all know about, or you can check my my paper later on. Fintech is increasing more and more. This is, we said it already. I want to go to one point because this presentation is at least for no less than 40 minutes, but as far as we have 10 minutes, or 8 minutes, so I need to zap the slides. So we know that artificial intelligence started in the 1950s by credit cards, but now it is used in many things, and we went from theorization of money until the digital wallet. Okay, the future of InTech, and this is important for me, the future of technology, is that the machine could be, the machine will be more intelligent than the human being who is doing the algorithm. So we are talking here about a cognitive issue, which is the self-consciousness of the machine and the improvement. Of course, one of the consequences of this technology is that we created the cryptocurrencies, and probably the most known is Bitcoin, but there are many others that are taking the market. The second important one is Ethereum. Now, this is probably what is important for me, and this is the message that I want to talk about it in this paper, is the risk is coming from artificial intelligence. One of them is the loss of job for people, and this is one socioeconomic impact. The second one is the privacy violation, and this is related to what you see also here, that artificial intelligence used in financial landscape. It uses metadata on people, and this metadata could be used in different manners, either in marketing, but also it could be used for fraud. It could be used for violating the privacy of the investors, and this create what we call market volatility. Market volatility is nothing else than the risk that is perceived by the customers, and our customers here are the investors. And of course, there is a risk of on weapons and on wars using artificial intelligence. So there is a problem of. Sorry?
Excuse me, sir, you have another 2 minutes left to conclude.
I have how much? How much time left?
2 minutes left, sir. Okay. You have 2 minutes left.
So we have a problem of ethics, a problem of morality in the computational system. We have a problem that could affect the investment in the future. And I think that, and I will conclude by this, something needs to be done to stop to find ways to stop the exaggeration of bad use or malpractices in artificial intelligence use. So we need to create what we call a governance system for artificial intelligence. And you will find in my slides and in the paper all the risks of coming from the artificial intelligence. So the thing that we need to be aware of is that there are risks related to artificial intelligence, how to overcome these risks. So there are benefits, but there are problems related to this, and still we don't know what will be the future of the artificial intelligence in finance. But one thing is sure is that the customers, the investors are quite afraid of their data going from their credit card to their investment, and the privileged information that should be hidden from the competitors. So I will stop here because I am aware that you are putting a time constraint on the presentation, and if you have any question, I will be more than glad to answer them. I have some questions for the audience, but the time doesn't allow for that. So please, if you have any questions for me, I will be more than happy to answer them. Here we are talking about war, but through artificial intelligence. Here we are talking about machines that are 100% or almost automated. And all this is risks that need to be tackled in the system. So I'll give you.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions?
Yes, I have one question, short question. I'm interested in the last statement related to the ethics and morality. You said that ethics and morality is an important thing.
Yes.
Important thing to related to artificial intelligence. Can you share a little bit more about the important things related ethics and morality in artificial intelligence? Thank you.
Yes, if you take this slide, one of the problems is the privacy of data. Okay, in the artificial intelligence, the data is not private and is not confidential. Some people have direct access on private information. They know what you do, from where you buy, where you go, etc. This is a risk. Okay, there is a lack of transparency if they want to make it happen. There is problems on the freedom of the people. There are problems of broader societal issues, and here we can talk about power asymmetries, because they will make some companies more powerful, as we see Google and many other companies, and the uncertainty issues that could be created. And here I'm talking about unintended and foreseeable adverse impacts, such as we give some privileged information to some investors that they can buy or sell based on this information, whereas minority shareholders do not have access to this information. The people who have access to the metadata, to the big data, okay, they can share it with some powerful lobbying groups, and that's a risk. That's a very big risk.
Okay, I agree with that statement that we have problem with that, how to secure our metadata and data. Okay.
So the question, absolutely, you are absolutely right. Sorry for the interruption. Yes, we need to protect the artificial intelligence malpractices, let's say potential malpractices, if there aren't any yet, we need to protect it, and we need a system of governance of the artificial intelligence. Like we talk about corporate governance or public governance, lack of transparency, lack of democracy, lack of freedom of the human rights. This is approximately, we can make the metaphor with artificial intelligence for the investors.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Dr. Yasser, you have one more presentation, which
Yes.
is on corporate governance and earnings management, which is an evidence from Canada. So you may proceed with that presentation as well.
Yes, absolutely. So here we are talking about something that is probably not very known from everybody. Sorry, and I don't know how specialized is the audience. I know it's a transdisciplinary audience. Consequently, I need to define I will be talking about corporate governance and earnings management, and it is not sure that we all know what is earnings management. Earnings management is simply the use of techniques to produce financial statements and to disclose this information. Earnings management is to come at the end of the year and to make the results look nice and beautiful, and the shareholders will be happy. But the truth is, it is not the case. So when we say earnings management, that means that I manage the earnings to the benefit of the managers and not to the benefit of the shareholder. So anything related to earnings management could be related to corruption within the company that is very difficult to detect because it is happening within the balance sheet and the statement of income, and this could affect the credibility of this information. One thing that we discovered, and it is important. Later on, I can talk if I have time about the different types of earnings management. One thing that is important, and you have it here in this box 2.2, that there is a separation between ownership and between control. The ownership are the owners, are the shareholders, the stockholders, all what you know. But in this shareholding, we discovered that the shareholders, there are two categories of shareholders. There are the large shareholders or the block shareholders, and there are the minority shareholders that I call them the absentee owners. So they are the owners of the company. They are the shareholders like all the others, but they are absent from the decision-making process. Consequently, it creates a separation between ownership and control, and the large shareholders will take decision in the interest of themselves, and they do not benefit the atomistic small shareholders. Most usually in my study, which is empirical on the contrary of the other one, the first presentation was theoretical, opening the door for new ideas and new empirical study. This study is purely empirical, and we found that family owners, that companies that the ultimate owner is a family, usually a wealthy family, it behaves in the interest of the owners, on the family, and not on the process of transparency and giving interest equitable to the small and large shareholders. We calculated here what we call the accruals, which means the real revenue or the real earnings, to be more precise, and the earnings that is disclosed in the balance sheet and statement of income. We calculated this for 1,100 company in Canada, and for each company we tried to trace back the ownership, because the ownership is a very complicated thing. It could be a direct ownership, but it could be a cross ownership, but it could be that you own a small number of shares, but you own much more voting rights, because there are multiple chairings, multiple chairs, and the chairs could be with multiple votes. So to make it very simple, so I want just to read this because it is important. Accounting practices that violate the GAP, general accounting accepted practices, are called earning manipulation and fraudulent accounting. It is fraudulent, but it is not detectable. So that fraud, that corruption, that what could be said that illegal, you can never detect it directly, and the board of governors or the board of directors that is supposed to control the company for the best interests of the small shareholders, they cannot detect it, because you know that the board of directors is more loyal to the managers than the shareholders, because they are most likely suggested and nominated by the management team, and especially the chief executive officer. So what we need to keep in mind is that earning management has a negative effect on the quality of earnings. It distorts information. It cannot predict the future. So the quality of earnings refers here to the credibility of the earnings. And if there is no credibility on the numbers that are disclosed, how can you buy a stock or sell a stock based on data that is not 100% credible? So it affects the whole market. It affects the whole market, and this could have a lot of consequences. There are different techniques of earnings management that I cannot go through them right now. So here again, I'm talking about ethics in the information disclosure. So if the disclosure of information was manipulated, consequently, the investor will not give any credibility to this information, and he can withdraw from the market. And you know that through the law of offer, supply and demand, if the supply increases, which means that people want to sell because they don't have credibility in the market, so the price will decrease, and the capital in the hands of the managers will be decreased. Though this is a very bad thing for the market and for the economy, but it is a way to discipline the managers and to reduce their entrenchment. Okay. Here is how we can see a little bit what is the earnings management. You see, normally revenues are recognized when cash is received, and expenses are recorded when cash is paid. However, when we play with it, revenues are recognized when earned, and expenses are recognized when incurred. And this difference, we can capture it, okay? And this is what we try to do, to capture the accruals, to capture by some proxies the manipulation. When you studied one company at a time in depth, and it affects the credibility of the information. It is exactly the same if we talk about the government and there is no credibility in the information that is given through the political system, so you don't trust the system, and it affects many things in the future. This is our descriptive.
Excuse me, sir, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. So here are our ownership structure rights, the results of our regression analysis, and I think that in 2 minutes, all what I can say is that you know that Enron is one of the biggest known example of a company that used earnings management and the consequences on corporate governance, and that's why bankruptcy could happen. But it was visible that there is a problem in Enron. But for normal companies of medium size to big size, but reasonable big, so they are not under the loop, and we can lose a lot. So I want to conclude by saying that the disclosure of information, if the financial reporting is not credible, so the managers are manipulating the current shareholders and the potential and prospective investors, and this is very bad for the company, for the company and for the stock market, because we don't trust the stock market either. And the result of all this is that we will give a smaller price for the company. The company will not be able to get enough debt because it is not credible, and the company will go bankrupt slowly. Okay, and who is doing all this? All this is done by through the pressure exerted by the family companies and by family owners and by the large shareholders, the what we call the block holders. Who is losing at the end of the time? It's the small shareholders who buy 100 and 200 stocks. The truth is those who have just 10% of ownership but 51% of vote, they are doing what they want to do, and it's like the absence of democracy within the company, and the earnings management is one of them. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and if you have any question, I would be more than glad to answer them.
Thank you so much, sir. Session chairs, any questions?
No question this time. We can proceed to the next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Yosser, for your presentations and being part of this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to invite Corazon G. Pardo, who will be discussing on the employment of the Doctor of Education graduates in the University of Ilocandia. Corazon, can you please unmute?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. For a while, because I need to go out because of necessities, and there was already a disruption of internet. So, may I request my co-author to please help me with this?
Yes, you may request her to proceed with the presentation then.
Yes, ma'am. So, just a moment, please.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. I am very sorry for the. I am very
Will
sorry.
it take more time? If you require more time, maybe we'll come back and you can
Yes,
join
ma'am.
later.
So I am ready already, ma'am.
Okay, okay, fine. Please continue then.
Okay. How to present? I am already.
You can just click on share screen, the green color button that you see.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay, just.
Okay.
Okay.
Pleasant
Can
afternoon.
you please put on slide mode if possible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I am very sorry for the inconvenience. Again, pleasant afternoon to all. I am here to present our paper entitled The Employment of the Doctor of Education Graduates in the University of Ilocancha. I am Corazon Pardo. Together with this paper is Dr. Solita Evangeline Esbañez. Ma'am Sol, he is also with me. We are professors, researchers, and ERC members from the University of Northern Philippines. This paper aimed to describe the employment of the Doctor of Education graduates of our university. The advent of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, along with Education 4.0, is one of the reasons why we conducted this study, along with the provision of employment studies, which provides many information needed for quality assurance, accreditation standards, as well as in the attainment of Center of Development or Excellence. It is also a said mandate in our country. So employment studies are measures of the effectiveness of program offering as basis for curriculum review and re-engineering. It is also, or it will also serve as a guide for professors to plan appropriate teaching and learning activities. We anchored on the human capital theory of Schultz in the conduct of the study, as we can see in this slide. So this is a brief backgrounder of our university. It is considered as one of the top universities in the Philippines because of the following evidences. So the Doctor of Education program major in educational supervision was first offered in 1974. It is considered as the first Doctor of Education program in the Philippines that attains level 3 accreditation status. Now we are enjoying level 4 accreditation status. So generally, it aimed to describe the employment of the EDD graduates along the following variables. We utilized descriptive survey method of research. So there were 72 respondents of the study. We utilized a survey questionnaire. This is a sample of the study, which were made both in soft and hard copies. These questionnaires were sent via Facebook or we emailed, and those respondents within the locality, we personally gave them the hard copies. So we utilized frequency, percentages, and mean in the analysis of data. And this paper observed strictly the ethics protocols. This is the approval of the ERC committee. So as to the results and discussions, may I request my co-author, Dr. Solita Evangeline Bañez, to do the honor. Ma'am Sol, yes. Take it away. Thank you.
Results and discussion. For the profile of the graduates, majority of the graduates are age 40 to 49, female, 53 or 73.6%, married. They are married, and all the graduates are permanently employed, and a great percentage of them are receiving an average monthly income of from 40,000 to 60,000 pesos. So this finding suggests that all the EDD graduates are gainfully employed and earn a good income, except for one who only receives 5,000 monthly. For the history of graduates, it shows that majority of the graduates have previous employment, while 25 or 33.80% are only employed in their present work. So this means that most of the EDD graduates started as teachers in public or private schools. Interestingly, one of the graduates began to work in radio stations and another in hospitals abroad and the province. For the transition of the employment, the data show that great majority of the respondents were promoted to better jobs or positions after completing the EDD program. So this finding supports the claim that promotions to government now are highly competitive, and acquiring a higher degree or even some units could be very helpful, especially in those vying for higher positions. So this is much applicable to teachers who are working in public schools. On the level of satisfaction of the graduates, the respondents are very much satisfied with the school-related factors as manifested by the overall mean rating of 4.53. So this results implies that the respondents were very much contented with the curriculum, faculty, and facilities for the EDD program. The respondents were very highly satisfied along all these areas. For the relevance of the program, as a whole, the graduates claimed that their EDD course is relevant in their job promotions, content areas, professionalisms, and their employers' expectations. So the findings support the previous results of the study that great majority of the graduates were promoted to better jobs or positions after completing the EDD program. And then for problems encountered, during the process completing the EDD program, time management, inadequacy of references, poor internet connection, and problems during dissertation, and on some faculty were pressing issues raised on this. For the feedbacks and recommendations of the respondents to improve the EDD program, conduct capability activities, conduct research capability activities, presence of online courses offering an integration of flexible learning modalities, authentic and outcomes-based activities, and curriculum updating were suggestions of the respondents of the EDD program. For the conclusion, all the EDD graduates of the CTE Graduate School are permanently and gainfully employed, and almost all of them work in the public schools, both basic and higher education. Within the outside Ilocanja, many of them were promoted with a substantial number occupying administrative positions due to the EDD degrees and claim it with high relevance to their profession. The graduates are highly satisfied with the EDD curriculum, faculty, and facilities. However, they were not satisfied with the adequacy of reading materials and availability of ICT resources. The graduates also encountered difficulties on time management during the completion of the course. For the recommendation, the respondents highly recommend the implementation of several learning strategies, such as offering online courses and integrating flexible learning modalities, authentic and outcomes-based activities, and curriculum updating to improve the EDD program. They further recommend the need to improve the comfort rooms, provide better internet access in the classrooms, and acquire more updated and relevant reading materials. So this is all, and thank you so much for listening. We are now ready for the question and answer portion.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Solita and Corazon, for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions?
Yes, I'm interested in the satisfaction level measurement. How do you measure the satisfaction level? And what kind of instrument do you use in the study? Thank you.
Can I answer, Dr. Banyes?
Yes.
There was a questionnaire, sir. Good afternoon. We utilize a questionnaire, sir. This was adapted questionnaire.
So you use a satisfaction questionnaire for
Yes, sir.
collecting the data.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the number of the samples? Do you share or do you distribute the questionnaire?
Yes, sir. Actually, we targeted it to 100%. However, only about more than 82% answered the questionnaires. And as part of the ethical protocols, we did no longer get those questionnaires from those who declined to answer the questionnaires.
Okay, thank you very much for the explanation.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir, and thank you both of you once again.
Thank you,
so
ma'am.
much.
So moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to invite Abdul Nasir Jurev to present the paper on the importance of discourse competence in tourist guides activities in Uzbekistan.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Assalamu alaikum, dear participants and organizers. Yes, my name is Abdul Nazar Jurai, and I am a PhD professor from Uzbekistan, and I would like to demonstrate today our theme on the importance of discourse competence in tourist guidance activities in Uzbekistan. First of all, I would like to give some information about Uzbekistan. Where is this country? What does it represent? Are you hearing me, please?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, Uzbekistan, officially the Republic of Uzbekistan, is a double-landlocked country in Central Asia with a total area of 447,000 square kilometers. It is the 56th largest country in the world by area and the 42nd by population, 34 estimated 2020. Uzbekistan is bordered by 5 landlocked countries: Kazakhstan to the north, Kyrgyzstan to the northeast, Tajikistan to the southeast, Afghanistan to the south, and Turkmenistan to the southeast. Country gained independence in 1991 after being part of the former Soviet Union since 1924. Uzbekistan is a presidential republic. And being situated in the Great Silk Road, modern Uzbekistan is the most ancient and historical country with more than 7,000 monuments historical monuments in Central Asia. Uzbekistan is the motherland of Greek scientists like Abu Ali ibn Sina, Avicenna, Al-Khwarizmi, logarithm, Imam al-Bukhari, great Imam, and Imam at-Tirmizi. To the right, you can see Imam al-Bukhari Mausoleum in Samarkand. All above mentioned attracts millions of tourists visit Uzbekistan, and tourist industry needs highly qualified tourist guides education. In this regard, we are interested very much in conducting research work about how discourse competence affects to tourist guides professional competence. During interpretation of the information about the country itself, its history, historical monuments, life, geography, religion, art, etc., Uzbekistan's guides interpreters' interaction with tourists is often more verbal. It is not possible to memorize all the texts presented in the literature, so they are translated into oral form. And you look at the situation is in our view, very important for the current study and research process. It is our research task to bring a new approach to this situation and create its methodic. This article serves to clarify discourse competences in a particular context to address these points. Since 2012, with implementation into educational process, common European framework reference level in Uzbekistan educational system had appeared new concepts such as competence, discourse, CLT, ESP, etc., and started motto that bachelor's and master students level should be appropriate for European standards. To study of discourse is entirely context dependent because conversation involves situational knowledge beyond just words spoken. Oftentimes, meaning cannot be extrapolated from an exchange merely from its verbal utterances. because there are many semantic factors involved in authentic communication. This study of discourse can involve background information or knowledge shared between a speaker and listener. Next point of discourse in social sciences is, within social science, discourse is mainly used to describe verbal reports of individuals. In particular, discourse is analyzed by those who are interested in language and what people are doing with their speech. This approach studies the language used to describe aspects of the world and has tended to taken by those using a sociological perspective. Discourse is a joint activity requiring active participation from two or more people, and as such is dependent on the lives and knowledge of two or more people, as well as the situational context of the communication itself. Herbert Clark applied the concept of the discourse studies as a way of accounting for the various agreements that take place in successful communication. A central notion of Clark's study is common ground. The joint activity is undertaken to accumulate common understanding of the participants. With common ground is meant the sum of the joint and mutual knowledge, beliefs, and suppositions of the participants. And here, just we are making our research about discourse competence. We have given some examples in this table. For example, in Uzbekistan, we say Assalamu alaikum. This is greetings. In English, it sounds good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or hello. Sizni ko'rganimdan xursandman. I am glad to see you. Uzbekistonga xush kelibsiz. Welcome to Uzbekistan. And now I will not just take your time. Here in this table, you can see how the tourist guides should begin their speech when they meet tourists first at the airport. And next slide is about how to begin the story. Hikoyani boshlash means start the tour. Siz ko'rib turgan obyekt deb ataladi. The monument that you see, for example, it is called like a monument of Imam Bukhari or mausoleum of Imam Bukhari, for example. Uning tarixi quyidagicha. It is short story is like this, and students or bachelors or college students, they should continue their speech. And we have even a lot of this kind of speech discourses, which helps to students to develop students' professional competence very much. In conclusion, I would like to tell, in the above examples, we have compiled stories that guide translators use as markers from arrival until departure. Here, we are only briefing and explaining some of the markers used by guides in their work. Discourse and its forms are useful in the preparation of future guide translators in teaching Spanish and other foreign languages, and have both scientific and practical importance. Training guides for travel and other professionals don't fully reflect the discourse learning process. And we believe that teaching adequate discourse markers can positively affect the training and quality of work for tourism professionals. Of course, this paper has been prepared for a lot of professors together. And in conclusion, we also just would like to give some information. In our research, we are looking for the best ways to improve professional competence of future tourist guides in Uzbekistan. That is the highest professional competence is the higher service of guiding. Results in discussion, competence statistics, professional competence statistics also we had, but we are so sorry that this is the first time we are participating in this kind of online interesting conferences. It is our, believe us, the first experience. That's why I am so sorry if have not given full information or some very good points of this research. I will know in the future that we may prepare our presentation together with our colleagues. And this is all about discourse competence, which means I would like to give you one example in Uzbek. Men 5 minutdan keyin bo'laman. I will be in 5 minutes in our Uzbek language. If American people, they say I will be in 5 minutes, it means Uzbeks, we may just be late, but American or other nations, they come in time. Discourse means text in the text or meaning inside the text. And I think it would help for future tour guides in their professional work. And as I'm a tour guide of Spanish language and sometimes work with English-speaking tourists as well, with pleasure, we invite you to our republic to visit. And that's all for today. Thank you for your attention, and thank you very much for giving this kind of chance to participate in this kind of wonderful participation. We are sorry again if we have not given full information about our theme, because this is our first experience. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Abdul Nazar, for your presentations. Yes, any questions?
Okay, yes, it is very interesting topic about the discourse competence implementation in the tourism in Uzbekistan. I have one question. I want to know a little bit more about the how do you measure the effectiveness of the discourse competence implementation in your country in the study? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Yes, you are absolutely right. Just any research should be done with the investigation research. We have done our research work in 3 colleges of tourism in Uzbekistan: Tashkent Tourism College, Zamin Tourism College, and Khiva Tourism College. We have conducted our research work. We already have conducted 2 of them, and I hope in the month of February, when our students come back from their studies, we will do our result conclusion. Of course, it will be done statistically, and we are doing all mathematical statistics just to show our work's reliability. Yes, we are doing this research with college students. They are future tourist guides.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Thank
very
you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
So moving on to the next presenter. Next, I would like to invite Khairun Nasi Jamal to discuss on the Quranic terminology on human sense, rational and intuitive potency name. Khairun Nasi Jamal, Swaluddin, and Musa Tahir.
Yeah, hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me, please?
Sorry? Can you begin your... Yes, I can hear you.
Because I have better network in here, sorry. Okay, here I am just represents for Mr. Khairun Nasi Jamal. Let me start what we want to show by Khairun Nasi Jamal. Okay, the title of the presentation of Khairun Nasi Jamal is Quranic terminology on human sense, rational and intuitive potency. By Khairun Nasi Jamal. Introduction. In the Islamic view, man is a creature of Allah. Man is a creature of Allah who serves a caliph on earth. Allah has told the angel that he will create a man who is given the task of becoming caliph. As stated in the Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 13. According to Ahmad Mustafa Al-Maraghi, the word caliph has 2 meanings. First, it is a substitute. There is substitute for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to carry out his commandment on the earth. Second, man is the leader to whom he is given the task of leading himself and other creators and to purify and use the universe for the benefit of man as a whole. The method. This study aims to analyze the terminology of the Quran about human potential. This study is designed in the form of library research that use various library sources as a source of research data. The data study were sourced from the Quran, book, and research result of Muslim scholars. The data analysis use the text analysis method. Okay, the potential of the human sense in the Quran. The body is a human substance consisting of the structure of physical organisms that are sensory, Human physical organisms are more perfect than the physical organism of other creatures. There are two types of sense possessed by humans, namely the sense of Zahir or external absorbance sourced by Al-Mudrikah min Al-Harij, and the inner sense or internal absorbance or inner absorbance. Next, the potential of human reason in the Quran. Reason is an important element given by God. Regarding by the term aql, taken from the Arabic, and was already used by Arabs before the advent of Islam, which means practical intelligence that a person shows in changing situations. Next, the potential of human heart in the Quran. The Quran used the term kolbu to refer to the human heart, but kolbu or heart is not a piece of organ as well as a reason, and bashiro is an element of subsystem of conscience. One of the ideas of the Quran about kolbu is it a function and potential for mankind. Kolbu main function is for human as a tool to understand reality and value. As stated in Al-Quran Surah Al-Hajj 22.46, in this verse, kolbu has the same potential as the mind, so that it can consequently decide something or do some things. Kolbu has a variety of human force. First, sensory force, such as vision and hearing. Second, physical powers, such as cognition, emotion, cognitions. Also, emotional power is more dominant. Okay, next. The potential of the human sense in the Quran, we can see in the diagrams. Al-Sam'u repeated 155 times. Al-Duk repeated 48 times. And Al-Basir repeated 139 times. Okay, next. The potential of human reason in the Quran. Zakaro, it means to remember. Fakiha, it means to understand. Alima, it means to know. Tafakkur, it means to think. And Ulul Albab. The potential of human kolbu in the Quran. We can see in the 4 point. The Quran used the term heart to refer to the human heart. In the Quran, the word heart is mentioned 122 times, spread over 45 letters and 112 words collected in the terms called shad, lub, and fuad. Okay, thank you. That's all for the presentation today. I just represents the Mr. Hairuna Jamal, and so thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah.
Any questions, session chairs?
Yes, one question about the, can you explain a little bit more about the methodology of your research? Can you explain, please?
What? I'm sorry, Mr. I have a bad.
Yes, can you explain about the methodology of your research? Can you hear me?
Sorry, Mr. I'm so confused because I have a bad network in here, so I'm so sorry. I can't hear your questions.
Okay, okay. I think it's enough, Jazila.
Okay, sir. Okay, fine.
We can proceed to the next.
Okay, thank you, sir. And thank you, Jamal, for your presentation. So next, I would like to invite Mr. Vikas Singh to present the paper on effects of virtual eye rest yoga nidra program on depression, anxiety, and stress of sedentary women during the second outbreak of COVID-19.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good evening to everyone. I'm Vikas Singh, research scholar from India, and my pilot study is on Nidra, virtual eye rest yoga nidra program on selected psychological variables, depression, anxiety, stress of sedentary women Is my slide visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Yes, Vikas,
yeah, my
can you
slide
hear
is
me? Yes, it's visible. You may proceed.
okay. So mental well-being, as we all know, is a essential component of our happiness. Happiness that is totally completeness of your physical, mental, and social well-being, and not only in the absence of disease or disabilities, as WHO said it. Now, though COVID cases are on rise across the country, if I say from India and around the globe also, and mental health issues continue to place kids to all labels, whether it is youngster or adult or senior citizens. That anxiety, sadness, and many of the suicide cases are also some of the outcomes of this diseases isolation, that fear and loss. And the effect of that loss are felt far and wide, as we all know some of our close one also gone and passed during the few months. Physical activity and mindful meditation are two of the major prominent and are evidence based how management practices for improving our mental health that can effectively can be done online from home while maintaining a social distance. So come to that my area of interest, that is meditation. So there are many evidence where meditation, that mindfulness have a positive effect, including insomnia, that are behavior chronic diseases for pain therapy and asthma and so on. In the United States, this concept of Yog Nidra, which is very ancient to Indian also. So they took it one more further step with the Western practices, and it is developed with Richard Miller in 2005 under the name IRES, that Integrative Restoration Yoga Nidra. And for focus of it was primarily to develop our mental well-being. So for the current study also, my prime goal of study was to show that this reduced version of Yoga Nidra is effective. There will be a significant difference in the sanitary women's depression, anxiety, and stress level during the second COVID-19 outbreak. After this virtual eye restoration Yoga Nidra program, the study design that I chose is a quantitative study based on a online training conducted from 27th October to 8th of the December among sedentary women from the general population living one of the state in India, Madhya Pradesh. For participation setting, I chosen 14 housewives, their age from 26 to 45, who had never received this formal meditation program intervention. And for the procedure, they willingly participated in this 6-week program. One session was held before to the commencement and of the familiarization of the participant with this program, that intervention and the test protocol. This was a demo, you can say, I used. I am showing you actually a demo that how the test batteries I used, starting with opening prayer, any of the prayer which is very short, less than 1 minute. Then main part, which I took 6 days a week, starting with that body screening, that perception of our different body parts, their observations, that breathing awareness, holding, observing, and that relaxation part, including in that thought process, that visualization part, and also the work on feeling and emotions we did. And ending with this, a closing prayer. It was a short form of 15 minutes. Usually Yog Nidra we used to do is of around 30 minutes. But I chosen this because of that tight schedule that women are at home. They have a very tight schedule. They have a responsibility of not of their children's, but also now their husband and their relatives as they are inside their homes. For measurement pre and post data, I use DAS-21 scale, which is a scale based on 21 items, consists of 3 subscales of depression, anxiety, and stress, each scale carrying 7 questionnaires. And for the outcome of analyzing part, I use that SPSS 22 version. And to know that significant value, I use 0.05 significant level, whether it is significant or not, the outcomes of the study. And here are some of the results when compared to that baseline in the intervention of the pairwise T scale. There is a significant differences in the change in the women's depression, anxiety, and stress levels after this program. You can see that depression in the post results from 16 to 9.30. That mean value dropped. In the same way with the anxiety and stress, you can see the trend of mean that is decreasing. Here is the table of t-test, and you can see that t values, that 10.33 for depression, anxiety 12.3038, sorry, stress 13.39. And at 2 tail test, both these all 3 subscales shown, they are significant even with a short form of this Yog Nidra. Now come to that result and that discussion part. During this second pandemic of COVID-19, the purpose of this
Excuse
study
me,
was...
Vikas, you have
Yes.
another 2 minutes left.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Yeah. So after this 6 weeks of virtual IRS Yog Nidra, our study found that this program improves their psychological well-being. And at the this program further include that number of psychological skills that I shown you in that main part of the program in this slide also, and we'd actually accounted in the improvement of psychological variables. Our outcome of the study also backed up with the some of the studies conducted in 2015 and 2019, a study conducted with CEPRO, which supports our study finding that a shortened period of mindful program can be as effective as long-term programs without sacrificing the effectiveness, which supports our study findings. At conclusion, our findings suggest that in order to alleviate depression, anxiety, and stress, and to increase overall well-being, it is not necessary to run an expensive day programs with a big structure, personnel, and a time commitment. Short form guided and online administrative Yog Nidras meditation can be as beneficial as long-term meditations in our experimental investigations. And for the outcome, we can say that virtual integrative restoration Yog Nidra program is suggested for their psychological health and personal well-being during and after this COVID outbreak, also for their journal Public Health. These are some of the references, and thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vikas Singh. Any questions?
Yes, I read from the presentation. You take only female or woman as your participant. is there any consideration or is there any reason why do you choose only female for the participant?
Two of the reasons I can say. One was I was on a pilot study. For that, I took a small size, and secondary thing, that availability of these subjects. So that females I asked, they were available for the period of 20 minutes. In that 20 to, you can say, half an hour, and I took that particular session for 50 minutes each day. So they are eagerly, willingly agree, and for them it was also new. So for that purpose and for that pilot purpose of this study, I chosen that female part only. And for the future purposes, that other subscales, group of population we can considering that kids and even that male section also.
Yes, I think it would be better in the future if you take what is it, the group of another group of participants, not only the female, but maybe you can
sure. So it was for that kind of confirmation that this program can be beneficial. So I took that small sample size from that general population. So now I have a confidence that on a large scale we can also conduct it. So just to keep myself and my patient's nerves to be calm, I took that small sample size. Otherwise, if I took in an early stage that large scale, if outcomes and the results are not in favor, so it may be a kind of heartbreaking for me. So I took that small sample size only for the pilot.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you
for the explanation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, both of you. So moving on to our next presenter. So next, I would like to invite Manmohan Mal to present the paper on exploration of factors of information communication technology in the socio-economic development of Nagaland from India, a citizen's perspective.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. At the outset, I thank this Institute of Engineering, Research and Publication and MI College Maldives for accepting our paper on this international conference on recent trend in multidisciplinary research. Just a small clarification. I'm the first author. I'm Mr. K.D. Vizo, the first author for this paper, and my co-author is this Dr. Manmohan.
Welcome, Mr. K.D. Vizo.
I'm presenting the paper. I'm a civil servant serving as principal secretary in charge of this information technology power in the state of Nagaland, and particularly in the Department of IT and C, where I am heading. We have done quite a lot of initiatives. We wanted to study what is the impact, so that in this part of the country, which is very far away from mainland, bordering Myanmar, there's hardly any research, meaningful research, and more so in field like ICT. So the idea of this research is to encourage the younger generation and also to study what we are doing in real life is impacting the socio-economic life of the people. Information technology, we find in recent years, is acting as a vital force in the socio-economic development of a country. The potentiality of ICT impacting many activities like economic, social, education, healthcare, productivity, poverty elevation can be observed in external literature. However, the directions and magnitude of the impact of ICT on socio-economic development have not been examined elaborately and statistically, in particular the northeastern part of India, where I belong, in the state of Nagaland. Thus, the study attempt to fill the gap, emphasizing on ICT-driven socioeconomic development from the perspective of a developing country and a backward state like Nagaland. The theoretical model adapted from the works of Balvia, and others in 2018, which was influenced by Medan in 2000 from the conceptual design, was performed at first to extract the factors to achieve the objective of this study. A principal component analysis was performed at first to extract the factors and later through confirmatory factor analysis. The construct reliability was calculated on a separate sample. The study also examines the extent of the impact of ICT on socio-economic development by fitting a structural model. And the findings suggest that the empowerment factor of ICT has the highest predictive ability, which will follow in the subsequent slides. Yeah. This research was meant to aim at filling the gap of direction and magnitude of the impact of ICT on socio-economic development, elaborately through statistical model in the state of Nagaland. This Mitchell and Van Crowder in 2001 have defined the ICT appropriately as a range of electronic technologies which, when converged in new configurations, are flexible, adaptable, enabling, and capable of transforming organization and redefining social relations. My state, Nagaland, has a population of about 2 million with an area of 16,579 square kilometers. The population is depending on agriculture, and the unique culture is the population is mostly Christian. The literacy is reasonably high, 85%. There are 16 major tribes with different cultures and other social fabrics. And it's often called as land of festivals, where we celebrate festival the whole year round. Now the research question is are like this. Despite huge economic opportunity and advantage that ICT offers, several studies still had doubts on its potential in developing countries. The earlier works lack a systematic and quantitative approach in the analysis of the impact of ICT on overall socio-economic development parameters. Hence, the goal of this research was to investigate impact of ICT on socio-economic development in the state of Nagaland. Therefore, this study has adopted Palvia model and tried to validate this model quantitatively from the Nagaland perspective. This is the model of Palvia. The hypothesis adopted was there is a significant positive relationship between personal security and socio-economic development. The other hypothesis is there is a significant positive relation between cultural evolution and socio-economic development. The other one is there's a significant positive relation between economic transformation and socio-economic development. Another one is there is a significant positive relation between empowerment and socio-economic development. Last one is there is a significant positive relationship between social contact and socio-economic development. Now, the method that we used was using a multi-stage sampling method where samples were collected from different districts, from different areas, rural, urban, and different sections of society. The 5 factors were identified: the social contact, economic transformation, cultural evolution, empowerment, and personal security. These were analyzed elaborately. This principal component analysis was widely adopted. The confirmatory component analysis was done. In the process, the data were analyzed using SPS version 21 by using Verimax rotation process. Out of the total sample size, initially exploratory 422 samples were used. In the confirmatory analysis, 367 were used. Strangely, There are more respondents in the women, ranging to 51.8%, male is 48.22%. And all along, the 5-point Likert scale was adopted. In the analysis, the validation tool, the PCN confirmatory analysis, factor analysis, the results indicates that out of the 5 factors, the personal security, social contact, empowerment, cultural, economic transformation, the personal security has the highest agent value. That variance is proportionate. The social contact has 1.42, the variance of 7.4%, the cultural evaluation 1.3, with a variance of 6.8, economic transformation 1.14, with a variance of 6.01, and empowerment 1.0 with 5.1%. Then we have used ANOVA to analyze the significance, and then we find that the dependent variable, the social personal security, social contact, cultural evolution, economic empowerment, then independent variable, this occupation, gender, and age. Here we find that personal security, assuming 0.05 as significant enough, occupation and personal security has a significant influence on each other. But in the gender, male, female, there's not much impact. In age, also we find that it is not relevant, but in education, an educated person feels whether it is cybercrime or whether it's the ICT services, he or she feels that it is greatly impacting their lives. In the social context side, we find that occupation, whether educated or non-educated, it also has an impact on the lives of the citizens. And that government employees or farmers, in the education also, the higher the literate the person feel that it has more impact on the lives. In the cultural evolution also, we find that in the occupation, since Christianity is a predominant religion, the Western culture is quite prominent here, so people feel it has a large impact. But on the gender or age or education, it doesn't indicate much impact. Economic transformation, ours is a remote state where we don't have much of economic activity on our own. We are mainly dependent on the central government funding. So the ICT so far is not impacting much on the economic sector, which is very much the case in other northeastern states of India. And in the empowerment, yes, ICT is empowering the people. In the occupation also, people take it that way. Age also, people take it in education also. Here, one thing is that in the age, most of the respondents are young people, so more research need to go into the age-wise group of the older people. Now, we have done this complementary factor analysis. Here also, it could be seen that this in the personal security, it is acceptable by all. In the social contact also it's acceptable. Economic transformation, it is considered good. Cultural evolution good, and empowerment good. We use the standardized factor loading and construct reliability test. Now the figure.
Excuse me, sir. So you have another 2 minutes to conclude your presentation.
Okay, this is what the structure model we have arrived at. So in the hypothesis testings, the empowerment is found to be most effective. Other factors also all relevance. all relevant. Now, all five hypotheses were supported data and explain socioeconomic development. Implications, we find potential ICT can be exploited by cutting-edge policy on micro and small-scale agri-based units. We find that there must be synergy between intergovernment departments and IT to leverage ICT. Decisions need to be formulated in consultation with ID department to prevent implemented issues. The limitation, as I mentioned earlier, is that majority of the respondents were young. Therefore, further studies on all age groups can be conducted as digitalization affects every sections of society and all age groups. This is in short my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Yes, any questions?
No questions so far. We can
Okay.
proceed to the next presenter. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, our next presenter is Monica Verma, who will be discussing on the fault diagnosis via thermal modeling of surface inset PMSM.
Yes, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, Monica, you're audible.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, you can put on slide mode and begin.
Yes. Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Monica Verma. I'm one of the research scholars in Delhi Technological University in India. My topic of presentation is fault diagnosis via thermal analysis of surface inset permanent magnet synchronous machine, that is abbreviated as PMSM. So this is my brief biography. I have received my MTech degree in Power Electronics and Drives from BIT India, and presently I am pursuing my PhD from Delhi. So in this paper, I'm trying to report the thermal modeling of surface inset type of PMSM, which is having two different kinds of winding configurations. One is concentrated winding configuration and the other is distributed winding configuration. So I'm using the concept of lumped parameter thermal network modeling to study the thermal performance of the two models which I have specified above. And then using this LPTN network model, how we can identify the faults in the motor. That procedure is being discussed in this paper. So the main objectives of this presentation are to develop the equivalent thermal model for electric motor and to propose a method to detect the faulty part in the electric motor by utilizing this thermal model or we can say by utilizing thermal behavior of electric motor for fault diagnosis in motor. So as we can see in transportation system nowadays, EV electric vehicle concept is being researched on very effectively nowadays. So PMSM, permanent magnet synchronous motor, is one of the motors which is very have all the potentials with respect to high power density, high torque density. So that's why it is being researched for EV applications nowadays. So the model design which I have used in this work is surface inset type. So we have two configurations basically. One is surface permanent magnet synchronous motor and other is interior permanent magnet synchronous motor. But this inset type of magnet permanent magnet synchronous motor is one of the new type of motors which also has high torque density capability of for performing as a good potential in EV applications. So I have used these different features of the models. In first model, I've used concentrated winding, and in model 2, I've used distributed winding. These are the ratings and the design features of two models which are studied. So first model is having concentrated double layer winding in the stator, and the second one has the distributed winding. So in LPTN, that is lumped parameter thermal network structure, we consider a node in each part of the motor, and then heat flow is studied in the motor at different operating conditions. So these nodes are actually connected by thermal resistances, which are shown in the form of cross-sectional area of the motor design in both the type of models. So by dividing the geometry of the stator, motor, magnets, and conductors in between these nodes, the thermal resistances are calculated, and thus the conductance matrix is computed. And by performing the finite element analysis, the loss vector is computed for the particular operating condition. So for model 1, this is the lumped parameter thermal network which I have designed for the configuration which I have shown in the previous slide, and this is for the model 2. So using this and the thermal the loss vector of FEA analysis, we can calculate the change in temperature in different parts of the motor that is represented by each node. So how this thermal network can be used for fault diagnosis, this is being discussed now. So the models are basically analyzed for 2 operating conditions. I've taken full load analysis and 50% load analysis. And for statistical analysis, I've used linear discriminant analysis method. So in the LPTN model, the different nodes are considered as different classes. So by taking the FE analysis, I have taken the loss informations and calculated the change in temperature at different nodes of the motor. So by discriminant analysis, what we do is we take a particular object at a particular operating condition, and we calculate its mean corrected vector by calculating the overall global vector. I have not included the equations here, but I have included in my full papers. So by that, we can further calculate the covariance matrix, and then we can design the discriminant function for each class that is represented by each node in the motor. So by that discriminant function, which is in general for each class, if we get any sample data at a particular operating condition, we can identify that this sample belongs to which class of the motor. So if I get the change in temperature data at different operating conditions, I can classify it to a particular class or which is represented by a particular node in the motor. So I can identify that which the given sample data belongs to which node of the motor. So I can identify the change in temperature is shown in which part of the motor. So this particular methodology is being used in this fault diagnosis. And the basic concept which is used in LDA analysis is, for a particular change in temperature, the specific class is identified to diagnose the faulty part in the motor. Actually, the particular class is assigned to that discriminant function which has the maximum value for a particular operating condition. So these are some of the results which I have taken. I have taken for first model 2 different operating conditions, and I have taken 10 samples for both the operating conditions in different for different classes to get the discriminant functions. And I have designed the discriminant functions for both the classes in MATLAB. So this is the mathematical explanation which I have used. I was trying to tell in the previous slide explanation. For each vector, we have the mean corrected vector. Then we calculate the covariance matrix using this particular expression, where Ni is the number of elements in each class. Then we calculate the overall covariance matrix, and this is the main discriminant function which we calculate for each class. Now this is xk represents the particular object which we are trying to identify that this object belongs to which class. So we just put this value here and we solve the value of discriminant function, and we identify which function is having the maximum value of LD function, and then we get the class of the particular sample. So these are some of the examples.
You have another 2 minutes left.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm just going to show my analysis results. I've taken these examples for just analyzing and verifying my fault diagnosis in this case. So in this case, we can identify, I've already highlighted the parts where I'm getting the maximum value of discriminant function. And as per the value, we can classify the particular class of the in the motor that is represented by the node in the motor. So this is the these are the analysis results taken for model 2, and these are the analysis results for model 2. I've taken for these samples I've taken for identifying to which class it is being belonging. So these are the concluded remarks that by analyzing the loss component in the motor, we can identify the faulty part. And further, if we want to see how severe is the fault in that part of the machine, we can again use this concept, and we can identify the by taking the change in the temperature of that particular part, we can further classify the severity of the fault also. And the consistency of LPTN model under different, because actually the LPTN model has a consistent performance, so it doesn't change. The factor which changes is the power loss factor depending upon the operating conditions, so that ensures that it is giving the accurate and reliable operation. So this is my conclusion. Thank you very much for the for having the patience to listen to my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica, for your presentation. Yes, any questions, session chairs?
Yes, I want to know.
Yes. Yes.
You have 2 models in this
Yes,
research. I want
Yes,
to
sir.
know which one is the best. Which one is the best? The model number 1 or number 2?
Sir, actually, model 2 has distributed winding in this configuration in the stator, so it actually gives lesser losses because of the coating on the overall copper windings. So it has distributed value of the currents in the windings, so it shows lesser losses. So I would say that would be the better option for the usage.
Model number 2 is better than number 1.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the
Thank you so
explanation.
much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so moving on to our next presenter. Next, we have Sunam Saha, who will be discussing on the fractional order systems and its applications, a review study.
A very good evening to all the dignitaries present over here.
Good
May I
evening.
please share the screen?
Yes, please.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. You can put on slide mode and begin.
Yes, I'm doing that. There is some problem going on. The slide share is unable to click the slide share.
Either you can try from the top where you can
Yes,
click over
yes.
there.
This
From the beginning?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. My topic for presentation is fractional order systems and its application, a review. So let us first understand what a fractional order system is. Basically, fractional order systems are those. Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes, please continue.
Yes, basically fractional order systems are those which involves integration and differentiation of fractional order. Mainly, when we represent any system in control system, we take the help of differential equation of integer order. But the real world dynamics, it doesn't allow us to be expressed in simple differential equation of integer order. But still we use integer order differential equation. And the reason is that it is easier to analyze the system using integer order. When we use fractional order differential equation, that gives us a better result. Now, in the recent years, basically fractional order systems are gaining acceptance as generalization to the classical integer order system. Now, let us see the fractional order circuits. So mainly when we analyze the various systems of different complexities, be it in power system or communication system or any other system, we electrical engineers, we are well aware of the electrical circuit theory. We take the help of electrical circuit theory, Kirchhoff's law and all those things to analyze a circuit. And all those analyses, they take the help of classical circuit theory, and classical circuit theory mainly it revolves around the integer order modeling. But to obtain the accurate analysis, it is good to use fractional order circuits because that will give us a better result in all the cases. And the development of fractional order components for the circuit design, it is an ongoing process for a long time. Though various fields have developed many things in this fractional order, but electrical engineering field is slightly lagging behind as compared to the other fields. So here in this paper, we have presented a review on this fractional order element, which we can use for further benefits. Now, fractional order elements, mainly these are electrical component whose impedance is described by fractional calculus. And here we can see this is the impedance in fractional order. And sometimes we also refer it as the fractor. Here this capital F, it represents the fractance, and the unit of fractance is given by this term. Here alpha will be the any fractional order, arbitrary number, that will be the fractional order. And this is represented in S plane. If we represent it in the frequency domain, then this is how we represent it. So over here we can see this is the phase difference of the fractional order element. And here we can see there are no frequency term available. So we can say that the fractional order element is independent of frequency. So at any frequency, the fractional order element will have a constant phase. That's why the fractor are also sometimes referred to as constant phase element. Now, fractional order elements means fractional order capacitor, or it can be fractional order inductor. So fractional order capacitor, the voltage and current relationship of fractional order capacitor is represented as this. Here alpha is the fractional order, and if we place here 1, then we'll get the equation which is valid for a normal integer order capacitor. So it follows this expression. Here d alpha Vc dt is the fractional order time derivative, and C alpha is the fractional order capacitance. Now, similarly, the fractional order inductor, it is also a passive circuit, and it gives a constant phase angle. And the current and voltage relationship of the voltage and current in fractional inductor is given by this expression. Here beta is the fractional order we have considered. Here if we again place beta value as 1, we will get a relationship of voltage and current of a normal inductor. That means the integer order inductor. So this is the generalized expression of the fractional order element. Now, in the previous slide, I have mentioned regarding the unit of fractional order element, and we saw there it was mho s to the power alpha. That means it depends upon the fractional order. So whenever the order will change, the unit of that particular system will also change. So if we might get confused, like fractional order element is having separate unit. But the thing is, fractional order element is not a single element. It's basically a group of physical variables. So each of them will possess unit in its own dimension. Now, this is a fractional order RC circuit shown over here. This is capacitor. We represent fractional order capacitor using this symbol and resistance we have connected. So for this fractional order RC circuit, our equivalent impedance, we express it using this expression. And the phasor diagram for this RC circuit over here, it is shown, it will come out like this. And we can, when we change the alpha according to the fractional order, what order capacitor we are using, the phase angle will change. Now, fractional order RL circuit, here this is the fractional order inductor, which we have shown over here. This is the symbol we use it for fractional order inductor. Again, the equivalent inductance for this entire arrangement will be come out like this, and the phasor diagram for this arrangement will be like this. Here beta is the fractional order for the inductor. Now, when we design such kind of circuit using fractional order elements, then for analyzing, we need to know the fractional order calculus. We need to take the help of calculus. So since all the things we are talking about in fractional order, so we need to take the help of fractional order calculus. Now, in mathematics, fractional order calculus has been there since the very long time. And the reason why we need to use it, the reason is we have one extra parameter along with the other parameters which we are able to control. We'll have another parameter of this fractional order which we'll be able to control, and that will give us flexibility in design. And this fractional order calculus analysis has been, many mathematicians have given various definitions for using this kind of calculus, and some of the popular one I have mentioned over here, Riemann-Leibniz, Oldham. So these are the various popular mathematics which we can use to analyze this kind of circuit. There are many application area, as I said, in the biochemists and all, they have already utilized the advantage.
Excuse me, Sunam.
Yes,
Sunam, you
ma'am.
have another 2 minutes left.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So application area, we can use it in the automatic generation control. We can use it in wireless power transfer domain. So instead of using the integer order, inductor and capacitor, if we use this fractional order, we'll have, we have a better way to, or better, we have a elaborate area to control it. So these are the references that I have used. Thank you. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Yes, thank you. Any questions, session chairs?
No question. Gisela, you
Okay.
can proceed to the next presenter.
Okay, thank you so much, Sunam, for joining. So moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to invite Kinzar Ali, who will be discussing on China's Digital Silk Road project in Myanmar.
Yes. Can I share my slides?
Yes, please.
Yes. Sorry. Gimana? Sorry. Oh. I forgot.
Okay, we can see your screen. You can put on slide mode and begin.
Yes, yes. Gimana? Don't share. Okay, sorry. Share.
You were right. We could see your screen.
Yes. Yeah, it's okay.
Yes, maybe you can just play. Yes, it's fine now.
Yeah. And good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kinzali. Thank you very much, IFERP, and also supporting by Papa Dr. Ahmed Sukando as my co-author, and Dr. Agus Adriano and me as my guide. Yeah, and now I'm going to present the China's Digital Silk Road project in Myanmar. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, now I'm studying here in the French University, Indonesia, as a master student. This is some of abstract. Yeah, these studies will explore the influence of the Chinese companies in Myanmar's ICT sector, and then suggest Myanmar on what to look out for. And yes, this is about mobile phones and the internet. The use of mobile phones and the internet has grown in Myanmar over the last decades. After 2013, the majority of Myanmar citizens will have access to mobile phones. In January 2021, this year, mobile phone usage was 127.2%. This is 69.43 million, more than the country's population of 54.61 million. And then there are 43.3% of internet users. This is 23.65 million of the country's population of 54.61 million. So, with the increasing use of mobile phones and internet, technology is increasingly being used in politics, economics, and people's daily life, such as social medias, commerce, as well. As a result, Myanmar has begun a potential new market for technology companies. Yeah, this is about China's digital Silk Road DSR. DSR was officially introduced by Chinese government in 2015 as part of the BRI. It aims to improve the digital connectivity in participating countries, with China as the main driver of the project. At the macro level, it includes submarine data, 5G networks, global satellites as well. At the micro level, it includes e-commerce, taxi hailing, fintech, as Professor Dr. Yusa explained recently, fintech. So with the Chinese government policy goal of building the DSR, we have seen significant China-Myanmar technology cooperation with the emergence of the Chinese company. This is CMEC. Myanmar joined the BRI in May 2017 at the forum. One, Beijing proposed the CMEC, the China-Myanmar Economic Corridor. Myanmar signed and agreed to cooperate with China. As a result, Chinese companies are focusing on large projects and investments in Myanmar. Some Chinese companies has begun the path of Myanmar's new technology infrastructures, because they sell technology to telecommunications companies. This is about mobile market in Myanmar. Over the last 10 years, Myanmar's telecoms market has been transformed, and Myanmar's mobile market has become increasingly dynamic and competitive. Since 2014, MBD, Telenor, and Ooredoo have served in excess of 50 million of mobile subscribers. After Mytel became another operator in Myanmar, there are totally 4 telecom operators in Myanmar to present. Usually, local communications companies use the Huawei telecommunications equipment because of its low cost and fast speed time. As a result, China's Huawei can successfully penetrate the Myanmar's mobile market. And then this is about Myanmar Telecom and China FG. As I said before, MBD, Telenor, and Ooredoo has operational in 2014, and then all networks offer 4G coverage in population centers. And then in 2018, Telenor agreed to partner with Sweden-based Ericsson to 5G network. At the same time, Huawei also collaborated with MPD to launch 5G as well. Similarly, Ooredoo Myanmar also signed an MOU with Chinese company ZTE as well. And then in 2019, Huawei began testing 5G technology with Myanmar company, which is all Myanmar military. This is Mytel. And today, Myanmar and the government of Myanmar has not officially licensed to use the 5G spectrum. This is about Chinese company and Myanmar's e-government. Under the administration of former President U Thein Sein government, e-government was introduced in 2013. However, in practice, it could not be implemented due to the weakness of legislative. And then when the government came to power, they also tried to change the government machinery electronically. At the same time, last year, Huawei donated telemedicine video conferences and also AI-based cloud AI system to Myanmar COVID-19 medical center as well. Additionally, Myanmar local companies also use Huawei's AI cloud services. This is about Naypyidaw Safe City project and Huawei accessory. In Naypyidaw, Safe City project was implemented for security and safety of its citizens. First of all, in Naypyidaw Council called for tenders for this project in 2019.
Excuse me, Kinzar, you have another 2 minutes left.
Yes. Oh, yes. 12 companies took part. Among them, Naypyidaw-based companies were chosen, and Huawei didn't win the tender, but 300 surveillance cameras and also other devices from Huawei are commonly used. This is Yangon Traffic Control Center, so and also use the Chinese company. Yeah, this is about technology trade payment. So last year, Myanmar government had trying to market and make e-commerce for trade effort by COVID-19 outbreak. COVID-19 Economic Relief Plan (CERP) also addressed to improve the e-commerce design to increase the use of mobile payments and digital payments. So the two countries also agreed agreement to collaborate with related to e-commerce system. The meeting was also attended by Alibaba officials. So Alibaba is which is a Chinese largest DSR and developer, which is invest in Myanmar. So banking system, all banking systems use Alibaba technology. This is about participation in ICT sector. Huawei has also been involved in Myanmar ICT sector since 2014. Yeah, this is about international debate suggestion. Yeah, like I said before, technology-based governance and services makes people's daily life easier. But on the other hand, in this 21st century, it is not only easier to get the information and needed with the help of technology, but the important information is also a source of power and influence. So according to IT experts, the dominance of Chinese-owned companies in the Myanmar's ICT sector can lead to personal insecurities. For example, if Alibaba collects all transaction data of its
Excuse me, Kinzar. Sorry to interrupt. Yes, time up. Can you please conclude?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes. Anything to add on to your conclusion?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So in Myanmar, there are a lot of laws and related in the ICT. These are some of these. But ICT related these ICT related laws are outdated, not compatible with current situations and modern technology. So the government of Myanmar needs to update and revise its ICT related laws through through consultation with stakeholder. But it should be based on international human rights and also internationally agree with principles and framework. Yeah, thank you very much. This is reference. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Kenzarli, for your presentation. Yes, any questions, session chair?
Yes. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think it is a very interesting topic, the China digital Silk Road innovation. Okay, I have one question. I just want to know, what is the impact? What is the impact of China digital Silk Road or China product exodus in the society of Myanmar? Is there any impact?
Impact, yeah. In my opinion.
Yes, in your opinion. Okay.
It's not very good. Yeah.
So there is no impact.
Because of too much Chinese companies is influence in my country's political, social, and social knowledge. They may be influenced. Yeah.
So it means so far so good, right? No problem with the exodus. Is it right? In your opinion?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your explanation.
Yeah,
thank
Papa.
you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Kenzarli, once again for your presentation. So quickly moving on to our next presenter, I would like to invite Erisa Kurniati to present the paper on policy analysis of primary school education management standards in Indonesia. Erisa? Erisa, can you please unmute? Erisa, can you hear us?
I think there is a chat in the chat box, Zila, from Erisa.
Oh, okay. She's not prepared for her presentation.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next presenter.
Okay.
So next we have Erwin Harahap to present the paper on a simulation method to reduce traffic congestion at signalized road intersection. I guess Erwin is not available. Can I know Lynn Embessa is available?
I think their schedule is
Yes,
tomorrow.
I'm available.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Now.
Okay. Hi, Lynn.
Okay.
So Len has a
Hello.
paper to present on linguistic identity of conference messages in the Philippines.
Do you see my slide now?
Okay.
Okay. Is it clear with you, the slide?
Yes, you can start playing it.
Okay, so good day again with everyone. With so many definitions of identity, one would agree that it is socially constructed. Some aspects of identity are constructed for humans, while others construct themselves through linguistic development and language use, which we call linguistic identity. Identity and identity construction attracts more attention in various range of discipline. Language links identity. Language is used to give shape to the image of identity. Thus, it serves as an avenue of identity construction. Through language, identity is constructed and represented. A basic tenet in social linguistics states that language displays identity. As such, linguistic identity is the result of an intersection between language and individual or the community. Although there are studies on writing and identity, only a few explicitly addressed how identity gets constructed through the use of linguistic features in conferences. That limitation paved way to the conduct of linguistic identity in the program messages in the international conferences held in the Philippines from 2013 to 2018. I've entitled my dissertation paper, Linguistic Identity in Conference Messages in the Philippines. In the study, I tried to determine the structure of the conference messages. Second, I tried to examine the linguistic features that characterize a certain group of writers in terms of the lexical bundles, meta-discourse, linguistic styles, and even other linguistic elements. And the most important question is to explain how identity gets constructed with the use of linguistic features. So in the conduct of the study, descriptive qualitative design was activated, where discourse analysis was specifically used as the method of analysis of the conference messages. I've analyzed 246 messages from 100 conferences, international conferences, which were collected through snowball sampling, public online archives, or directly from the conference committees. And in the analysis of the data, I tried to accomplish several steps and followed several models in order to process the data. So findings reveal that generally, conferences include between 4 to 5 paragraphs, which contain the introduction, conference details, and the closing. The introduction part is composed of greetings, welcome, recognition, which may either have acknowledgement, commendation, congratulation, and even appreciation. The conference details information about the organization and the conferences themselves, while in the closing part, or the closing part, serves as the ending where the writers forwarded aspirations for positive outcomes. The linguistic features includes lexical battles, which implicates linguistic and social norms that enhances rapport and solidarity. The meta-discourse markers project attitudes, commitment, position in the discourse, and involvement of the readers. While the accounted linguistic styles, such as the use of code switching, the use of the religious language, polite expressions, and positive tones, and other elements, identity, while other linguistic elements strengthens clarity and inclusiveness. So you can see that out of the presence of the different linguistic features like the lexical bundle, the meta-discourse elements, linguistic styles, and other linguistic elements, they achieved and established a convenient, interactional, inclusive, and polite, clear linguistic identity, language identity. So for the conclusion, the introduction conference details closing structure, which forms a linear pattern. So the conference messages formed a linear pattern is observable in the conference messages. However, it could be gleaned that while these components are indispensable in the messages, some inclusions such as appreciations as a form of recognition in the introduction part, the importance of research in the detailed part, and the extension of support and invitation to visit the locality in the closing parts are discretionary due to similarity of intended messages. On the other hand, data suggests that the occasional presence of some themes in the introductory paragraphs launches the complete discussion in the succeeding paragraphs. Use of linguistic pictures characterize the conference program messages in a way that the lexical bundles provide immediate clues. Like, for example, every time you see the word think, immediately the next word is you, which serves as essential means in facilitating discourse processing and producing with ease. Meta-discourse markers empower the writers to express themselves as authorities while guiding the readers towards a clear, fluid, and engaging discourse. The linguistic style, such as code switching, religious language, polite expressions, and the positive language, unveil the conference program writers' identities while exhibiting their distinct way of expressing ideas and other linguistic elements. So you would really notice that if the speaker is coming from a certain country, you could immediately detect that out of the statements there. The dialectic markers, the generic pronoun all, and the additions and reiterations strengthen clarity and inclusiveness in the discourse. The study unveils that linguistic features are instrumental in the construction of identity in the conference program messages. Linguistic features construct conference program messages clear, interactive, inclusive, religious, polite, and positive linguistic identity. So these were the accounted identity out of the features. Moreover, the writers being clear, engaging, and interactive manifests a collective and shared social writing practice as evident in the linguistic pictures used in the conference messages. So for my recommendations, I have the following. Linguists may investigate the social practices in using linguistic features which may contribute to further the analysis of linguistic identity in writing. A thorough study on the writer's structuring of text and how the writer's schema impact the presentation of the text may contribute to the disclosure of identity be conducted. Writing teachers should expose the students to the possibility of linguistic items such as lexical bundles, the use of transitions, pronouns, and other pragmatic implications which could unveil identity. Others and different forms of interactive devices should be introduced to students when they write. Other variables such as the profile of the participants and other forms of communication such as oral interaction during the event may be taken into consideration to fully understand the concept of linguistic identity in conferences. And other forms of conferences like webinars, which we have now. During the time of pandemic, we have the webinars. These are very good materials or source of data in exploring linguistic identity in different communication contexts. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lynn, for your presentation. Yes, session chairs, any questions for Lynn?
Yes, one question about the linguistic identity. I want to know what is the effectiveness or how is the effectiveness of linguistic identity in a conference program? Do you
Sir,
have any?
Yes, sir. When we talk about linguistic identity, this is similar to what we are fighting for in terms of discrimination. This really talks about who we are and what kind of conferences we present. Like, for example, this conference which we have now, the webinar. So through the use of language, we could immediately detect the kind of identity being used in the webinars or in my context, in my study, the conferences.
Okay, I see. Okay, thank you for the
Thank you very
explanation.
much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, both of you. So next, I would like to invite Felicia Arni Rudyavarni, who will be discussing on effective tax planning and stock crash risk.
Hello.
Hello, Felicia.
Yeah, hello. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can I share screen now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity given to me. Today, on behalf of my co-authors, I present our article. This is the title of our article, Effective Tax Planning and Stock Risk. Let's see. Our paper examines whether tax avoidance have effect on crash risk. So, despite empirical research in this area present evidence that tax avoidance stimulates crash risk in the developed market, but tax avoidance in emerging market may not have the same methods in the developed market. As we all know, tax is one of important sources of income for a country. But also, tax is a substantial expense for the company. So there are two perspectives on the relationship between tax avoidance and firm's value. The first perspective, it takes the value managerial opportunistic behavior. So tax avoidance is used as a tool for masking the bad information taken by the management of the company. That's why tax avoidance should be negatively reacted by the market participant that indicate the increasing the risk of crashing. The second point of view is tax avoidance is a value enhancing activity because tax avoidance hinders the transfer of wealth between shareholder to the government. So, tax avoidance strategy should be reacted positively by market participants, in this case is investors. In our study, we take the second view, in which the positive cash flow from tax-saving activity create positive sentiment in the market. So, tax avoidance should push firm value and also reduce the probability of stock crash risk. The next issue is why stock crash. Stock crash is very important issue for the investors because it directly impacts the risk management and investment decision. The main cause of crash risk is due to the management tendency to hoard information that is unfavorable to the external parties. So, management team continue to accumulate the bad news until the bad news reach its tipping point that it cannot be accumulated anymore, and it will flood the market at once and make the stock price crash. So it will have a significant impact for the wealth of the investor. The impact of tax avoidance to stock crash is puzzling because it is still a debate about whether tax avoidance strategy undertaken by the management can affect the future risk. From the developed market research, the finding shows that the higher tax avoidance performed by a company, the higher the stock price crash risk, because they say that tax avoidance is just a tool for preserving the management opportunistic behavior. Indonesia's stock market may produce different findings from those of developed country, partly because the emerging market have lower quality of corporate governance. For emerging market, especially Indonesia, the main focus of investor is to protect their wealth, and tax avoidance is considered as an appropriate effort to preserve it. So let's continue to literature review and hypothesis development. In this study, we use tax avoidance definition as used by the previous study, such as Day1 et al. Defines that tax avoidance as a series of tax planning activity carried out by management to reduce companies' tax expense. Of course, this activity is done carefully so that this activity do not violate the rules. There is a conflict of interest between shareholders and government which is government as one of the company's stakeholders also. The conflict is escalated with the higher profit earned by the company. From the government point of view, higher profit means higher tax payment. But from the investor point of view, higher profit means higher dividend distribution, or the profit can be reinvested to the company to earn the extra return in the long run. So there is a conflicting interest between the shareholder and the government in this case. We focus on the stock price crash risk in evaluating market perception, in which crash risk represent a stock price drop that drastically in a short period of time. So aggressive tax planning will make the company share more attractive to investor and gain a positive sentiment in the market. Because it can save the money for the company. In the context of Indonesia, where enforcement of regulation and law is still relatively low, the tax avoidance is seen as a beneficial rather than a risk. So we propose our hypothesis: tax avoidance reduce crash risk in the future. This is the research method that we use. We use firm listed in Indonesia Stock Exchange from period 2016 until 2019 as the object of our study. And we use 3 measurements of stock price crash risk. There are negative skewness of firm specifically weekly return, down to up volatility, and also crash as a categorical variable. For tax planning, we use long-run effective tax rate, in which effective tax rate is long-run effective tax rate is calculated as a sum of 3 years tax expense divided by 3 years pre-tax income. Lower LETR, it means lower tax paid to the government, shows higher level of tax avoidance and vice versa. We use several control variables such as earnings management proceed by discretionary accrual, market to book value, financial expertise, institutional ownership, age of the company, and profitability that is proxied by return on asset or ROA. And this is our regression model that the coefficient of LETR is our main focus to answer the hypothesis proposed in this study. And this is the result. As we can see here, the coefficient of LETR, or long-run effective tax rate, is positive and significant. Higher LETR leads to higher crash risk. And so that lower LETR will reduce the crash risk in the futures. So it means that the lower tax payment to the government will reduce the risk of stock crashing in the future. Let's see, the findings suggest that market participants consider that firm management use tax avoidance to boost firm value rather than destroying it. And this result is robust with 3 stock crash risk measurement, and skew to fall and also crash. So we conclude that our results support the hypothesis that proposed in this study. So this finding have the same idea with the perspective of traditional theory that suggests the aggressive tax planning means more tax avoidance performed by the company is considered as a positive sentiment in the market because managers cash flow and enhance the company value. And to expand our analysis, we also present other additional analysis by considering the Big Four as the representation of audit quality. So the company that are audited by a Big Four company represent higher. Yeah.
Excuse me, Felicia, you have another 2 minutes left to conclude.
Okay, thank you. It means that a company that audited by Big Four shows the higher reporting quality. We find the interesting evidence that company that report higher profitability in the last period, specifically they have ROA more than 10%. If they have lower LETR or higher tax avoidance will stimulate higher crash risk, the same as the result in the developed market. So when firm with higher ROA conducting tax avoidance, it will stimulate negative reaction from the investors. And for Big Four itself, audit quality can suppress the probability of crash risk. Yeah, means the higher quality of financial reporting can reduce the probability of stock crash in the future. And so this is our conclusion. In the developed market, tax avoidance leads to more crash risk because stockholders presume that managers use lower tax rate to mask the high bad news and use it to support the opportunistic behavior. In this study, using Indonesia as an emerging market, tax avoidance activity are efficient decision because minimizing tax payment will increase the firm value, and the higher firm value leads to lower stock crash risk. But interesting finding in this study, for firm with high level of profitability, if they perform tax avoidance strategy, will lead to higher crash risk, the same as those in the developed market findings. So our study provides empirical evidence on how tax planning in emerging stock market affect investor risk. And this is our suggestion for the future research. The other tax planning can be added to produce more robust result, and we can compare directly tax planning strategy between developed and developing market. Thank you all for the opportunity. I think that's all from me.
Okay, thank you so much, Felicia. Session chairs, any questions for Felicia?
Yes, I have one question. Thank you for the presentation, Bu Felicia.
Thank you, Pak Agung.
I'm interested with the hypothesis, your hypothesis. Tax avoidance reduce the crash risk.
Yes.
It's something contradictory, I think, but I don't know. Is this hypothesis proof based on your result? Oh,
yes, yes.
Is it true that if we avoid the tax, it means we can reduce or minimize the crash risk?
Yes, Pak Agung, thank you. This is a very interesting result, I think, because it is very different with the developed market result, Pak Agung. In emerging market, Indonesia, and I think in Iran, I think, we have the same result, that avoiding tax can reduce the crash risk. Yeah, maybe our investors just focusing on the company profit and they do not want to share it with the government. That's the basic of the literature review and hypothesis development. But the interesting finding, it does not apply for high profitability firm. So for high profitability firm, the condition is vice versa. If the company have a tax avoidance strategy, it will react negatively by the market.
I see. Okay. Thank you for the explanation because it's very interesting hypothesis.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bu Elisa.
Thank you, Pak Agung.
Thank you so much. So next we have Jessica Wine as Mandi, who will be discussing on a Build Back Better amidst the COVID-19, which is an analysis on the critical success factors in managing natural disasters and facing the COVID-19 pandemic. Welcome, Jessica.
Hi, greetings of the day. Are you able to see my screen? Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I hope everyone is keeping safe and well as much as practicable. My research is entitled Build Back Better Amidst the Coronavirus Disease, COVID-19, Analysis on Critical Success Factors in Managing Natural Disasters and Facing the COVID-19 Pandemic. This is as of July 25, 2021. Again, greetings of the day. My name is Jessica Viennes Mandy. And I am currently employed as a Senior Economic Development Specialist under the Philippines National Economic and Development Authority. Currently on work leave, I am observing the program of New Zealand, the University of Auckland, towards the Disaster Management Master's degree. Also, I would like to share my knowledge and understanding on the subject, drawing from my experience as a civil engineer with exposure to construction, design management, and business development, as well as developing recommended revisions to the Philippine Building Code in participation under the academe. Now, what does my research tell about? In particular, it provides an exploration on critical success factors in post-disaster reconstruction and recovery, as well as countries' relative successes in curbing coronavirus disease. It finds that the CSFs, an abbreviation of critical success factors, is linked to the Build Back Better framework. This Build Back Better framework is a holistic tool which can be used by disaster management practitioners to, for instance, plan and evaluate recovery efforts. Also, the research finds the significance of political influences and public policy in BBB, or an abbreviation of the Build Back Better framework. Also, the research proposes that interview with communities and further comparative reviews are, in a way, needed for verification and future research purposes because the study at this point is not meant to be exhaustive. As a backgrounder, the research acknowledges the different parts of disaster management, and these could be termed into four, including readiness, response, risk reduction, and recovery. At the same time, the research also recognizes the main components of the BBB framework, which are risk reduction, community recovery, and effective implementation. In other words, these are also termed as critical success factors from the project perspective. Critical success factors are factors or inputs which are deemed contributory to project success. Critical success factors are best paired with critical success criteria, which is an output-based perspective. However, the research focuses on critical success factors. Now, to illustrate the Build Back Better framework, we see that the research focuses on the recovery aspect of disaster or pandemic management. In particular, recovery is reckoned from the occurrence of an event, which could be a natural hazard, like a volcanic eruption, and an earthquake, which is seen on your left part of the screen. And it also happens after response, which could be somehow seen in the flooding scenario, also on the screen, and vaccination, which you might all agree, responsive to the COVID-19 pandemic. The Build Back Better framework, as mentioned earlier, has three components, and there are also principles under each component. For instance, risk reduction can have principles such as health sector resilience, risk-based zoning, and early warning and risk reduction education. Community recovery, the second component, is in support of psychological and social recovery, as well as economic recovery. Meanwhile, effective implementation can be done through institutional mechanisms, legislation and regulation, as well as monitoring and evaluation. Note that implementation is ideally done effectively and efficiently in order to have a more holistic and better recovery to build a better future. Now, the research is driven by the COVID-19 situation. And in particular, it examines elements of disaster and pandemic management to enhance understanding on success in the applicable setting. In this case, it could be more applicable and more appreciated by everyone under the COVID-19 situation. Also, the research analyzes the critical success factors by interrelating them and interpreting them with reference to the said framework to potentially input or comment on the framework. By way of contribution, the research provides a literature analysis, which is somehow theoretical, with a combination of systematic review. At the same time, it also has monitoring and review of recovery actions, which could serve as a reference. Overall, 84 factors were culled from relevant literature, and these would pertain to studies on disaster-related efforts from Asia-Pacific countries. That would include South India, Taiwan, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and New Zealand, among others. Also, the 84 factors are comprised of studies pertaining to COVID-19 success or coping levels, if you like, preventive strategies, public policy responses, and resilience in terms of communication. And as an incidental contribution, the research provides an extended review focusing on the BBB framework alongside the reported critical success factors. The results reveal that CSFs are linked to the BBB's three-pronged approach, which are risk reduction, community recovery, and effective implementation. The results affirm that BBB framework is a holistic tool for recovery, and pandemic recovery is included in this regard, but only at the preliminary stages, since we all know that there's no solution yet, if you like, to the COVID-19 disease. Now, majority of the critical success factors are on effective implementation. And despite that, it can be argued that political influences and public policy, which are perceived to be driving community resilience, are not yet highlighted in the said framework. For instance, the critical success factors which are associated with community resilience are as follows. Political influences can be contextualized as the community leaders' ability to influence and way of governance that ideally stimulates compliance. And the study of Ridzuan et al. Note that in Malaysia, in the case of landslides, for instance, a leader's good coping capacity would be helpful in improving the behavioral outcomes and facilitating compliance among stakeholders. The study of Chow and Wu, in the case of Taiwan, in particular about earthquakes and floodings, would note that the influence of community leaders is very important in the case of the success.
Excuse me, Jessica, you have another 2 minutes to conclude.
Thanks for that. And then the study by Baniyaman, Raman, and Hassan note that the nature of governance is also important in China, which has a credit rating system that necessitates people to declare their travel history relative to the COVID-19 pandemic. The study by Chubarova et al. Notes that success in motivating compliance is important in Slovak Republic, and that fear-based or over-pessimistic strategies would somehow be considered as that successful or effective. And these would be best complemented with public policy that is inspired by gender inclusivity and equal application of policies among faith groups, as well as holistic and coordinated decentralization planning and coordination among stakeholders. Overall, that would be part of ensuring disaster or pandemic recovery at the earliest opportunity. And by way of conclusion, the BBB framework is affirmed as a relevant holistic tool. Political influences and public policy are arguably part of the Build Back Better framework, but this is not meant to be exhaustive. We still have to find further evidence, and as an example, we can interview community members and perform further reviews into the pandemic that could form the basis of future research. I'd like to thank you for your time and attention and wish you all the best for the best in you. And before I leave, let me say, let's uphold community resilience. I hope that we are able to absorb shocks, we are able to adapt to changes, and do it all for the better of society.
Yes, thank you so much, Jessica, for your wonderful presentation. Yes, session chairs, any questions?
No questions so far, Jessila.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to invite Bubune Malik, who will be discussing on the social media activism and offline campaigns in the fight against domestic violence in Ghana, which is a study of selected activists on Facebook. Yes, Mr. Malik, can you unmute and begin?
Okay, can I share my screen now?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Please, can you see the slides now?
Yes, I can see. Can you put on slide mode?
Okay. Give me a minute.
Yes, thank you so much. You may begin.
All right. So my work is on social media activism and offline campaigns in the fight of domestic violence in Ghana. So I'm looking at some selected activists on Facebook. So my name Bubune Malik from Ghana. I'm a PhD student at the University of Education, Winneba, and I lecture courses in development communication journalism at Africa University College of Communication, also in Ghana. So this is the abstract for my work, and I just want to move on quickly to the main issue because of time. So mostly when we talk about activism online, a lot of studies tend to look at it from various angles. Most importantly, is perceived as assembly of people who come together on a common goal, that they are fighting for one issue that is pressing, that they want to talk about, and through various hashtags and tweeting on one particular issue or the other, able to gain attention of the public and any other person interested on the topic, then jump on the bandwagon and put a lot of other tweets out in the same way. So over the years, a lot of activism, social media campaigns have been successful all over the world. We're looking at the Me Too, Times Up, Bring Back Our Girls, Bring Back Tidy Girls, Feel Like Man Now, End SARS recently in Nigeria, among many others, and also Black Lives Matters in United States. That's led to a lot of other race-related issues all over the world. So a lot of advocates around the world have done research into issue of activism and what it can be used for to achieve success in our society. Okay, so the scholar like Checky mentioned that social activism is used as a tool to coordinate real-world action rather than replacement for it, emphasizing the fact that when we talk about social media activism, that's not just aimed on the Facebook or on Twitter or any other social media, but we see it in other parts of our world by offline activities. So much attention as we give it to how this can be done, how social media activism can be explored, activism or issue of domestic violence can be explored in media space, but little of this work were done in my parts of the world, especially Ghana, and generally in Africa, most of these studies are not done. Therefore, My studies seek to explore the collaborative use of this social media activism and how offline campaigns can be used in conjunction to achieve some level of success with issues of domestic violence. So major objective that guide the study includes to identify how activists engage audience on social media on issues of domestic violence, and also to look at the offline strategies used by these social activists in their fight on domestic violence. So in my method, it's a qualitative study, and I use cyber ethnography, and the study period was 6 months through which I gathered Facebook posts, and in addition to the cyber ethnography, I also did interview of some activists. So the work was also analyzed thematically to arrive at the findings. So jumping quickly into some of the findings. So in the first research question, which is to understand how activists engage audience on social media on issue of domestic violence, from the data that gathered, it was clear that most of them do this through posts. Okay, so for between the period of January and July 2020, when the study was done, various posts were gathered from these 7 activists that were interviewed. And the interesting thing that came up in the study was the period was given, much attention was given to issues of COVID-19, and most of them didn't talk much about domestic violence. But from interview also, I was able to gather from there that through their works online, they're able to get a lot of people showing interest. So an extract here, as I have it here, for one of the respondents. She said, personally, the nature of my post on domestic violence generally about condemning the act of domestic violence, and anything related to why it is wrong and the implication thereof, and also calling on responsible agencies to take action. Okay, and that's another insight also there by another respondent that I spoke to. And also, another thing that emerged from the study was the post that these activists put on Facebook that sort of said to demystify domestic violence. So in a response from one of the respondents, she mentioned that that is how some men show they love you. If a wife does something wrong and the man does not show it by refusing her money or hitting her, there isn't enough love in that relationship. He's my husband after all. So for some of these victims of domestic violence, as reported by the respondent I spoke to, they actually are unable to identify really what domestic violence is. To them, as long as they are married, they need to be in it. So posts are therefore put out there to demystify it. One related to marriage and the other related to religion. So in one post shared, it is in there in the insert, as you can all see, saying that divorce isn't the breaking of the marriage covenant, it's the legal process and ending of marriage covenant that was already broken. Women who initiate divorce from abusive men are not the covenant breakers. We need to tell the truth about this to protect this woman, because a lot of women, the moment they initiate it, the society in which we live in tend to frown upon them that you are married. You shouldn't be doing that just because your husband is denying you money or is hitting you. For them, they don't see anything wrong with this domestic acts of domestic violence. And for hence, the activists are suggesting that through posts we can be able to demystify these issues of domestic violence. Other interesting finding from the what they use social media was funding activism, because for them a lot of activities tend to be involved in assisting victims of domestic violence who reach out to them because they are seen more of as activists. So in the process they reach out to them. So in reaching out to them, they also now need to reach out to other people within their community that can assist with money and other resources they can use to assist them. So in an extract, as you can see on your screen now, is where one activist is reaching out to the public on Facebook and asking them to donate money through an account that has been given out there. So other instances also, they're able to create GoFundMe.com and money is raised there to assist victims. And also in interviews, they made it known that it is only through these ways that they're able to raise money to assist other victims of domestic violence who reach out to them, because there are instances that they need to assist them with accommodation, they need to assist them with an economic activity to do, and in extreme cases where they need to seek legal counsel, they assist in paying for those issues. And in answering the research question too, I seek to find out what offline methods and strategies are used by these activists. So the first issue that came out is collaboration advocacy. So they made it known that through online activities, activists are invited to other traditional media alongside other experts to discuss issues of domestic violence and also to call leadership into action. So through various posts and activism that they do online, they are now being invited to programs on TV, on radio, and other traditional media and have discussions. So in an extract from one of the respondents, she mentioned that through recognition of our online relevance.
Excuse me, Mr. Malik, you have another 2 minutes to conclude.
All right. So he mentioned that they'll be able to convey meetings, host radio shows to sort of sensitize people and let a lot of people know about issues of domestic violence and what's happening in our homes. Through meetings are another thing that emerged from the study. They said that they are able to deliberate when various activists meet. They're able to deliberate on issues of domestic violence and know their way forward, know their way. One activist is assisting in fighting it and share it with the other activists also, and they all work in collaboration to assist in eradicating domestic violence and people getting enough knowledge about what domestic violence is. So in conclusion, the study concludes that there are several activists on Facebook and they take advantage of the importance of Facebook in creating awareness about domestic violence through identification of the importance of social media. Activists are also able to engage victims and users of social media through posts and stories shared by victims. Also, funding activism is made easier through online means of raising funds, as I mentioned, through sharing accounts or creating GoFundMe account that is shared. Also, activists are able to meet face-to-face to discuss issues. This is one of the offline methods that they use. They discuss face-to-face to discuss issues of domestic violence and collaborations. Also, through the activities that they start online. Also, social media is identified as an important tool in the fight against domestic violence in contemporary times. Thank you. That brings an end to my discussion on social media activism and domestic violence in Ghana.
Okay, thank you so much, Malik, for your presentations. Yes. Session chairs, any questions?
Yes, one question regarding this topic. Malik, what is the recommendation of your study for fighting against the domestic violence?
All right. One recommendation that came out strongly was based on the study, I was able to find out that there are a lot of activists on social media space, but people in power, decision makers, are not taking them into cognizance when they are making policies related to issues of domestic violence. So one major recommendation was that decision makers, politicians, and other organizations can tap into the strength of social media and able to identify activists from that platform and draw them into other activities and events that they do offline, so that through the numbers that they have online, they can be able to garner a lot of followers, and people therefore listen to them and take action based on the decisions that based on the suggestions that they make on issues of domestic violence.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the explanation. Thank you, Malik.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Malik, for your presentation. Now, the last presenter for the day is Arisa.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi. Yes, Erisa, are you ready for your presentation?
Inshallah, yes, I'm ready.
Yeah. So Erisa is going to discuss on the policy analysis of primary school education management standards in Indonesia.
Yeah. I will share my PowerPoint now.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Is the PowerPoint clear, ma'am?
Yes. Please put on slide mode.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening. My name is Erisa Kurniati. I'm from Universitas Negeri Padang, West Sumatra, Indonesia. Actually, I'm with my three advisors here, Mr. Muhammad Zaim, Mr. Juprizal, and Mr. Jupri. But please apologize because I'm on travel now, so my advisor cannot enter the presentation for today. Well, I will present my research results now. Thank you, ma'am. But please allow me to present my presentation without opening my camera because I'm not able to open my camera right now. The title is Policy Analysis of Primary School Education Management Standard in Indonesia. And actually, this is the old research, but I think it is very important to explain again because the management standard, the rule hasn't finished yet in implementations. Well, this is my abstract. This study explores the analysis of management standard for primary school education in Indonesia.
Erisa, your slides are not moving actually.
Oh, yeah, still, I have moved it to abstract now.
Okay, it's not moving. Maybe you can put on slideshow.
Yes, it has. I've done it, ma'am. Now I open the abstract of my PowerPoint. Again.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you, ma'am. This study explores the analysis of management standards for primary schools education in Indonesia and the analysis results. This research is qualitative research with a SWOT analysis approach consisting of strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats. The subject of this research is the Minister of National Education Regulation number 19 of 2007, which regulates the national education standards in Indonesia. The analysis results found several things regarding the management standards, strengths, weakness, opportunities, and challenges. Therefore, it is necessary to define several critical steps in Indonesia primary school education management standards. The state consists of school leadership, effective school leadership, standard of school principle in Indonesia, and management and information system, and legal basis for management information system. Of course, they are implementing the 5 critical steps in the management standard of primary school education in Indonesia requires adequate supervision and guidance from various parties to achieve standardizing education management ideals in Indonesia. Well, leadership is frequently seen as the most crucial component in determining whether an institution succeeds or fails. A principal must be competent to lead and manage an educational institution. Effective school will be established, fostering public confidence in informal educational institutions. Curriculum development should begin with a context analysis that includes S&P analysis. And therefore, management standards are national education standards that address the planning, implementation, and supervision of educational activities in district or city and in national levels. Well, the analysis of program planning, work plan implementation, supervision and evaluation, school leadership and management information system, and also the educational activities. Here, a code of ethics governing interaction between fellow citizens with the academic unit and between member of the education unit and the community. Each of the above educational unit must be managed based on an annual work plan that include learning schedules, exams, extracurricular activities, and also the holiday. School must be kept two things in mind when implementing quality assurance management standard. And school must pay close attention to the indicators and criteria for academic unit excellence. Ideally, schools should have a quality improvement program and measuring tools. It comprises the following components like standards, activity, performance indicator, monitoring, and assessment. Well, the regulation of the Minister of National Education number 19 of 2007 is analyzed using the management standard, the national standard of education related to planning, implementing, and supervising educational activities. The researcher that made the recommendation for solving the challenge in managing elementary school education in Indonesia. This is and also focus to primary educations. Well, this is the finding and discussions. The Minister of National Education Regulation number 19 of 2007 on education management standards for elementary and secondary education unit was implemented in Indonesia before. The government must recognize the opportunities that exist to address all existing weaknesses. And some principal and teacher have never read or comprehended the regulations. It is very poor, actually. Establish boundaries in minimum standard for elementary and secondary education units. And some principal and teacher have never read or comprehended these regulations. Here, the human resources shortage are expected to complicate regulations implementation. For instance, implementing here the KTSP curriculum is hampered by teachers and schools' lack of quality, facilities, and infrastructure. Minister of National Education Regulation number 19 of 2007 regulates the education management standard used by primary and secondary education units. If not, its implementation will only add to Indonesia's growing educational costs. A single-roof school management policy here should be considered only in complex elementary schools. Furthermore, regulation number 19 of 2007 of the Minister of National Education must be accompanied by obligation as supporting tool for granting school broad autonomy. And school must work to increase community and student parent awareness of the importance of the school. World Bank suggests that the restructuring school administration emphasizes professional work experience and professional abilities. So leadership is an art, difficult to define, but it is something we will understand when we see it. But according to him, here the leader established school, discipline employee, motivate, and inspire. Only 70% of Indonesia's school principals are incompetent, according to the Ministry of National Education's report. Well, as the conclusion here, as a result of the discussions above, it can be concluded that the Minister of National Education Regulation number 19 of 2007 possesses some strength. It is to establish boundaries in the form of minimum standard for elementary and the secondary education units to begin. Student concentration on subject is deemed most important while allowing schools and academic team considerable autonomy. Here's the teachers, school principals, and school administrations must continue to expand their creativity in developing educational program and sources, allow the community and parents to influence the direction of school-based education policy. However, the Minister of National Education R number 19 of 2007 on education management standard for for elementary and secondary education units implemented in Indonesia has closed. This is only for the example. Implementing KTSP before the curriculum 2013 is hampered by teachers and school lack of quality. and supporting facilities and infrastructure, most teachers cannot be expected to contribute original ideas and thought to the description of the curriculum guide. 56.11% of elementary school teachers lack a diploma, according to the provision. 17.2% of Indonesian teachers teach subjects other than their area of expertise, and it happened until now. It is appropriate to consider issuing of a single group school management policy in complex elementary school led by a principal. At least additionally, the Minister of National Education Regulation number 19 of 2007 represents an example of numerous. The threats are numerous as well. And the regulation should be accompanied by obligation and oversight and a relatively high standard of accountability. So schools should provide excellent service with the goal of satisfying service user, like the customer satisfactions. In this case, students and their parents as well as user of school graduate service. The regulation implementation necessitates the appointment of professional school principal who possess managerial abilities and a commitment to democratic governance. At least the community's ideas and perspective are critical to a school success. So school must educate the community and students' parents about the importance of supporting the school as an institution. Thank you very much. All the best for the best in India.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Arisa,
Ma'am
for your presentation.
Yes, one
Yes,
last
any
question.
Session chairs?
Yes, one last question, I think. What is the recommendation for the education management standard implementation based on your study? Do you have any recommendation?
Yeah. Yes, of course. So here, the students and their parents, not only for the principals, not only for the teacher, so they must do, I mean here, like as well as user of school graduate services, they have to be the school graduate services. And the regulation implementation necessitates the appointment of a professional school principal who possesses sound managerial abilities and the commitment to democratic governance. And the last is the community ideas and perspective are critical to school success. So schools must educate the community and students' parents about the importance of supporting the school and their decisions. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Argo.
Okay, yes, thank you for the explanation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Arisa. So with this, we come to the end of our technical sessions. Yes. Yes, and we have reached to the end of ICRTMDR 2021. So next we'll be moving on to the valedictory session. And I would request our session chairs, Dr. Sharad Gangle and Dr. Angum Cristanto, to announce the winners.
Okay. Can I ask
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, Dr. Sarat.
Thank you very much, sir. And all the participants are present their papers in a very nicely manner. And I request you to kindly conclude the session. And the best paper and presentation, you thoroughly, I think, give all many kind of answers. And so suitable for this to kindly announce the best paper and the presentation.
Okay,
And
can I take a break, maybe 5 minutes for recap?
Yeah, sure, sir.
The score.
Maybe we can
5 minutes.
take a small break and then
Yeah.
we can announce the winners. Yeah, sure, sir. We can do that.
Okay. Maybe 5.
So everyone will go for a
your
short
support.
break, and meanwhile the winners will be announced.
Thank you very much for your support, ma'am.
Okay, so 10 minutes. Is that okay?
Welcome, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. I will be back on the next 10 minutes. Okay.
Pokoknya apalagi waktu makan gemoy banget. Belum ya?
Participants, please note your conference certificates and the conference proceedings book will be shared on your mailbox soon, maybe by tomorrow or within 2-3 days. In case if you don't find them, please do check in your spam box. And still, if you don't receive them, please get back to us on our helpline numbers. And let us also know your feedback on ICMTDR 2021. Please do share your feedback. We have shared the feedback link in the chat box. We'll be very happy to know from you how you have experienced this. And we do understand there were the technical glitches due to the virtual platform, new platforms, and the non-being at the physical venue. But let this be a new experience. We understand it. And let us know how you experience this on the virtual platform. So meanwhile, our results are there. You can put your feedbacks on the link shared in the chat box.
Ms. Jazila, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, we
Yes,
are
sir.
ready for the...
So yes, the tough task has been given to you, and we will be very eagerly looking forward to hear the winners.
Okay. Can I announce now or?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. To all presenters, to all participants, the first of all, I would like to congratulate to all of you for a very, very interesting presentation. And after a long marathon presentation today, we are now in the end of the session, of the technical session today. And the committee asked me to announce two categories to award. Number one is the best paper award, and the second one is the best presentation, the presenter or presentation award. So the consideration for selecting this award is uniqueness, and then the second one is subject knowledge, and then presentation, and also the timing. So I will not take a long time to announce the winner or the best. So for the best paper, we already chose Mr. Afzal Muhtar with the title of Mood-Based Music Recommendation for a mall using real-time image.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
The first one of the best paper award. Congratulations, Mr. Afzal Muhtar.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yes. And then the second one, we are still in the best paper award. The second one is Felisa Arni with the title Effective Tax Planning and Stock Press Race. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the committee.
Okay, thank you for both of you, Mr. Afzal Muhtar and Ibu Felisa, for the best paper award. And then the second category is we move to the best presenter. Best presenter award, we already choose two presenters. Number one is Lin M. Beza with the title Linguistic Identity of Conference Messages in the Philippines. Congratulations, Miss Lin. And the second one is...
sir.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Lynn.
Second one for the best presenter is Miss Syria Ponok-Niam with the title Factor Analysis of the Influence Factor to Adopt e-voting in Thailand using Structural Equation Model. Congratulations for all of you for the best paper and also for the best presenter. Congratulations. And for all the presenter, all the participants, I also say congratulations. Thank you for your participation and for your best presenter today. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, sir.
Yes, this is, I think is enough from me. And the time I give back to Ms. Jazila. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Yes, and congratulations to all the winners. You have done a great job. And also to all the other presenters who gave a tough competition for them. So congratulations to all. So with this, we come to the end of ICRTMDR 2021. On behalf of the entire IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success. This conference focused on discover the difference and exceeding the vision in multidisciplinary research studies, and it was a great success, where eminent keynote speakers from various universities addressed the gathering. So we take this opportunity to thank all of the speakers, delegates and participants for your vital support and the time for being part of 4th ICRTMDR 2021. So thanks to the generous response and active engagement of the organizing committee members and editorial board members as well. And once again, congratulations to the best paper presentation awardees, and appreciate all of the participants for their hard work. So once again, thanks to all the committee members and participants, and stay tuned with us for further conference updates from IFERP, and do not forget to install the IFERP application for the upcoming conference and updates. So thank you so much and have a great day. Good evening to all.
Thank you.
Good evening.
For all.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a good rest today. Thank you very much. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum. Good evening.
Good evening.